This young man accidentally collided with a female student at school, only to find himself relentlessly pursued by her as she insisted he become her boyfriend. Regardless of his destination, she trailed him like a shadow, and when thugs attempted to intimidate him, she boldly stepped in to confront them head-on. Aware of his financial struggles, she wasted no words and instantly transferred 100 million, the perfect image of a wealthy beauty and a fortunate student in a dream scenario for any single man. However, Yan Zhen was a man of principle who wouldn't be easily swayed. After rejecting her confession, Li Zixi coldly disclosed that his end was near. It appeared that when Yan Zhen collided with Zixi that day, he had inadvertently dropped a death card, and the one he chose foretold that he would perish this very day. Since his demise was inevitable, she suggested he simply surrender his body to her, her eyes abruptly turning a frantic, bloodshot red as she spoke. Zixiu instantly seized his arm and yanked him toward her, gripping him so violently that his bones felt ready to shatter, leaving him unable to break away. Yan Zhen stared in terror at the puddle beneath his feet, where the reflection revealed numerous spectral hands tightly grasping his arm. By then, Zixiu had transformed into a colossal female demon eyeing him ravenously. Before he could even invite her to dinner, he was destined to become her meal, mocking anyone who claimed she wouldn't devour him. Startled out of his wits, he exerted every ounce of strength to wrench his arm free and bolted, though the demon pursued him with a speed that defied its massive, heavy frame. Just as the monster was closing in, it slipped on a banana peel and crashed face first, allowing Yan Zhen to escape into a narrow alleyway while the demon roared in a fit of primal fury. As the light at the end of the path came into view only a few steps away, the sudden sound of something being shredded echoed through the darkness. Before he realized it, Yan Zhen had been stripped of an arm, causing even the demon to pause in momentary shock as it stared at the limit now held. Its fury reached a breaking point as it gazed at the vessel it was meant to inhabit, its crimson eyes flashing as it shrieked into the night about its lost new body. Yan Zhen lay trembling as his strength ebbed away, and the demon drew near, hissing through its teeth that if it could not possess his body, it would settle for something else. "Then I shall devour you alive," the demon bellowed, unhinging its massive maw filled with jagged teeth as it prepared to consume him. Yet just as Yan Zhen closed his eyes to embrace his fate, the splashing sound of something running across the water rang out, revealing the white dog he had rescued earlier that morning. While heading out to dispose of the trash, Yan Zhen spotted a stray dog scavenging for food, and watching it eagerly gnaw on spoiled scraps made his stomach churn. Yan Zhen turned to toss his bag into the bin and prepared to leave, yet he couldn't help but look back at the dog eating so contentedly, feeling a sudden surge of pity. He stepped into a convenience store to purchase a sausage and returned to the alley, holding the treat out to the dog, which looked up at him briefly. It immediately snatched the sausage and ate ravenously, while Yan Zhen gently stroked its head, telling it to eat well and stop scavenging before he turned to walk away. The dog remained there in a daze, dropping the half-eaten sausage to watch his retreating figure with a sense of silent, profound gratitude. As the sun dipped below the horizon and he returned home, he found the dog still lingering by the trash, causing him to pause and wonder why it was still there. Questioning its presence, he ultimately decided to ignore the animal and went inside, but minutes later, the first drops of rain began to patter against his window. As the downpour intensified, the mental image of the white dog shivering in the garbage haunted him until he finally relented, running back outside to bring it indoors. He meticulously wiped the dog down and dried its fur, but the moment it was free, the creature shook itself vigorously, spraying water all over him. It glanced at him, as if seeking approval before leaping onto the bed to curl up comfortably, leaving Yan Zhen to laugh at how quickly it had claimed his home. He brought over a bowl of water and some sausages, and when the dog remained still, he questioned if it disliked the food, only for it to suddenly trot toward him. After gulping down the water, the small dog approached to sniff his feet before tentatively resting a single paw upon him. Finding no resistance from Yan Zhen, it grew bolder and climbed onto his lap to curl up, leaving him to stare at the tiny creature that had so naturally taken over his personal space. Returning to the present, just as Yang Jin was about to be struck, the white dog swiftly lunged at the demon. Before the confused creature could react, a flash of white light streaked past. The demon's limbs were instantly severed into pieces, causing it to howl in agonizing pain. Within the white smoke, the dog transformed into a tall man. He held a sharp greatsword in his hand. Yang Jin opened his eyes slightly, vaguely witnessing everything as he saw a figure standing before him, acting as his shield. It was a long-haired young man wearing gold earrings. He turned to look at the dying Yang Jin and spoke, "Happy birthday, my nephew." Those words were the last thing he heard before losing consciousness. The man's hand reached toward him, gradually obscuring his entire field of vision. Time passed. When Yang Jin opened his eyes again, everything was still blurry, but light and images slowly regained their clarity. He realized he was lying in bed, drenched in sweat. Feeling the heat, he exhaled sharply and wiped his face, only to exclaim in surprise at his sticky hand. "Wow, that's a lot of sweat," Yang Jin muttered while fumbling for his phone. The screen lit up with unread messages, the most recent being from Songjun asking if he was dead. "What?" He bolted upright in a panic. Checking the time, Yang Jin rushed to change his clothes, cursing himself for oversleeping until memories of last night suddenly flooded back. He immediately raised his arm to inspect it. It was still there. He clenched and unclenched his fist. Everything felt normal, and a sense of relief washed over him. However, intense confusion soon followed. Wondering what had actually transpired, he remembered the girl from before, and a name flashed in his mind: Lee Zixu. Suddenly, a phone call from his homeroom teacher pulled him back to reality. At the schoolyard, a janitor was grumbling to himself. "Why does this annoying machine keep getting unplugged? I wonder which kid is messing with it," he muttered while Yang Jin ran breathlessly toward the school. He wondered if Lee Zixu would show up as he ran. Upon entering the school, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. The scene was peaceful under the clear blue sky. He sneaked along the hallway, searching around until he heard two of Zixu's friends talking. They mentioned how strangely Lee Zixu had been acting lately, and how they wanted her to read their tarot cards. Yang Jin cautiously peeked into the classroom and was startled to see Zixu chatting happily. "What? She looks completely fine," he thought, hesitating over whether he should directly ask her about what happened the previous night. Just then, his two best friends appeared behind him, joking that only a delinquent would show up to school exactly at lunchtime. They scolded him for making them worry by ignoring their messages, teasing that he only came to find his girlfriend. Yang Jin hurriedly tried to defend himself, stammering in protest. His words caught in his throat when he met Zixu's gaze from inside the classroom. For a moment, they looked straight at each other. "What about yesterday?" his friend pressed. Seeing Yang Jin remain silent, the group resumed their teasing, claiming he had lied about going home just to go on a date with his girlfriend. Instead of answering, Yang Jin suddenly ducked down to hide beneath the windowsill. One friend asked what he was doing while the other two burst out laughing. They teased him for being so flustered over a simple look, while Yang Jin's face darkened with fear as he crawled along the floor. "How pathetic," one of them remarked. Throughout the afternoon classes, Yang Jin couldn't focus at all, unable to make sense of his memories. He was certain he had been severely injured. Looking down at his perfectly fine hand, a massive question continued to gnaw at his mind regarding what happened next. He wondered how he had managed to get home. The image of the demon mask haunted his thoughts relentlessly as he questioned what on earth had occurred. He wished it had all been just a dream, but he quickly checked his phone for the only evidence that last night was real. There was a notification for a 100,000 won transfer from Lee Zixu, with a note stating the transaction would be canceled if not accepted within 3 days. "What is this money for?" Yang Jin muttered. He debated whether to message her, but ultimately decided to put his phone back in his pocket. He figured it didn't matter as long as she was safe. In the faculty room, his homeroom teacher worriedly asked if he was truly all right. "Yes, I just overslept," she sighed. "Have you eaten yet?" "Yes, I have." "All right, if you're fine, go to class. Head home early after school." Yan Zhen obediently walked out. He didn't forget to close the door and walked slowly down the hallway. Glancing at his phone, it was already 2 p.m. He had missed almost all of today's classes. As he stepped into the schoolyard, Yan Zhen was preoccupied with his phone when a head suddenly popped up in front of him. "Hi, ah!" Yan Zhen jumped back in shock. His heart pounded. Zaisu quickly explained, "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I heard from some classmates that you went to the teacher's office, so I waited here." "Good grief, class has already started. Is stalking people your hobby?" Yan Zhen, still startled, asked. "Can't you just act a bit more normal?" "I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable," Zaisu stammered. "About yesterday." Hearing this, Yan Zhen instinctively looked around. The schoolyard was deserted with not a soul in sight. "Damn it, there's no one here," he spoke stiffly. "Let's go somewhere more crowded to talk. It's not that I'm afraid, but I need to be careful in case you suddenly attack me again." "No, that's not it. I was possessed by a ghost then," Zaisu hurriedly explained. "What?" Yan Zhen frowned, his face full of doubt. "It's a long story. First, let me apologize for hurting you." While Zaisu was trying to explain, Yan Zhen's gaze suddenly froze. Something was very wrong. He pointed at a green object nearby, coldly interrupting her. "What is that? Why is it there?" "Huh?" Zaisu turned around, bewildered. That was the statue originally placed at the school's main gate. "It wasn't there a moment ago," Yan Zhen said, his voice beginning to tremble. Suddenly, the statue slowly stood up. "Holy crap!" they both blurted out simultaneously. Immediately after, the statue began sprinting toward them. "Run!" Zaisu screamed. Both turned and fled for their lives. Yan Zhen yelled in terror as the giant statue closed in behind them. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Hey, is this your doing again?" "No, it's not me." Zaisu quickly denied. What do you mean not you? You did the exact same thing to me yesterday. Yan Zhen, I can explain. Actually, it's not me. It's a ghost named Song Axie. Seeing the statue getting closer, Yan Zhen snapped. Shut up and just run faster. It's too fast, we'll be caught at this rate. Just then, Yan Zhen spotted a cart full of basketballs. Without thinking, he grabbed the handle, spun around, and shoved the cart with all his might toward the charging statue. Yan Zhen, Zaisu cried out in surprise. The cart overturned, and dozens of basketballs spilled out, rolling toward the statue. Thinking they would hinder its progress, the statue used the ground as leverage. It crouched and leaped effortlessly over the pile of balls, landing perfectly. Damn it! Yan Zhen cursed, quickly changing direction and pulling Zaisu along. While running, Zaisu rummaged through her bag and pulled out a plastic bag filled with black beans. She threw a handful straight at the statue's face. She shouted, "Go away!" But the trick seemed useless. With a slight flick, the statue sent all the beans flying back. A few hit Zaisu's face, making her cry out in pain. "What are you doing, you idiot?" Yan Zhen pulled her along. Suddenly, he stopped when he saw the iron gate ahead was open. He shoved Zaisu forward, shouting, "Get out now!" As soon as they both slipped outside, Yan Zhen slammed the gate shut just as the statue reached it. They both leaned against the iron fence. Panting heavily with their hearts thumping like drums, the statue stopped abruptly at the gate. It watched them silently for a moment before turning back into the yard. Seeing it leave, they both rejoiced. "Is it gone? Did it finally give up?" Yan Zhen breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Zaisu stammered and pointed toward the schoolyard. Yan Zhen looked. Yan Zhen looked and froze. The statue had returned, and in its hands was a flagpole it had just uprooted. They both looked at each other in panic. "It's going to use the flagpole to vault over." "Is it insane?" Yan Zhen asked in fear, his eyes darting around for an escape. Nearby, there was a freight cart. On the other side of the fence, the statue planted one end of the flagpole into the ground. It swung its body up to gain momentum. The statue actually used that method to jump over the fence. Zaisu stood frozen in place, stunned. At that moment, Yan Zhen shouted her name. "Hey, Zaisu, get out of the way!" She snapped out of it and scrambled back. Yan Zhen stared at the statue as it descended like a high jumper. However, instead of a mat, it landed on a cart. The impact sent the cart flying into a trash pile, flipping it upside down. The statue also sprawled out amidst the foul-smelling garbage, forcing them both to cover their noses. Yet, to their utter shock, it scrambled back up, its razor-sharp eyes fixed intently on Yan Zhen. "Let's go," Zaisu urged. But in a flash, the statue blocked their path. It was so fast that no one could react, its eyes glowing with murderous intent. It lunged straight at Yan Zhen and grabbed his neck, hoisting him into the air as Zaisu could only scream in despair. It glared at him with eyes full of utter hatred, needing only a bit more strength to snap his neck. And Zaisu cried out in terror as Yan Zhen began to suffocate, hurriedly pulling a string of brown prayer beads from her clothes and shouting, "Hey!" The statue, radiating a thick, ominous aura, glanced toward her, and Zaisu immediately threw the beads at it, causing the string to snap and the beads to scatter. They exploded right against the statue's face, making it howl in agony as it released Yan Zhen's neck and fell backward, while he crashed to the ground and she asked, "Yan Zhen, are you all right?" Zaisu rushed over to support him in fear, and he replied with a pale face that he was not okay at all as they helped each other flee, while the statue began to crawl back up behind them. In a secluded corner of the school, Yan Zhen flicked his lighter and complained, "Hey, if you had something like that, you should have used it much earlier." He turned around to see Zaisu doing something that produced smoke and asked if she was smoking, to which she replied that it was actually incense. "What are you doing?" Yan Zhen asked in confusion, and she explained it was just a simple exorcism ritual before she began taking out her equipment. He was amazed she could pull so many things from her uniform as Zaisu took some colorful fabric strips, tore one off, and tied it to his hand, warning him that it would keep him safe for a while and not to remove it until midnight. Yan Zhen grimaced at the butterfly bow she had tied on his wrist and said with a dark expression, "You are truly strange, do you know that? I understand your suspicion, but I really haven't done anything," Zaisu said while scratching her head, then asked if they could talk at school. "No," he replied bluntly before pausing for a moment and adding, "Fine, let's just assume you were possessed yesterday and today was merely a coincidence. So what? The truth is that ever since I got involved with you, nothing but bizarre things have happened to me," he said, causing Zaisu to fall silent with a look of hurt on her face. "Yan Zhen, it wasn't because of me, and I am grateful you saved me," she started, but he interrupted. "If it weren't for you in the first place, none of this would have happened." "Stop pretending we are close," he said before turning his back and walking away, leaving her standing alone on the deserted street as the sun began to set. Just as he reached home and was entering his passcode, Yan Zhen stopped and looked down at the colorful bow on his wrist, hearing Zai Ziu's warning again to not remove it until midnight. "What kind of trick is this now?" he muttered, decisively ripping the fabric off and tossing it into the trash before entering his pitch-black room and flipping the light switch. As soon as the lights came on, Yan Zhen jumped and shouted in shock at the sight of the white dog sitting regally on his bed, falling backward before suddenly remembering its existence. The small dog approached him, and Yan Zhen stammered, You've been here this whole time," as it sat down obediently in front of him. "You must be starving," he said, scratching his head before placing a plate of sausages on the floor, which the dog approached and looked at with an air of boredom. Meanwhile, Yan Zhen lay face down on his bed scrolling through his phone, but while he was preoccupied, a voice suddenly spoke up, saying, "This stuff again." The room where only he and the dog were present, the voice said, "Bring some decent food here," causing Yan Zhen to widen his eyes in alarm and quickly turn to look at the dog. It remained sitting there as if nothing had happened, and as he stared at it intently, it nonchalantly glanced back at him while the mysterious sound echoed in his ears again. "Is it this stuff again? Bring some more delicious food over here," the voice said, and he looked around the cramped room in confusion before glancing back at his phone's screen. His confusion grew as the voice spoke once more, this time seemingly to itself, saying, "Oh well, I'm too hungry, so I'll just settle for this for now." On his phone screen was a pet food store, and Yan Zhen intended to buy some more food for it, but just as he was scrolling through the options, the mysterious voice continued, "After finishing this, bring some good food home," and Yan Zhen scrambled up, his eyes darting around the room as a deep, warm voice resonated. It seemed to come from the dog sitting regally nearby, which asked, "What are you looking for?" making Yan Zhen startle and throw open the window to check as he muttered, "Where is that voice coming from?" The voice spoke again, even more clearly this time, saying, "Are you only just now hearing me?" And Yan Zhen spun around, his sleep-deprived eyes fixed on the empty space in the room. "Is it in here?" he wondered, stunned as cold sweat began to pour down, and then he saw it. The little dog was baring its teeth, looking as if it were grinning at him, and Yan Zhen faced it, remaining motionless for a few seconds before slowly sitting down. He picked up the small dog to examine it closely, feeling every part of its body. He flipped it over and turned it around, checking so thoroughly that the dog began to feel annoyed. It lost its temper and snapped. "Hey, how rude!" The shout right in his face startled Yan Zhen, making him quickly set the dog down and step back to a safe distance to observe the seemingly harmless creature. He thought to himself, "Oh, this dog can talk." Everything had exceeded his imagination. Was he dreaming? His head spun after the string of unbelievable events. Seeing his blank expression, the dog said, "You're confused and can't believe what's happening, right? I've been here all day, but you've only just heard my voice." Then, Yan used spiritual power to manipulate a nearby cabinet. Clatter, clatter, the cabinet door burst open, and a pile of clothes and socks flew out, hitting Yan Zhen square in the face. Annoyed, he pulled off a tattered shirt and threw it away in disgust, letting out a sudden shout. But at that moment, he realized something. The shirt was missing a sleeve. "Do you remember now? It happened yesterday." Terrifying memories suddenly flooded back. The female demon, the chase, and the sensation of his arm being crushed. His last memory was its wide open maw preparing to devour him. A sharp pain suddenly throbbed in his mind, and Yan Zhen quickly reached for his shoulder. He checked to see if his left arm was still there. It was. Caught between memory and reality, he asked in confusion, "What on earth are you talking about? You're wondering how this is possible, aren't you?" As if reading his mind, the dog named Jin continued, "Who do you think I am to be able to stop that monster and even speak to humans?" Seeing Yan Jin's extreme confusion, the dog added, "Hearing this for the first time must be dizzying, right?" So much strange information hitting him at once left Yan Jin stunned. "Who am I and where is this?" Jin offered some advice. "Go call the person responsible for you here." "Huh?" Yan Jin didn't understand. "The one who gave birth to you and protects you. I need to learn about your family." As soon as the words were spoken, Yan Jin replied in a hollow voice, "I don't have anyone." Hearing that, the dog turned to look around the house before suddenly asking, "What? You don't have parents anymore?" He got out of bed and answered dismissively, "I already told you, there's no one else." Watching him nonchalantly open a water bottle to drink, Jin sighed in frustration. What a nuisance. But the dog also thought to itself, so this kid has lived quite resiliently. It seems I didn't choose the wrong person. Meanwhile, Yan Jin was complaining internally. What kind of crazy situation is this? I can't clearly remember last night and now there's this. Jin looked at his back and spoke reproachfully. "Hey, I saved your life. Why haven't I heard a single thank you?" Yan Jin turned around. He gave it a disdainful look. "You saved me. A puppy is stronger than that monster. Does that mean you're a monster too?" Hearing this, Jin was so angry he could hardly breathe. It coldly declared, "You dare call me a monster? I am actually your family's ancestor." That firm assertion left Yan Jin frozen in place. He stood there dazed, sweat dripping down. An ancestor. He stared intently at the dog in front of him and muttered naively, "So a dog is a human ancestor. So was I a dog before?" "Stupid," Jin snapped, fuming with rage. "I am not a dog. Then what are you?" he asked back innocently. Jin was about to go crazy with this descendant. "I'm just inhabiting this body. To you, I look like a dog, but in reality, I'm not." "Oh," Yan Jin replied indifferently. "So you're possessing a dog. Let's put it that way." The dog nodded proudly, but immediately after he made a blunt remark. "Then you're still a dog, aren't you?" "I told you I'm not," Jin barked, trying to explain. "But if there wasn't a suitable human body, you'd still be a dog right now." "I already said that's not it." "Okay," he nodded, pretending to understand. "So an ancestor's ghost is possessing a dog." "It sounded a bit annoying," Jin grumbled. "But that makes sense. Calling me a ghost is technically correct." Yan Jin got straight to the point. "So what do you want from me?" He dejectedly offered a few theories. "Do you want offerings? I don't have money for that kind of thing." Hearing this, the dog just silently turned away as Yan Jin muttered to himself. "If you need that many offerings, why didn't you find a wealthier descendant?" At that moment, Jin's face darkened. The little dog didn't reply but just circled around his feet, sniffing him repeatedly as if searching for something. Fearing it would relieve itself right there, Yan Jin pointed a finger in warning. "Hey, what are you doing? If you need to go, do it somewhere else." Being misunderstood, Jin slowly stopped and immediately switched to a pitiful mode, expressing its feelings. What a truly impoverished clan, to think there's no one left by now. "But," Yan Jin felt a bit disappointed. "You mean there are no other descendants? Am I the only one left?" Jin lowered his head and sadly confirmed it was true before turning around to suggest they support each other from now on, prompting the boy to ask indifferently if he was staying for good. He asked with an air of indifference, to which Jin narrowed his eyes helplessly and asked where else he could go, causing Jin to scream frantically for him to sleep outside if he was so tough. After speaking, he grabbed the edge of the blanket and tossed Jin to the floor, leaving the little dog whimpering in pain about his ungrateful descendant while being told to just sit out there and talk. Jin retorted that he had school and couldn't afford to keep him. Yet despite his words, he picked up his phone and began searching for wheat seeds to buy for the dog. He mocked the idea of an ancestor demanding gourmet food, saying it would bankrupt him, and his logic was so sound that the angry Jin was left completely speechless. Suddenly, the little dog pricked up his ears toward the window, as if he had detected a strange noise and sensed danger, abruptly leaping up and barking loudly. Jin, who was glued to his phone, jumped in surprise and asked what was happening when he saw Jin jumping up and down in such a strange manner. Jin whispered that something was outside while straining to listen, and as Jin stood up in a panic, the dog stared at the window and gravely stated that he had brought back the stone statue from earlier. As Isu trudged into the alleyway with heavy footsteps, Jin dismissively told the dog to stop talking nonsense and move quickly since he didn't believe anyone was there. Jin lunged forward and clung to his head to urge him to leave, and when the boy asked in pain where they should go, Jin pointed outside, leaving Jin frozen in shock before the dog commanded him to stay still. He remained silent for a few seconds to sense his surroundings, but found nothing unusual, so he quickly pulled Jin off his head and told him to stop sitting there. Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying tremor shook the entire room as the heavy thudding sound returned, proving that this was a frightening reality rather than an illusion. Sweat poured off him as Jin pulled his hair to force him up, making him cry out in pain while he cautiously inspected the area with the dog on his shoulders. Suddenly, the dog used his front paws to yank his head to the right, and he froze in terror at the sight before his eyes. Outside the glass door, half of the statue from the school courtyard stood tall, its every footstep producing an earth-shattering sound. It stopped right in front of his house, forcing Jin to hide behind the stairs and whisper in a panic, asking if Jin knew the creature, only to realize it was the statue from the school. He wondered how it had turned into such a monster, but Jin poked his head up and warned that it was no ordinary creature, but an evil spirit. Jin stared at the monster as Jin placed a paw on his face, explaining that there are both evil and good spirits, each with their own unique form. He told him to simply accept such things as a fact of life in this country, while the evil spirit placed its stone hand against the glass. It slowly lowered its head to peer inside, leading Jin to wonder if it was there because of him, just as the creature discovered its target and curled its lips into a hideous grin. Jin confirmed his suspicion as they both watched it, wondering why it was stalking him, since evil spirits usually didn't follow people without a reason. Jin recalled pushing it into a dumpster, and after a few moments of thought, closed his eyes and admitted that he might have provoked it first. At that moment, Jin screamed a warning as the evil spirit delivered a thunderous punch to the door, shattering the frame and the glass into pieces. The terrifying force threw Jin off and sent Jin tumbling to the ground, though it seemed that the evil spirit's intelligence was not particularly high. Due to its own momentum, it stumbled headfirst into the house, and as Jin lamented his ruined home, Jin rushed over and yelled at him to forget the house and run. The evil spirit glared at them with palpable murderous intent, leaving Jin paralyzed with fear until Jin suddenly lunged forward and told him to run away first. Jin was bewildered by the ancestor's actions, but Jin turned his head and ordered him to just do as he was told. The evil spirit struggled back to its feet and chased after Jin, who fled at full speed only to look back and see the small dog standing tall against the giant monster. He wondered if that small figure was truly his ancestor, as Jin asserted his authority, staring at the evil spirit and shouting at the scoundrel, while the debris began to vibrate. His internal power exploded as pink lightning swirled around his body and grew stronger, leading him to fiercely declare, "How dare you lay a hand on my descendant?" The dog opened its jaws wide, preparing to unleash a world-shaking technique, but the only sound that emerged was a series of barks. The evil spirit stood still, staring at the farce before its eyes, before simply raising a hand and swatting Jin several meters away. The dog tumbled a few times and hit the pavement with a thud, then scrambled to its feet and bolted after Jin, leaving the spirit bewildered. Finding it strange, Jin turned to ask while running, "You're running too?" And the awkward question left Jin completely stunned. "Who do you think I am? I just thought you could hold it off for about 10 seconds, Jin replied indifferently. "But it's strange. How did you manage to save me so skillfully yesterday? Or were you lying? You're truly troublesome. What do you gain from mocking me?" Before he could finish his sentence, the evil spirit had already caught up with a loud thud. It lunged down from above and snatched Jin, leaving him utterly terrified as he realized he had been caught. But suddenly his jacket slipped off, sending him falling to the ground while the evil spirit was left holding the garment. It froze for a few seconds before excitedly putting the jacket on and even zipping it up with a satisfied smile, while someone urged him to get up quickly. Jin stood up tremblingly as the evil spirit, looking bizarre in his jacket, placed its hands on the ground in a starting sprint position. Seeing this, the two were struck with terror once again and bolted forward. But just as the evil spirit was about to give chase, a voice suddenly called out, "Come here." Radiant characters appeared in midair as Ziziu held a loudspeaker, blasting Buddhist sutras at the highest possible volume. The sound struck the evil spirit's mind directly, causing it to writhe in agony while Jin watched in shock as Ziziu stood there without a hint of fear, her hand tightly gripping her phone. The device was connected to the speaker, continuously playing sealing incantations, and Jin realized it was Li Ziziu who had fortunately arrived just in time with an 8-hour chanting video that caused the evil spirit's body to burst into flames. Is it afraid?" Jin asked tremulously as he watched the flames consume the monster. But then he suddenly cried out about his jacket, while Ziziu kept her eyes fixed on the fire until Jin froze, sensing something was wrong and wondering if they had truly won. Just as he finished speaking, an uninjured hand and foot emerged from the flames, revealing that the evil spirit had successfully resisted the power of the Buddhist sutras. It slowly stood up and raised its head with an even more terrifying appearance than before, causing Ziziu to recoil in shock as she realized her Buddhist sutras had no effect. In the blink of an eye, the evil spirit appeared right in front of her and swung its fist, but Jin lunged forward and shoved Ziziu aside to help her dodge the blow. The forceful shove sent them both tumbling to the ground, and as Jin groaned in pain, a terrified Ziziu turned to see the evil spirit raising its foot, aiming directly for the loudspeaker. Then earth-shattering stomp, the speaker was pulverized and the concrete road cracked open. Then the evil spirit bent down to pick up a jagged fragment, shouldered it for momentum, and hurled it straight at the two of them. "Watch out!" Concrete fragments rained down on Ziziu, scratching her legs, while Jin desperately tried to shield her but was still struck by large stones before a horrific explosion occurred, leaving them both collapsed on the ground as the dust settled. Jin struggled to sit up and called out to the motionless Li Ziziu, but his heart sank as the evil spirit emerged from the explosion, leaving him staring in utter disbelief. However, a strange sound from Ziziu's direction caught his attention as she desperately tried to light a bundle of incense, prompting Jin to shout that they needed to flee immediately. "Please," Ziziu pleaded weakly while stubbornly continuing to light the incense. And just as Jin was about to scream at her again, he suddenly froze in his tracks, his eyes filled with absolute horror as the evil spirit loomed over Ziziu, hoisting a car above its head with both hands, prepared to crush her. The image of his pet dog, Jin, flashed through his mind as he remembered the promise to get out, and Jin desperately scrambled up to sprint toward Ziziu, shouting for help. He let out a roar and leaped forward with all his might to shield Zaiziu, ready to face death. But instead of pain, he stepped into a void and found himself in a strange land as the space began to transform. Yan Jin stood dazed, unable to comprehend how the sky had turned so bleak or where everyone had vanished to. A sense of dread washed over him as he called out for Li Zaiziu and his ancestor, only for a pair of feet to appear behind him as a warm voice spoke. "I finally hear my descendants' desperate plea for help," the voice said, causing Yan Jin to spin around in shock and call out Jin's name. A mysterious man in black ancient robes emerged from the mist, his golden eyes glowing piercingly in the dark, as Ziu Jin demanded to know who he was and why he was dressed that way. "Who else could it be?" the man replied calmly, leaving Yan Jin stunned as he asked if the boy truly didn't recognize his own ancestor's voice. With a smirk, the man's face flickered between a human form and the dog Jin, leading Yan Jin to finally realize this was indeed his ancestor. "Indeed, I am your forefather," the man affirmed, stepping close enough to send a shiver down Yan Jin's spine before gently taking his hand. He spoke of the 12 original gods and revealed himself as the ruler of dragons, transferring a surge of warm power into Yan Jin's body. As his palm erupted in a brilliant light, a world-shaking energy exploded within him, snapping Yan Jin back to the present moment. With the promise of borrowed power still echoing in his ears, he didn't hesitate to manifest that energy into a weapon. As he summoned a blade to face the evil spirit, Zaiziu watched in disbelief while Yan Jin charged forward with eyes full of fire. The ancestral power manifested as a massive blade that effortlessly cleaved a car in two, triggering a violent explosion. Seizing the moment while the spirit was disoriented, he delivered a sharp strike to its hideous form before tumbling to the ground from the momentum. Zaiziu cried out in worry as Yan Jin struggled to stand, staring at the car he had actually managed to slice in half. Jin, in his canine form, barked at him to get up before he was shredded, prompting Yan Jin to rise and curse the unexpected weight of the sword. To his horror, the spirit's wounds healed instantly, and it let out a furious roar before lunging at him like a ravenous predator. A powerful elbow strike sent Yan Jin flying into a pile of scrap metal, his sword slipping from his grasp in the chaos. As he scrambled to his feet, the towering spirit stood before him and let out a roar that turned his face pale with terror. Jin suddenly leaped at the spirit's face, screaming for Yan Jin to run while he still had the chance. Jin was absolutely livid when Yan Jin actually took the advice and fled, though the boy shouted back for the dog to handle it himself. The spirit swatted Jin aside and caught up to Yan Jin in an instant, prompting the dog to scream at him to use the sword. Gritting his teeth, Yan Jin spun around and gripped his weapon tightly, unleashing a sudden horizontal slash. The spirit was forced to contort its body to dodge, giving Yan Jin the opening to pour all his strength into a follow-up strike as Zaiziu cheered him on. Bolstered by her support, Yan Jin began swinging his blade wildly, a sight that seemed to baffle even the evil spirit. Suddenly, the sword slipped from his hands, slicing through nearby flowers before soaring into the air, and Yan Jin immediately turned to run again. The spirit pursued him relentlessly through a rain of falling petals, until a sudden sense of foreboding made it glance upward in caution. As a single petal drifted over its eye, the spirit's pupil contracted, and a flood of old memories suddenly came rushing back. It recalled a flickering room where two craftsmen worked on a metal head, the sound of saws filling the air near a photograph of an athlete. When the human-like statue was finally finished, it caused a sensation among the public, who marveled at how perfectly it captured the man's likeness. Even television reporters arrived to film the scene. The statue was modeled after a legendary track athlete, the greatest pride of South Korea. The host stared at the statue for a long time and wondered why he was bald. A cherry blossom petal drifted by, veiling the memory. It was a memory of his most glorious days. Groups of tourists visited, children played nearby, and beautiful girls posed for photos with the statue. Standing under the blazing sun, it proudly listened to two girls talking. "Come on, strike a pose like him," they said, followed by clear, ringing laughter. Suddenly, the statue glanced down. A female voice cried out, "Oh my God, he's taking a photo right in front of his own statue." A man in a baseball cap was posing exactly like the statue's starting position. A middle-aged woman approached the man, her voice filled with admiration. "Our son is also obsessed with track and field. He's a huge fan of yours. Thank you for being such an inspiration. We truly loved your memoir." Even from its towering pedestal, the statue heard every word. Then it began to weep. Time passed and a rope was tightened across its shoulders. A crane hoisted it up, and from then on, it was left all alone. It stood silently in the freezing rain with droplets trailing down its eyes. They looked just like tears of sorrow and loneliness. Snapping out of its memories, the evil spirit watched Yan Zhen, who was still running for his life. Suddenly, its pace slowed, At that moment, Yan Zhen tripped and fell face first onto the cold ground. He turned back in a panic, clutching his head and screaming in fear. The evil spirit lunged forward with a gust of wind. Strangely, it zipped right past him. Yan Zhen was stunned, looking up in confusion as the spirit ran toward a banner. It was an old marathon banner. The spirit arched its back and spread its arms wide in a victory pose. Imaginary petals fluttered in the air. It dashed through the iron finish line with arms wide, immersed in the glory of victory as the crowd's cheers and applause echoed in its mind. It proudly bit its gold medal, imagining the woman's praise and fans clamoring for autographs. It had become a celebrity, an idol adored by children everywhere. The spirit continued to run toward the petals, chasing the radiant triumph within its own illusion. Meanwhile, Yan Zhen and Jin could only stare blankly, completely bewildered. Li Zaizu also stood there with a giant question mark over her head. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the sky. The evil spirit vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving the three of them standing there in shock. What on earth was that? Jin narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before speaking in a raspy voice. It seems it achieved its goal and has moved on. Why so suddenly? He wondered. As I said, the dog explained, evil spirits aren't dangerous as long as you follow their rules. What are those rules? It depends on each soul's purpose for existing, Jin said slowly. That's why I asked why it was angry. It was definitely your fault. Are you kidding me? Yan Zhen immediately retorted. Soon after, night fell over the city, and Yan Zhen returned to his room. Groaning in pain, he checked the wound on his arm. He grimaced and asked, Jin, is my bone cracked? Don't worry, the dog reassured him. Then he suddenly turned to Zaizu, who was sitting quietly in the corner. Young lady, are you all right? Zaizu scratched her arm, hesitating to answer. Suddenly she bowed her head and shouted, Thank you. Zhen stared wide-eyed, while her face turned bright red with guilt and embarrassment. You're Yan Zhen's ancestor, aren't you? Late at night, at the marathon finish line, the broken iron barrier suddenly glowed with a strange light and mended itself. A car that had been snapped in two nearby suddenly floated into the air. The fragments reassembled themselves perfectly. The shattered glass of a shop window healed. A broken apricot branch automatically reattached to the tree trunk. Under the streetlights, the silhouettes of 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, appeared. They walked with their arms around each other, laughing and joking before vanishing into the night. In a small room somewhere, an ancient sword sat solemnly on a shelf. Zaizu hesitated for a moment before daring to ask, Are you Yan Zhen's ancestor? Jin froze for a few seconds, then raised an eyebrow. So you can see me. The little dog asked curiously, Are you an exorcist? The girl quickly shook her head and whispered, No, I'm not. I'm an exorcist's daughter. Ha ha ha, Jin laughed. An exorcist's daughter, I see. Recalling the time Jin saved her life, Zaisu spoke with deep gratitude. You saved me from that monster last time, but I fainted right after. She smiled gently. I haven't had the chance to thank you properly yet. Thank you so much. Suddenly, Yan Jin cut in. He stared at Zaisu in disbelief. Can you actually hear this dog talking? She nodded honestly. Hearing that, Yan Jin breathed a sigh of relief. So I'm not schizophrenic. Zaisu looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. Schizophrenic, really? At that moment, Jin smiled and asked her, How did you know I was this kid's ancestor? Zaisu looked at the dog and the boy sitting before her. She imagined Jin in human form and compared him to Yan Jin. Then she gave a sincere smile. Because you two look very much alike. What? Yan Jin couldn't accept this. She blushed and whispered an explanation. Yan Jin, don't you see it? See what? He pressed, frowning. Your ancestor's appearance. Jin suddenly turned to Yan Jin and asked, Can't you see my incredibly handsome face? Huh? The little dog was extremely confident in his outstanding looks. He said triumphantly, It's only natural for women to feel shy before my beauty. Yan Jin scoffed in disgust. He grabbed a mirror and held it up to Jin. Oh yeah, you're just gorgeous. As soon as he finished, the man and the dog immediately lunged at each other, brawling until they were bruised. Meanwhile, Zaisu pulled out her phone. Yan Jin, look at this. As he glanced over, she snapped a photo. A rabbit filter munching on a carrot appeared right where Jin was in midair. What is that? He shouted. Yan Jin stared at the phone and screamed. Oh my God, how did you do that? He refused to believe his eyes, telling himself it must be an app glitch. She turned to Jin. Great ancestor, please move closer to Yan Jin. Immediately, a disgusting filter appeared right next to Yan Jin's face. Next was a mask filter, which did the same thing. Still refusing to believe it, he waved his hands wildly around him to check if Jin's presence was actually there. Jin just frowned, acting as if he didn't care. It was getting late and the streetlights outside had turned on. The clock struck 9:05 p.m. Aren't you going home? Yan Jin asked. It's already 9. Zaisu was startled and hesitated to speak. Finally, she whispered, I can't go back. Yan Jin stared at her while taking a sip of water. Why? He asked. Zaisu took a deep breath to gather her courage. My mother is possessed just like me. She's strong enough to summon an evil spirit easily. Hearing this, Yan Jin's eyes widened. If I go home like this, her voice trembled with fear and sadness, my mother will forcibly possess me again. Then she'll come for you just like that evil spirit did. Why would your mother come for me? He asked curiously. Because she wants your body, she replied bluntly. Jin was also stunned by this. Why my body? Yan Jin frowned. Zaisu turned sharply, her sharp gaze fixed on him. Because you are a vessel for souls. Zaisu stood up, picked up a bowl, and approached him. Wait a moment. She filled the white bowl with water. She held it in front of him. Her reflection appeared on the water's surface. This is a normal person, she said quietly, then decisively poured the water out. She held up the empty bowl. And this is you, she explained seriously. In the future, more and more spirits will want to seize this empty vessel that is you. Yan Jin could only gulp. I didn't know how to explain it before, so I didn't say anything. What those spirits want is you, she said, looking straight into his eyes. What the hell? Yan Jin frowned, bewildered. You didn't know? Jin, who had been silent, suddenly chimed in. The dog spoke bluntly. All these strange things keep happening because of you. Hearing this, Yan Jin's face turned pale. He suddenly remembered the words he had said to Zaisu. Strange things have been happening ever since I got involved with you. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. At that time, she had repeatedly tried to explain. No, it wasn't me, but he hadn't listened. Yan Jin's face darkened. Nothing happened before your birthday. Zaisu's voice suddenly rang in his ear. After saying that, she also fell silent. Suddenly, she approached Jin, quietly knelt down, and said respectfully, Great Ancestor, I sincerely beg you, please help me. Jin looked at her for a moment. Do you remember asking if your mother was a sorceress who worshipped ghosts as gods? Zaisu flinched at the question, insisting her mother didn't realize what she was doing. Zaisu quickly explained that her mother wasn't originally known for fortune-telling, but she had always been deeply devoted to her prayers. As she spoke, an image of a woman sitting in the woods appeared. One day, she returned claiming she had welcomed a deity. Afterward, the once quiet shrine became so popular that people had to book a year in advance. She recalled hiding behind the door, curiously watching the visitors. However, she felt that entity was nothing like a god. Her voice trembled, remembering the sinister grin of the demon looming behind her mother. As a child, she naively asked if the spirit her mother worshipped was truly a god, only to be met with a stinging slap that sent her sprawling. Clutching her face, she heard her mother scream about blasphemy. That terrifying expression still haunted her until Jin's voice identified it as an evil spirit. Zaisu pursed her lips and continued quietly, explaining that she had tried to escape the spirit haunting her mother, but it was futile. It summoned a dark spirit and coerced her. Jin nodded, noting that since she was a soul sorceress, it made sense that standard rituals had failed. Yan Jin had already climbed onto the bed to play on his phone, acting indifferent. Jin suddenly offered his help, leaving Zaisu in disbelief. He explained with a smile that she deserved help for risking herself to save Yan Jin, then asked Yan Jin if he agreed. Yan Jin looked awkward, questioning why he had to help too, while Zaisu bowed repeatedly in joy, thanking the old man profusely. Despite Yan Jin's protests, Jin smiled contentedly and suggested they sleep. The girl obediently used a roll of toilet paper as a pillow. Yan Jin shouted, asking what she was doing. She calmly replied she was sleeping there since she couldn't go home or to a friend's house. Yan Jin wondered about the girl with the hair bun, but Zaisu clarified that she was a friend of the dark spirit, not hers. Yan Jin held his face in frustration, telling her to just pretend to be close, but she softly pleaded for him to listen to her. When she asked to stay the night, he coldly refused. She promised she would only sleep, prompting him to snap at her to just do it. Jin stretched on the bed and teased them about sharing it before glancing at Yan Jin and announcing he was heading out. Yan Jin yelled in frustration as the man left the room, while Zaisu spoke up tentatively. She asked to borrow some old shorts, leaving Yan Jin stunned. Later that night, Zaisu lay in the dark, her face turning pale. In her dream, she was held down with a blade nearby. She apologized to her cold-eyed mother, who just smirked and slammed the door. She sobbed and pounded on the door to be let in. Inside the room lay a blood-stained handbook next to a jar covered in talismans. Gasping in terror, Zaisu huddled in a corner until a ghost with bulging eyes suddenly lunged at her. The ghost greeted her as she whimpered for her mother in her sleep. Seeing her tears, Jin immediately went to lie down beside her. He helped her settle into a peaceful sleep. Elsewhere, a woman sat before an altar where flickering candlelight illuminated rows of Buddha statues. Zaisu's mother tapped her fingers rhythmically on a table covered in white rice, her gaze cold and piercing. She suddenly struck the table, scattering the rice, and screamed Li Zaisu's name in a rage, her eyes turning completely white. She wondered where the girl had gone as child spirits crawled over her, vowing to stuff Zaisu's head into a jar once she returned. The next morning, Yan Jin looked exhausted on his bed, his dark circles suggesting he hadn't slept a wink all night. Yan Jin checked his phone to see it was 8:46 a.m. before sluggishly getting up and heading toward the bathroom door. He scratched his head and let out a long yawn with a pitifully sleepy face, only to be startled by the sight of Zai-Su brushing her teeth as if she were in her own home. Both of them froze and stared at each other for a second before she shrieked and slammed the door shut, leaving Yan Jin standing outside motionless with his mouth agape in shock. The white dog, Jin, trotted up from behind and teased him by saying that Yan Jin looked much more refreshed this morning compared to last night, and a short while later. Inside the sun-drenched apartment, Zai-Su sat blankly on the bed watching Yan Jin struggle to pack a large trash bag, and she curiously asked where he was planning to go. He replied curtly without turning around that the fridge was empty, irritably recalling how Jin had criticized the pile of cereal on the table and asked what kind of food it was. Jin had demanded he go buy something delicious immediately, leading Yan Jin to helplessly explain that his ancestor seemed to be quite difficult to please. He then surprised Zai-Su by adding that since she was a guest, he should treat her to something, while Jin rolled around on the bed and urged them to hurry up. Jin insisted he had barely eaten and told them to bring back beef, causing Yan Jin to grumble in frustration before Zai-Su stood up with a bright smile and offered to go with him, to which he tiredly agreed. A moment later, they arrived at the trash disposal area where Yan Jin gently set the bag down, and Zai-Su suddenly spoke up to offer him a compliment. She smiled and looked at him with admiration, remarking that he seemed as mature as an adult despite still being a student, but he modestly replied that it was just due to his circumstances. As they walked in silence, Yan Jin felt a bit embarrassed and awkward from her earlier praise, so he stole a glance at Zai-Su, who looked as radiant as ever with a warm smile. She looked up at the sky and remarked on how beautiful the weather was, which made him suddenly remember the harsh words he had said to her and feel deeply remorseful. He recalled telling her that nothing would have happened if they hadn't met, and as her shocked and sad expression flashed in his mind, he blamed himself for everything. Lost in thought, his pace slowed until he finally mustered the courage to call out to her. But when Zai-Su turned around, he could only manage a faint mumble. He started to say something but hesitated, and as she waited in silence, Yan Jin suddenly cried out and clutched his head, slumping down wearily while she looked on in confusion. Keeping his head down and unable to face Zai-Su, he spoke with total sincerity to apologize to her, though she just scratched her back and asked in bewilderment what he was sorry for. He muttered that he had been too harsh and that it was all his fault, and it took a moment for Zai-Su to understand before she stood there in surprised silence as Yan Jin kept his head lower. His voice trembled and his palms began to sweat as he thanked her for helping him so much despite his behavior, his face actually flushing deep red from embarrassment. Drenched in sweat, he tried to promise that he would support her no matter what happens in the future, but Zai-Su suddenly leaned down and noted that he was much more thoughtful than others. She looked him straight in the eye, causing him to jump up in surprise, but she told him not to worry about it because she didn't mind at all, crossing her arms with a bright, comforting smile. She added that it was partly her fault and that he had been injured because of her anyway, so they should call it even, leaving Yan Jin too flustered to respond as he turned his head away. He quietly sighed in relief and agreed that they should hurry to buy the groceries, and the two of them then entered a nearby supermarket together. As soon as Zai-Su tossed a large bag of candy into the cart, Yan Jin stopped her and asked in confusion why she was buying it while he tried to hold onto the package. She explained it was for him to eat whenever he felt hungry, so he thanked her helplessly before she innocently asked if there was anything else he needed to get. He dejectedly mentioned that would be all for now, adding that he was almost out of money, which left Zai-Su feeling quite puzzled. She told him to keep shopping because she would pay for everything, and when he asked why she would do that, she pulled out a credit card and grinned, saying it was no big deal. She explained it was Song Jin's money, totaling nearly 10 million won, and quickly told the speechless boy to consider it a fee for his exorcism services. After finishing their shopping, they left the store with Zai-Su happily munching on her candy, while Yan Jin carried a massive bag of groceries, feeling quite stunned in his heart. He thought about how this was his first time buying so many things at a supermarket, and she suddenly remembered to praise his cooking skills, though he just replied that it was nothing special. Zai-Su ignored his speechless expression and excitedly remarked that with all these ingredients, they were definitely going to have a delicious meal. Suddenly, Yan Jin's eyes flew open as he realized something. Right in front of him, Jan was approaching with his head down, staring at his phone. The red alert in his mind blared loudly as he wondered why the other hadn't arrived yet. Jan looked up with a puzzled expression and suddenly cried out. Only Zai-Su stood before Jan, holding a bag of candy with a dazed expression. He recognized her as Yan Jin's rumored girlfriend, and she gave a flustered smile. "Hello," he politely replied. Not far away, Yan Jin was kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath, wondering why Jan was even there. He looked up at the sky and lamented, "Oh, for heaven's sake, certain that the guy would start making wild assumptions. He anxiously checked his phone to see it was 10:58. The group chat was already chaotic, with Zhan boasting about talking to Yan Jin's cute girlfriend. Yan Jin muttered that Zhan should just wait. "You're dead when I see you," he muttered. After reading the annoying messages, he sighed wearily, put his phone away, and continued his walk home. Behind his solitary figure, a massive and grotesque shadow slowly drew near. Yan Jin remained oblivious, his eyes still fixed on his phone screen. A large, pitch-black hand reached out to seize him, but suddenly, a soccer ball flew out of nowhere and struck Yan Jin directly in the head. The impact not only caused him sharp pain, but also made the dark shadow momentarily dissipate as the ball went rolling down the sidewalk. Yan Jin rubbed his head in irritation and turned to complain, only to find a strange boy with black hair and an eerily calm face standing there. The boy had deep, dark circles under his eyes as if he hadn't slept in a year. Yan Jin rubbed his head and asked if he was the one who threw it. The boy, who clearly seemed unusual, looked at him and told him he should be more careful. Yan Jin, completely baffled, argued back in annoyance. "I'm the one who should be saying that. You're the one who needs to be careful," he retorted, but the toddlers suddenly surrounded him and told him to watch the road. "It's dangerous and we're just worried about you," they said. Yan Jin was stunned, unable to understand why he was being lectured by a bunch of toddlers. They waved goodbye while reminding him to be more cautious in the future. Helpless, he could only thank them in response. As he watched the children run off, he thought they were quite strange, yet the older boy with the dark circles remained standing still. The boy stared at him intensely for a moment before turning to walk away calmly. Yan Jin watched him go, wondering what on earth was happening now. Meanwhile, near the supermarket, Zaisu was wandering alone with her bag of candy. She wondered if he had left already and reached for her phone to call him. A terrifyingly large shadow with a deformed foot appeared behind her. A moment later, both Zaisu and the shadow vanished. Only the bag of candy remained abandoned on the pavement. Back at the apartment, Jin woke up from a nap as the door opened and asked if he was back. With saliva still dripping from its mouth, it asked why he was alone. Seeing Yan Jin's silence, the creature felt a sense of unease. It jumped off the bed and asked about the girl. Yan Jin busied himself putting away the groceries and replied that she would likely return soon. 15 minutes passed and Yan Jin grew anxious. He called her repeatedly, but the line only emitted a series of long dial tones. Eventually, an automated message informed him she couldn't be reached. He wondered if something was wrong while Jin's dog-like face turned serious. Unable to wait any longer, Yan Jin rushed out the door while still trying to call her. He looked around the area in a state of panic. Then he spotted Zaisu's figure slowly approaching from a distance. He ran toward her and asked where she had been. She didn't answer, but suddenly called his name with a strange smile, asking him where he had gone earlier. I went ahead," he stammered, scratching his head. "I was afraid Zhan would see us." "Who is Zhan?" she asked. She let out a sound of realization and smiled terrifyingly, asking if he was a bad person, to which he replied that he was just a friend who teased. He hurriedly tried to explain, but by then, Yan Zhen sensed something was wrong. He looked up, meeting her gaze directly for the first time since their reunion. Zaizu looked strangely different, exuding an infuriatingly gloomy aura. Her eyes were dark and soulless, paired with a bizarre smile. As he instinctively glanced down at her chest, Yan Zhen's expression suddenly shifted. He realized something was wrong but still stepped closer, asking in confusion, "What's wrong with your face?" Instantly, Zaizu's eyes turned a blood-red hue. A bone-chilling wind swept past, blending with her haunting laughter as the disguise shattered. The lower face and neck of the imposter cracked into grotesque red fragments, revealing the true form of a white-haired old man in tattered medieval rags. Waving his ragged sleeves, he grinned widely with terrifyingly sharp eyes and proclaimed himself the boogeyman. Yan Zhen hadn't even had time to process what was happening. While he was still staring in bewilderment, Jin let out a loud shout, but it was too late. Jin watched helplessly as the boy vanished before his eyes, leaving behind only a maddening pile of fluttering ash. In silence, Jin stared intently at the trail of dust with a grim expression, cursing that he had let the target escape. The small dog stepped forward, sniffing around frantically in an attempt to find any remaining traces. Suddenly, a mocking voice drifted from behind, remarking that the look suited him. Jin immediately grew wary, and Jin Dao glanced back over his shoulder. He saw a figure in black, no taller than a primary school student. "How does it feel to live as a dog?" the figure taunted. It was the same dark-eyed boy who had once saved Yan Zhen. "Quite confident, aren't you?" Jin remarked. The boy with the haunting, terrifying eyes looked at Jin and noted it had been a long time. With a sharp gaze, he called the dog by his true name, Ding Mao Bing Su. Jin was stunned. This person was clearly connected to the demon realm and possessed extraordinary power. Looking at the boy's small stature, he asked suspiciously, "You, What's with that body? The strange boy smirked, though his eyes were filled with resentment as he wondered if Jin was being serious or just mocking him. Jin truly meant no harm and simply scratched his canine face in confusion. "How did you break the seal?" the boy asked, radiating murderous intent. "I have no idea," Jin replied calmly with a smirk and a shake of his head. "Perhaps one of your kind is dissatisfied, or maybe some demon god wants to trouble me." Growing irritated, the young boy didn't bother to answer. He pulled a paper fan from a strange box on his back, which emitted sparks of electricity and a mystical blue glow. A small, swirling cyclone surged toward Jin. Simultaneously, a long blue and red robe materialized over the boy's clothes. The attack generated a powerful gust that threatened to blow Jin's canine body away. Those currents of wind then transformed into massive spears. Sharp spears lunged forward in a torrent. Jin immediately reverted to his human form, ready to defend himself. But before he could act, the wind spears halted, pointing directly at his throat. The fan in the boy's hand continued to radiate immense energy as his robe flickered with ethereal flames. "I can tear you apart and seal you away again at any moment," he threatened. The children surrounding them were also formidable, their bodies emitting white magic while wearing ancient priest-like robes. The frozen steel cyclone suddenly sprouted hundreds of sharp thorns aimed at Jin's face as the boy declared he alone was enough. "Let me ask you something," Jin said calmly, showing no fear. He easily transformed back into a dog to escape the thorn matrix and began his questioning. "The ones who messed with my body, aren't you?" The boy remained silent, then suddenly gave a strange smile and folded his paper fan. He tapped the fan against his palm, causing the rigid vortex behind him to shatter and crumble away. Tucking the fan back and letting his mystical robe vanish, he took a box lid from the children and replied, "Why don't you go ask the angels?" With that, he turned to leave, but added a clarification that he was seeing this for the first time as well. "Then why did you seal me?" Jin asked while sitting down. His question made the children turn back in surprise. "Was it because you were afraid of me?" This caused the boy to stop in his tracks and look back at Jin with a furrowed brow. His lips quivered, but he ultimately stayed silent. After a long pause, he spat out an insult, calling Jin an idiot, before vanishing into a cloud of white smoke without waiting for his subordinates. "Who are you calling an idiot?" Jin grumbled in annoyance. "Leaving just like that? A gentleman like me will let it slide this time." Suddenly, Jin remembered something important. Now is not the time for this. He lowered his head to the ground again, continuing to sniff around. He didn't notice the innocent calls of "puppy, puppy," until he looked up and jumped in fright. A child's face with sparkling eyes and a drooling, rounded mouth was already inches away from his own. Still muttering to himself, a group of children surrounded Jian with sparkling, excited eyes, pointing out that the man he sought was the one dressed in black. "Is it the one with the messy hair?" one child asked, offering to help find him, while another boy gleefully tugged at Jian's ears. He cheered that they looked like rabbit ears, as the children insisted they knew the man's location. While inside a damp, filthy room, rhythmic creaking echoed under a ceiling covered in exorcism talismans. A pair of rough hands sharpened a blade incessantly while muttering a chilling melody, the noise eventually causing Yan Jin to stir and slowly open his eyes. "Be good now, eat some cake," a voice said, and as he looked up, he saw a terrifying old man crouching on the floor, leaving him wondering what was happening and where he was. Yan Jin looked around in a daze, realizing he was bound tightly in tattered straw as the sound of the sharpening knife quickened, accompanied by a ghostly chant. "Crybabies get eaten by tigers, and naughty children go into the sack," the man sang, tilting his head to reveal wicked eyes on a wrinkled face, as Yan Jin realized with horror that this was the man who had impersonated Zai Ziu. His face turned pale with fear as he gritted his teeth and struggled to break free from the straw, but a mournful voice calling his name made him freeze. Looking to his side, he saw Zai Ziu tied up in the same manner, her face flushed from crying, making him wonder if she had also been captured. Suddenly, a pile of white salt dumped onto the floor right in front of Yan Jin, while the old man continued his oblivious singing about seasoning and pickling. "It seems we're about to be pickled," Zai Ziu sobbed, mentioning she had heard the song 4 times already, leaving Yan Jin horrified at the thought of being turned into paste. He soon felt salt pouring over his entire body as the old man stopped singing to cough, leaving Yan Jin stunned as he watched himself being seasoned. To his absolute horror, he realized he was completely naked, letting out a miserable groan before burying his betrayed face in the pile of salt. "Where are my clothes?" he whispered to Zai Ziu, asking if she had seen everything, to which she replied that she hadn't while turning her head away. "Don't look at me either," she added as the old man stopped sharpening his blade and stood up with the sharp weapon, his footsteps approaching as Yan Jin kept his head down. Drenched in sweat, Zaizu also lay face down and held her breath as the noise ceased, leaving a terrifying silence that made Yan Jin wonder if he had finally left. Yan Jin gathered his courage to peek, only to be met by a hideous, wrinkled face with a savage grin as the old man gleefully asked if he was awake. Yan Jin froze in silence as the old man's neck suddenly elongated, bringing his head down to the floor to stare into his eyes with a ghastly gaze while calling him a naughty child. What? Yan Jin asked in confusion, questioning why he was considered naughty, while Zaizu stopped crying and protested that they were actually good children. Her fear turned into a sense of indignation as she demanded rice cakes for being good, prompting a panicked Yan Jin to warn her not to provoke him. How will you prove you are good children? The old man growled, to which Yan Jin tensely countered by asking how he could prove they were bad. When asked to prove their filial piety, Yan Jin was stunned and admitted he couldn't since he had no parents, causing the old man's eyes to bulge in shock. The man hissed in fury, calling him disrespectful for defying his parents, which sent a wave of terror through both Yan Jin and Zaizu. He raised his knife and pointed it at Yan Jin's face, grinning as he declared him the perfect ingredient for pickling, leaving the boy slumped over and too weak to argue. That's not true, Zaizu cried out, explaining that Yan Jin really had no parents, but the boogeyman ignored her and claimed she was also unfilial. Zaizu interjected, noting that being unfilial seemed to be her only crime, but the man turned back to criticize Yan Jin, equating disrespect toward parents with murder. Calling it a monstrous sin, the madman swung his sharp blade to strike, but in that life-or-death moment, Yan Jin calmly stated that they had passed away. The old man froze and his screaming stopped, but he suddenly turned and pointed at Zaizu, insisting that she must be the unfilial child instead. Both were bewildered by the turn of events, and as Yan Jin grew frustrated, the old man began to recount a vision of a young woman praying before an altar. He claimed that Zaizu's mother prayed every night for the boogeyman to take her disobedient daughter away, leaving Zaizu stunned and heartbroken as she stammered that it was indeed her mother. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from outside as the persistent ringing of a bell interrupted their conversation. The old man fell silent, glancing toward the door with a contemplative look before stepping toward it and telling the two trembling youths to wait there obediently. His figure gradually vanished behind the door, and once the commotion died down, the door slammed shut. Yan Jin and Zaizu looked at each other in confusion, feeling a sense of relief. He straightened his back and tried to sit up, though the tattered cloth was cumbersome and made their movements quite uncomfortable. Zaizu had to brush the salt out of her hair, realizing that this was their shrine. She suddenly recognized the place, much to his surprise. He buried his face in his hands and groaned in exhaustion. Ha, we're doomed. Why weren't you planning to come here anyway? What's the point of being here now? Yan Jin grumbled. She waved her hand, suggesting he pull out his knife, but he replied helplessly that he had left it at home and even forgotten the offerings as Zaizu's eyes widened innocently. She spread her hands in a cute gesture and asked, "Isn't it supposed to just appear like this? It happened that way last time." "What?" he asked, looking bewildered. Even in this tense situation, the two continued their casual banter until Yan Jin snapped. "Do you think this is a comic book? If not, then I'm sorry, but we need to get out of here first. Going through this door means running into that old man again." "Yan Jin," Zaizu suddenly cried out. She had stood up at some point and was pointing seriously toward another door in the back. They both decided to exit through that way, salt falling from them with every step. As soon as they stepped out, Yan Jin's eyes widened in shock as he looked around at everything from the brightly lit floor to the walls intricately carved with religious figures. He stared in awe at the massive Buddha statue and the large blades planted around it, wondering what on earth this was, until Zaizu called out to him. She had just found a wardrobe in the back and suggested they wear the clothes inside for now, as it would be embarrassing to go out like this. They then shed the salt-covered rags. Turning their backs to each other, they warned one another not to peek. Each in their own corner, they silently put on the temple robes. Yan Jin picked a white outfit with only a waist tie, the hem occasionally fluttering to reveal his thighs. He shyly covered himself and asked how he could go out like this, while Zaizu, wearing a yellow cassock, laughed and offered to pay for the taxi. "No need," he replied. She pointed toward the large, glowing door ahead and asked if they would reach the courtyard by leaving through there. Yan Jin was staring blankly when he suddenly noticed something. He frowned as sweat poured down and his expression turned grave. "Hey, there's a tall figure outside that bright door. I think someone is there," he said. Both fell silent, watching the door intently as the figure drew very close and the door slowly creaked open. A person wearing a red top and purple pants entered. Tense and terrified, Yan Jin and Zaizu quickly hid inside a small cabinet in the corner. Outside, the sun had nearly set, and darkness was gradually taking over. The shrine courtyard was silent, with only the twilight casting shadows on a solitary tree. After sitting in the cabinet for a while without hearing anything, he wondered why it was so quiet. Yan Jin risked reaching out to crack the door open for a look, but just as he opened a small slit, a face was pressed right against it. Bulging eyes stared directly into his, and the corners of the mouth curled into a chilling smile. Yan Jin recoiled, remaining strangely calm as he quickly slammed the door shut and pressed his hands against the cabinet slit before turning to Zai Ziu. With a serious face, he whispered that they were dead. "What's wrong?" she asked timidly, but it was futile as the intruder easily pulled open the cabinet door on Zai Ziu's side, revealing a large silhouette. The head was obscured by the cabinet frame, making the figure look even more terrifying. Zai Ziu suddenly froze as if recognizing the person, then backed away and called out, "Mother," much to Yan Jin's astonishment. Immediately after, a hand reached in, grabbed her head, and violently dragged her out. "Ah!" Zai Ziu screamed in pain. "Li Zai Ziu!" Yan Jin shouted in panic, unable to do anything in time. The woman dragged her out and pushed her down onto the cold floor. Zai Ziu trembled, not daring to look up as a cold voice rang out. "You're back, yet you didn't say a word." The dark figure became clear as the woman called her daughter's name coldly. "Zai Ziu, I was so worried." She glared down at her daughter for a moment before glancing toward the cabinet. Her sharp, cold gaze fixed on the panicked face of Yan Jin, who was still sitting there in shock. She smirked, as if asking if she had brought a friend home too. Yan Jin tried to break the thick atmosphere by scrambling out from under the table and trying to appear calm. "Ah," he said, standing up and dusting off his clothes. "My family has an emergency, so I should probably head home first." The woman remained standing there in silence, her lips curled into an unchanging smile. "Next time, come play again next time," Yan Jin added, trying to dispel the eerie silence, while Zai Ziu looked up at him with a desperate and confused expression. Yan Jin grew even more tense and turned to her, blurting out a lie. "Hey, Li Zai Ziu, I don't know the way back. Can you show me the way?" The woman still said nothing. She only maintained that bone-chilling, cold smile. Yan Jin quickly grabbed Zai Ziu's hand, and as they both turned to run outside in a daze, she suddenly pursed her lips. A peculiar whirring sound resonated, identical to the one from before. The noise caused Yan Zhen to freeze as if his feet were nailed to the floor while she slowly turned around. Her voice was soft as she offered a reminder that one should greet their friends' parents upon meeting them. A chilling sensation ran down Yan Zhen's spine as he stopped and looked down at his feet. A severed, gray, and hideous hand gripped his ankle tightly. Immediately after, a swarm of other hands erupted from the floor, clawing at him. Dozens of withered, skeletal faces with sunken sockets wailed in silent screams, desperately clinging to his body. Zai Ziu's mother finally revealed her true form, her eyes flashing with a sharp glint. Her voice was icy and insolent as she asked if he hadn't been raised with any manners. Darkness surged forward, engulfing Yan Zhen and the multitude of ghostly arms as he stood completely stunned. "Yan Zhen," she called his name, her pupils shrinking as she glared at him. "Children who aren't taught properly need a lesson," she said as the evil spirits reached out. They shoved both him and Zai Ziu to the ground. "There's no need to look back," Zai Ziu's mother said with a triumphant smirk, "because you won't be able to leave this place anyway." Just then, a mysterious voice called out from the door, "What are you doing?" It was the boogeyman, and he stepped inside. He wore tattered clothes. Zai Ziu's mother glanced at him and said, "Husband, if you're finished, then leave." The evil spirits clinging to Yan Zhen suddenly tightened their grip. The boogeyman narrowed his eyes and remained silent for a moment. As if reading his thoughts, the woman replied, "Yes, that's the one." "I see," the boogeyman said coldly. Yan Zhen and Zai Ziu looked at him with a faint glimmer of hope. But then, he suddenly spoke a sentence that turned their faces pale. "These children are good children." He criticized the woman, saying, "And you are a terrible mother." He pointed directly at her face and growled, "Bad parents are also the kind that need to be punished." Zai Ziu's mother sneered. "Has this old man gone senile? What, do you even know why you were locked up here?" she asked. "Let me tell you." She flicked a finger, and a white silk ribbon flew out from nowhere, surrounding the boogeyman. He swung his blade to cut it, but the silk immediately wrapped tightly around his arm and then bound his entire body. Zai Ziu and Yan Zhen watched the scene in horror. Enveloped in the silk, the boogeyman was instantly shrunk down. She pointed a finger, sealing him inside a porcelain jar. She snapped her fingers, and a talisman stuck firmly to the mouth of the jar. "You've come out but don't know your place," she said indifferently. "What use are you if you can't even recognize your own master?" Yan Zhen watched her warily. The woman turned back and smiled at him. "Are you children finished eating?" she suddenly asked, seemingly out of nowhere. The evil spirits clinging to them suddenly let go. Immediately after, Yan Zhen felt his head spin and his limbs grow weak. Losing all strength, he knelt down, his hands trembling uncontrollably. "What's wrong?" Her voice was freezing. "Didn't you say you wanted to go home?" Yan Zhen was bewildered. His body could not move, completely paralyzed. "Yan Zhen," Zai Ziu whispered beside him. "Look." In the distance, the evil spirits were gathering and giggling amongst themselves. "It seems we've been tricked," she said. She spoke, and suddenly an invisible force pushed hard, sending Yan Zhen sprawling onto the floor. "Go!" The voice of Zai Ziu's mother rang out, now as cruel as a demon's. "You won't be able to leave." "Mother," Zai Ziu said softly in fear, her eyes squeezed shut and her face pale. "Please, mother, stop." The woman glared directly at her. "You know full well I am not your mother. What are you trying to pull?" she warned. "Be quiet and stay right there before I lock you up with them." Then she turned back to Yan Zhen and smirked triumphantly. "Now it's your turn." At that moment, another voice echoed from outside. "Goddess, are you there?" Interrupted, Zai Ziu's mother glared at Yan Zhen in frustration before turning to walk out and slamming the door behind her, causing the surrounding scenery to suddenly shift. They had returned to the original room, and Yan Zhen was still dazed. "We're back," he asked, exhaling a shaky breath. "Your mother is truly terrifying." "That wasn't my mother," Zai Ziu whispered. "I know," Yan Zhen replied. "I was just saying. She must usually be very kind. My mother is very gentle and kind. She has never even spoken a harsh word to anyone." She fell silent for a moment, lost in thought as memories of her gentle mother before the possession clashed with the cruel reality of her being possessed. The realization made her heart ache. "Yan Zhen," she called out despondently. "What is it?" "I'm sorry," Zai Ziu said suddenly. "You're in danger because of me." Yan Zhen rolled his eyes. Feeling dejected, he asked if she was giving her final words. "I must seem like a selfish and troublesome person to you, right?" she said sadly, tears beginning to well up. "No," he replied, then added another sentence. "But you're really becoming a nuisance. I'm so sorry," she sobbed. Zisu's crying gave Yanjin a headache. "Stop crying and stop apologizing." He sighed. "It seems we're truly finished." Hearing that, Zisu's weeping intensified. "We're doomed," she muttered, apologizing while drowning in self-blame. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this. You must be terrified." "But," she hesitated, "if I don't act, then my mother." She sobbed. "I saw it. My mother's skin is rotting." Zisu recalled that nightmare when she hid in a corner, watching her mother's flesh decay. The demon possessing her had said, "This vessel won't last much longer." "Why are you just mentioning this now?" Yanjin demanded. "I didn't want to be a burden," she replied. "You're already a burden," he scolded. Zisu turned her head and whimpered. "That was before that wicked spirit possessed my mother. If it's already too late, what then?" "Hey," Yanjin interrupted. "Stop with the grim talk and stop apologizing." Silence filled the air once more. "Could there be a specific condition for possession?" Yanjin asked. "A condition? If the current body decays, it must find a new host." He explained, "Yet it didn't possess you even after being expelled." Zisu's eyes widened at the realization. Yanjin continued his deduction. "A normal body dies if possessed too long. It needs a new vessel." It said something like that. "I see. It intends to take over your body." "Does your family have a spiritual lineage?" Zisu asked out of the blue. "Why would an ancestor personally intervene? My family has been shamans for generations." "Are you joking?" "I'm not." Suddenly, he noticed his fingers twitching. "Hey," Yanjin said excitedly, "I can move a bit. You try too." Zisu followed his lead and attempted to move. While she remained paralyzed, Yanjin could swing his arms. "I still can't move." "Yes." Yanjin suddenly sat up in triumph. "Hey, Li Zisu. "Grab my shoulders," he instructed. She obediently clung to him. Yanjin rocked back and forth to build momentum. 1, 2, 3. He gave a sudden tug, but it failed, only pulling his shirt down. "How frustrating," he grumbled. "You can move now, so stop faking it. Get up already." "I'm not pretending," Zisu said, feeling slighted. Yanjin pulled his shirt back up. At that moment, a voice called out from the doorway. "Is this your wedding night?" Jin had been standing there unnoticed. Seeing the dog, Zisu's face brightened. "Ancestor!" Yanjin was equally shocked, but others stood behind Jin. It was the same kids who had teased him earlier. "Hey, he's half naked. Oh my God, what a pervert." Carrying a massive blade, the boy swung it effortlessly with a bright smile. "This is yours." Yanjin stared in disbelief, his eyes locked on the weapon as he reached for the hilt. But the moment he touched it, the heavy blade clattered to the ground. His hand lacked even an ounce of strength. Sharp pain from his swollen hand shot to his brain, making Yanjin groan. The children erupted in laughter. "What kind of joke is this? Good grief, he's too weak to even lift it. How pathetic." "Anyway, what is this place?" another child asked, prompting Yanjin to look around in surprise. There were indeed many strange things there. Seeing Zisu still on the floor, a girl with braids sat beside her. "Miss, are you a shaman's descendant?" "Yes," she replied. "Are you good at magic then?" the girl asked with sparkling eyes. "Want me to help you up?" Without a word, Zisu sat up instantly. A moment later, the group moved to a different area. "Wow, this must be a temple," the kids exclaimed excitedly. "It's huge." "Hey, you kids shouldn't go in there," Yanjin warned. "So you're the oldest one here, right?" Zisu laughed, hands on her hips. "That's right, I'm your leader now," the children cheered. "What's with you, Li Zisu? Are you all right?" Yanjin asked, puzzled. "They are the spirits of children," a voice said nearby. Yanjin turned to see Jin explaining. Those children can't control their own forms, so they inhabit other bodies to act. I don't quite get it, but do you know them? They are heavenly spirits, there's no need to be on guard. So they aren't human, Yanjin mused. Meanwhile, Zissou was joyfully playing with the kids. Where's the candy? Where? I'm taking the chocolate one. Yanjin watched them helplessly. There was no need for caution, but could they not speak a bit more quietly in another room? Zaiziu's mother pushed a brown jar forward. Place this jar by her bed while she sleeps, she instructed a haggard-looking girl who was being haunted by a child's spirit. But whatever you do, do not look inside. Thank you, shaman. The girl joyfully accepted the jar. The woman closed her eyes, used a bamboo fan to cover half her face, and exhaled a faint red mist. Spirit clinging to the girl's shoulder caught the scent of that mist and instantly vanished. Somehow, I feel much better after talking to you. The girl was surprised, a faint smile appearing on her pale face. Her body felt lighter too. I am using my energy to suppress those evil things. So do not be careless, she said, lowering her fan. If this doesn't work, we will have to perform an exorcism. Yes, how much will it cost? She smirked. Just take it. I'm trying to save you. Why would I take your money? The girl was stunned, moved as if she were seeing a living saint. Just leave 10,000 won as an offering. She added in a gentle voice. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Once the girl bowed in gratitude and left, the smile on the woman's face became inscrutable, her eyes flashing with malice. You'll have to come back for a Thanksgiving ceremony anyway, she thought. Oh, next time you come, I might not be here. Oh, why is that? Instead, a young boy will be sitting here, she said, the image of Yan Jin flashing in her mind. From now on, you can speak with him. I have already instructed him on your case. What about you, shaman? I will be going to the mountains to meditate for a while, she laughed, but her eyes hid something. Don't worry, though that boy is young, his spiritual power is immense. Just treat him as you would treat me. She gave a meaningful smile. He serves the same deity as I do. Suddenly, a noise from outside caught her attention, startling the girl. Is someone there? It's nothing, she calmly sipped her tea. I keep a cat, it's probably just chasing mice. Outside the room, a saber fell to the ground. What are you doing? A child scolded. Always breaking things. Well, we can just clean it up. Meanwhile, Zaiziu approached a corner of the room. Huh, what's this? It was a brown jar. Curious, she reached out to open the lid. Why is there a jar in the temple? Hey, don't touch that. Yanjin turned and shouted in panic. Get back now, another child warned loudly. Zaiziu recoiled in terror. Her hand accidentally knocked the lid off another jar nearby. A large explosion occurred, throwing Zaiziu back. One of the children tried to use his power to catch her, but he also tumbled to the ground. Sister Zaiziu, the boy called out anxiously. Zaiziu gritted her teeth, pain evident on her face as she sat up. What just happened? Yanjin rushed toward her with his saber, shouting, Zaiziu, get away! Zaiziu turned around and froze. Hovering right behind her was a faceless spirit with withered, deformed fingers. Terror drained the color from her face, her eyes went blank, and her mind was completely paralyzed. Yanjin gripped his saber tightly. He roared and threw it with all his might into the center of the spirit. The blade pierced through and embedded itself in the wall behind as the demon vanished into thin air. The children nearby clapped in praise. Yanjin panted, his body slumped from exhaustion. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. There certainly are a lot of mice. Yanjin froze, his whole body stiffening. Zaiziu's mother stepped out. You all are being too noisy. The children turned to look at her. She turned to Yanjin, her voice ominous. Yanjin, are you finished recovering? Yanjin didn't respond, just stood there frozen. Eerie laughter began to echo. He glanced at Zaiziu's mother in fear. She was smiling grotesquely, her pale eyes emitting a bright red glow. You truly do have a perfect body. Yanjin and Zaiziu both watched in horror as she slowly approached. You should have stayed hidden and stayed out of my business, you fool. Yanjin's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth, unable to speak. She took a puff of her pipe and exhaled the same red smoke from before. The child's spirits inhaled the smoke simultaneously and stood up, moving lifelessly as if controlled. Are you planning to toy with these evil spirits again? A clear voice rang out, catching her attention. A child holding prayer beads stood in front of the other spirits, his body radiating a soft blue light. I won't let that happen. You've done something very wicked, haven't you? Zixiu's mother sneered with a look of utter contempt. To think a mage would commit such acts. It's always the mages with strong spiritual powers who do such evil things. The child in red spoke up, as the child in blue explained. The boy's eyes flashed as he angrily demanded to know where the children's fingers were, but she remained silent, only curling her lip in disdain. Just then a voice made her turn. The girl holding the jar stood there stammering. Mage W, what is this? Her face pale and drenched in sweat as she stared elsewhere in terror. Yanjin watched fearfully as their eyes met, and the jar in the girl's hands suddenly cracked, emitting a strange red light from the fissure. The jar shattered, releasing a sphere that transformed into a monstrous spirit. It lunged at Yanjin with its mouth wide open, causing him to raise his hands in instinctive terror. "That body is mine," the spirit shrieked, opening its mouth wide to devour him, but it suddenly exploded and collapsed right in front of Yanjin. "How dare you?" A cold voice rang out as Zixiu's mother clenched her fists, her eyes filled with scorn. "How could it possibly be yours?" Her crimson eyes burned with absolute possessiveness as she declared, "It is mine," while Yanjin watched the scene before him, paralyzed with fear. A massive black circle manifested before Zixiu's mother. She clicked her tongue and turned to look at the girl lying motionless on the floor, muttering, "That's one down." Suddenly, the sound of chanting filled the air. She spun around in surprise to find the children surrounding her, their mouths moving continuously as they recited incantations. "You certainly have a lot of tricks," she sneered dismissively, pulling a hairpin from her hair and mocking their efforts as mere petty trifles. She sliced a line across her finger, letting her blood drip and spread across the ground like slithering red serpents. The blood formed 2 words of resentment in deep red. The boy stared in shock at the malevolent energy as her face twisted into a hideous, ferocious mask. Her grin stretched all the way to her ears as she thought of the outraged citizens, the protests, and the layers of accumulated bitterness, thinking, "It won't be that easy. That curse will spread across the world," she whispered, leaning over the boy and mocking his faith in gods before asking, "You're asking me where the hands are?" Inside her wide-open mouth, instead of a tongue and teeth, were countless children's fingers. The boy screamed in terror, his desperate scream seemingly bringing her immense pleasure. She laughed loudly as a red aura radiated from her like a magnet, attracting countless demons and ghosts, while the girl looked closely at the crowd and gasped in alarm. "Brother, these children," she started, but fear completely overwhelmed her as she saw those mindless monsters charging toward the boy. The dark shadows opened their mouths threateningly while Zixiu's mother absorbed a strange energy. The girl rushed forward, trying to shield something, but with a thud she collapsed to the ground. The boy beside her asked after her in concern, but then he realized the horrifying truth. Have those fetuses been possessed by demons? He wondered, his heart aching as he watched the deformed creatures that could never bloom or become human. They would never see their parents again. Glistening tears rolled down the girl's cheeks as she sobbed. "What should we do? They're so pitiful. Wake up, everyone. Let's go see your mothers," the girl cried out in desperation, but the woman just curled her lip in contempt and ignored her. She continued to inhale the aura as the ghosts lunged forward as if driven mad. Seeing this, the boy trembled and screamed. He looked up at her with eyes full of resentment and shouted, "Do you really think you won't be punished for this?" Suddenly, a hand from behind slammed his head into the ground. Despite the pain, he struggled to look up and threaten her. "When my brother arrives, you're dead for sure." But she only glanced at him and smirked, her tone dripping with mockery. "Go ahead, try calling your brother or anyone else. I'll send you all to the afterlife together," she said, as an invisible hand pinned the boy's head down. As his vision began to fade, he saw through a small gap that she didn't care at all, turning away with a cold, smug look in her eyes. "Now no one is in my way anymore. Shall we get back to work? After this, I'll become a god. No, even something beyond that." Yang Jin glared at her with pure hatred while Zai Su watched with a look of terror. And as the woman reached out to touch the boy's head, a sudden object whistled through the air and forced her to retreat several steps away from the knife. The force of the throw was so powerful that the blade embedded itself deep into the wall behind her. And before her shock could fade, a mocking voice rang out questioning how she could claim to be greater than a god. It was truly ridiculous that someone of her kind would even dare to mention the name of a deity. And the one who had spoken was Jin in the form of a small dog. An oppressive and murderous aura radiated from his entire body as she clutched her bleeding wrist in shock, muttering about him being a dog while realizing that any creature able to stand firmly on her magic circle was no ordinary animal. Jin frowned and remarked that she likely couldn't see his true form because her divine vision had vanished, prompting her to suspiciously demand to know what he actually was. A small light emanated from beneath Jin's feet and gradually grew into a brilliant radiance that enveloped him. And once the light dissipated, Jin appeared in his true form as a majestic god. He stood there with his arms crossed and a look of supreme arrogance, confirming his divinity while Yang Jin and Zai Su were struck with absolute amazement, and Zai Su's mother stood there paralyzed. She could not believe the sight before her eyes, but for the 2 terrified children, Jin's appearance was like a final lifeline as Zai Su's mother ground her teeth in frustration. Her eyes widened as she gasped at the mention of a god, but Jin kept an expressionless face and asked if she finally saw his true form before her lips suddenly curled into a smirk. She seemed certain of her victory and let out a haunting, demonic laugh, remarking that he was quite a handsome man, while Jin only responded with a faint and contemptuous smile. The 2 faced each other without either side backing down, and she told him to keep that form if he didn't want to die inside the body of a dog. She narrowed her eyes to evaluate Jin's attire and guessed he was some kind of martial god, while young Jin wondered in confusion why his ancestor was just standing there silently. Jin remained calm while listening to her ramble, but his gaze shifted toward Yang Jin and saw the boy sitting helplessly on the ground with all his strength gone. Red energy swirled around the boy, and when Zaisu's mother noticed Jin's distraction, she demanded to know where he was looking and told him his tricks were futile. Jin replied that he was only hesitant because she was in a human body, while Yang Jin realized the ancestor had a plan and wondered if he would do something to him in this state. Yang Jin questioned if the ancestor would really act in this situation, but the woman brushed aside her doubts and began to chant with a sinister grin. She challenged him to see if he could block a shaman's strike if he truly claimed to be a god, then launched a devastating attack toward Jin as Yang Jin screamed in terror for his ancestor. She sent Jin flying with a single strike and mockingly asked if that was all a god could do, triumphantly thinking he was just an empty boast as her eyes flashed with a deadly red light. She taunted him by saying that expelling her from this body should be easy if he were a real god. But Jin remained silent and motionless while she laughed and asked if this deity had been tamed like a stray dog. Yang Jin was in a state of total panic and remained speechless with his mouth agape as she continued to mock Jin for daring to pretend to be a god. Suddenly, her gaze shifted back to Ianjin, making his face turn pale. "Ianjin, is this all your little group can do?" she asked, her eyes glowing brightly. Her smile became ecstatic. "Now, surrender that body to me obediently. I shall be merciful and spare your friends. The more you resist, the more you all will suffer." The large hand of Hisu's mother reached toward Ianjin. More precisely, she grabbed him by the collar and yanked him toward her. She growled, "You have no choice in this." Despite his terror, Ianjin tried to sound brave. "Why not? What if I were to bite my tongue and kill myself right now?" Before he could finish, Hisu's mother interrupted. "Go ahead and try. I will seize your corpse before you even fully die," she said, her expression growing more manic. "I am now far greater than I was before." Suddenly, a weak voice cut her off, and Hisu's mother shot an annoyed look in that direction. A small but firm hand was clutching the woman's skirt. It was Hisu, lying exhausted on the ground, yet still holding onto the fabric with all her might. Trembling, she said, "Don't do this, Li Hu." Ianjin watched her anxiously as she pleaded, "Please leave my mother's body." As Hisu begged in pain, tears flowed down her face before she suddenly commanded, "Get out of there right now." The woman's gaze didn't waver, but her body jerked uncontrollably when she heard the girl sob, "Mother." She abruptly kicked the girl away without pity, leaving Ianjin stunned by the sudden violence. "Do you think I only let you live this long because I was afraid to kill you?" She wearily rubbed her forehead while looking at the motionless Hisu. "You simply still have some use." She began chanting again before Ianjin's terrified face. "Don't worry, I'll soon send your dear mother to join you." Seeing Hisu in grave danger, Ianjin screamed in desperation and rushed to protect her, but the girl only gave a gentle smile as a final comfort. "I'm sorry." Ianjin froze as he saw her close her eyes and accept her death. "Hey!" he roared, charging forward in a hopeless attempt. However, the spell from Hisu's mother inexplicably vanished before it could touch her, and as a faint cry of "Mother" rang out, the scene suddenly shifted to the past. A young Hisu was holding a string of beads. "This is a Bodhi seed bracelet," her mother explained warmly. "They're very popular now. You should try wearing it." Hisu looked at the oversized bracelet on her wrist. "How can I wear this? It's huge and old-fashioned." Her mother replied, "It will help protect you from evil." Hearing about warding off spirits, the girl hesitated. "Is it because of that again?" She looked down, hiding her sorrow. "I don't like it. My friends always tease me for being a shaman's daughter, and now I have to wear this." She continued her hurtful words, ignoring her mother's face. "Stop putting charms in my bag. Last time I took out my books, they fell all over the floor." "It's because I'm worried about you," her mother said. "Will you take responsibility if I'm bullied because of you?" the girl shouted, unable to hold back. "Other kids don't need these things to live well. Why do we have to live like this?" She wiped her tears and added, "I hate it." "Then what about this charm?" her mother asked, opening her arms. "I told you I hate charms." Her mother smiled. "This is mother's own charm. No matter where you are, just call for me and I will come to hold you. This charm is very powerful." She then hugged her daughter tightly, the scene freezing on a photo of them together before returning to the present. The attack had stopped on its own, and the mother was now weeping. Hisu looked up and realized something was different. The mother seemed to have regained some control. She called her daughter's name, "Run, my child." Both Ianjin and Hisu were shocked. "Mother!" Hisu cried happily, but her mother suddenly moved in a different direction. Sensing danger, the girl yelled, "Mother!" The woman ignored her and pulled a large knife from the wall. She gripped the knife firmly. "Mother, what are you doing?" Hisu asked in despair. Without a word, the mother raised the knife, pointing the blade at her own chest. "No, what are you doing?" Realizing her mother's intent, Hisu pleaded helplessly, "Don't do it." The woman didn't listen, only tenderly saying, "Hisu, my daughter." Hearing that, she was struck dumb. "Mother!" Witnessing the horrific sight, both Jin and Ianjin were frozen in shock. The light faded from Hisu's eyes as she rushed to catch her mother's falling body, crying out in vain, "Mother, mother!" But there was no answer. "Why, mother, please look at me." The memory of Hisu's radiant smile flashed through Ianjin's mind. "It's okay, you'll definitely help me. I beg you, mother, mother." Hisu held her mother and wailed. Ianjin was pulled back into his dark memories as the guilty words echoed. "Ianjin, this is all your fault. Give me your body," a voice demanded as he clutched his face. Visions of weeping people appearing to condemn him and tell him he should never have existed. "You're the one who killed your parents, you monster." An evil spirit snarled as it crawled out from a wound on Zaiziu's mother, demanding to know how she dared to do such a thing. Zaiziu glared back with burning resentment as the spirit took her place, chanting a curse and swinging its blade while shouting, "You bastards! Perish all of you!" Zaiziu reflexively shielded her mother, but the spirit's weapon suddenly vanished from its grasp, soaring into the air before plunging deep into the earth. "What?" the spirit muttered, turning in confusion to find a young boy holding its weapon, radiating an extraordinary aura with eyes full of murderous intent. It was Yan Jin. The blade screeched as it scraped against the floor, and the evil spirit sneered with a twisted grin that stretched from ear to ear, asking, "What on earth is this? Have you lost your fear of death? You certainly have nerve," the spirit said, but before it could finish, Yan Jin vanished and reappeared right behind it. A strike lunged forward, and though the spirit narrowly evaded it, its prayer beads were severed, forcing it to retreat as it watched the beads scatter across the floor. "What is happening? How could my sorcery be broken by such lowly humans?" the spirit hissed before exhaling a thick, ethereal cloud of white smoke. Nearby corpses inhaled the mist and transformed into vines that bound the children, while the spirit used the remains of those bodies to reconstruct its severed arm. After forming a new arm and seizing a spear, the spirit roared, "You brat!" as Yan Jin lunged forward, swinging his blade down into a fierce deadlock. Suddenly, Yan Jin overpowered the creature and shoved it back, followed by a clean strike that severed the spear in two, leaving the spirit agape in shock. Yan Jin gave it no time to recover, leaping up and plunging his blade into the spirit's hand, making it shriek in agony before it flipped through the air to create distance. Landing on a high platform, the spirit roared in fury, "Who are you? You were just coughing up blood from my curse moments ago. Regardless, you are nothing more than a lowly human," the spirit spat. But Yan Jin suddenly burst into laughter as a child called out to him. Yan Jin gripped his blade tightly and charged at the spirit, which was caught off guard until its eyes suddenly darted toward a nearby sealed jar. Without hesitation, it hurled the jar at Yan Jin with a look of pure malice, shouting for him to take it, and Yan Jin reflexively swung his arm, shattering the vessel. Instantly, a swarm of bizarre black insects erupted and covered him, prompting the spirit to cackle and deliver a powerful kick that sent him flying backward. To steady himself, Yan Jin plunged his blade into the ground to anchor his body as he glared at the monster, while the spirit mockingly claimed it was no ordinary demon. "It was born from goo poison. You don't have the strength to defeat it, boy," the spirit said of the massive, hideous centipede demon that terrified the children. "How disgusting. What is that thing?" Yan Jin stood firm before it, appearing calm on the surface, though he knew his internal injuries were far more severe than they seemed. "I need to return to a human form," the spirit thought, eyeing the woman lying motionless on the floor and deciding to borrow her body for a while. He seized her by the throat, sneering that he wasn't fond of the idea but knew Yan Jin wouldn't dare attack his own kind, before exhaling a white mist into her that she immediately absorbed. Suddenly, an earth-shattering crash echoed as the wall was smashed open, and the spirit spun around in shock to witness an impossible sight. With just one hand, Yan Jin had sliced the centipede demon clean in half, and as he turned his gaze toward the spirit, a cold shiver ran down the creature's spine. "You cut through a goo creature with a single strike?" the spirit asked before bursting into a distorted laugh, mocking him for being foolish enough to think that would kill it. At that moment, the cells within the centipede began to surge, as the spirit claimed he had only caused it to multiply into two new monsters. They roared in unison, as the spirit commanded the creatures not to kill the boy, but merely to incapacitate him. "I need that body to ascend to godhood," he declared, but he was met only with the agonizing screams of the monsters, causing him to turn back in shock. Both centipedes lay motionless, the chaotic mess having been dealt with by Yan Jin alone, who then turned to the spirit and licked his lips, making the creature fall back in terror. Backing away in disbelief, she wondered if he even consumed demons. The spirit within Zixiu's mother watched Yang Jin approach, completely speechless. Even in his canine form, Jin sensed something was wrong and rushed over. Yang Jin, his eyes glowing with a murderous red light, turned and swung his blade. With a loud clang, the blade slammed into the ground, sending stone shards flying just millimeters past Jin. His task finished, he walked away, leaving Jin staring in sheer terror. The demoness panicked as she saw him approaching. The thickening black smoke surrounding Yang Jin filled her with dread. What on earth is this? He was no longer human. Realizing the danger, she bolted toward the exit. It was too perilous, she had to escape. The door was smashed to pieces. The demoness managed to flee, her face still contorted in agony. At that moment, Yang Jin caught up and delivered a powerful kick directly into her. He landed and pinned her neck down with his foot, slamming her face into the dirt. She was dragged across the stone, her face covered in dust and grime. Yang Jin's foot felt as heavy as a mountain, making it impossible for her to lift her head. Terrified by the sight of his raised blade, she seized the moment he shifted his weight to flee. Seeing his prey attempt to escape, he kicked her back into the dirt. Yang Jin's gaze remained as indifferent as if he were looking at an insect. Flickering memories of someone falling and being cursed by the world resurfaced, driving her to the brink of madness. No, not me, but the nightmares persisted. The image of a girl on a funeral pyre filled her with resentment. After all, she was supposed to be a deity. Wails of grief, screams, and the crackling of flames echoed in her ears. The final image was a distorted smile amidst a sea of fire before the scene shifted once more. On a clear day with silk fluttering in the breeze, offerings were piled high like mountains. Money, white rice, fruit, and even a whole roasted pig. The villagers bowed reverently, offering solemn prayers. Before them, the village shaman performed a ritual, holding a fan in one hand and a bell in the other. As the ritual concluded, the shaman turned and smiled, announcing that the gods had heard them and rain would fall tomorrow. Unfortunately, the next day remained scorching hot. Her hands trembled as her pupils constricted in shock. Why, she asked herself 1,000 times, why was there no rain? In a fit of rage, she kicked over the altar, cursing the turn of events. Sweat poured down her face like a river. She could no longer feel anything. Had her magical power faded, no one would ever respect her again. The villagers had all abandoned her. As she stared at the sacred painting that had hung for years, a creeping fear took hold. What if there were no gods at all? Stunned by this absurd thought, the shaman stood dazed. That was it. From the very beginning, everything had been achieved through her own talent alone. Whispers suddenly pulled her back to reality as the few remaining villagers watched her before fleeing in fear. Feeling ostracized, the shaman's heart grew even more bitter. In a dilapidated tavern, rumors spread faster than the sting of alcohol. "Hey, what happened with that shaman?" someone asked. "I heard the gods punished her and she lost all her powers," a drunkard replied with a slur. "Is that so? I heard she even destroyed her own shrine. What a fraud. I never believed her from the start." They had no idea the shaman was standing right behind them, hearing every single word. "Listen," her icy voice rang out, causing a man to choke on his drink. "A great plague is about to sweep through this village. We must perform a ritual for the gods to survive this calamity." But times had changed, and the villagers only looked at her with contempt. "A ritual? What are you talking about? We're out of rice. What are we supposed to offer? Are you telling us to go out and steal?" Another man shouted. "Now, hold on," a mediator tried to intervene. "She did pray for the whole village after all." "Pray for what? She has no power left. She's just a fraud." Everyone began to drive her away. "Why should we believe a woman like you? What plague? It's all lies. Get out of our sight, you crazy hag." She growled, "How dare you?" The jeering crowd suddenly fell silent as she glared at them with murderous intent. "Do you dare despise a shaman like me? Are you not afraid of divine retribution?" With that, she burst into a fit of manic laughter. The crowd grew even more incensed, and a bearded man pointed directly at her face. "You old hag, you claim to be chosen by the gods. Then why haven't any of your recent rituals worked? It's all a lie. We're all going to die from this plague, and you're still here talking nonsense." The sorceress remained silent, leaving behind only a gaze that seemed to pin them down like prey. A few days later, Mr. Jin passed away. The neighbors whispered that trouble found the village the moment she left, recalling how Mr. Jin had insulted her and mocked the gods. Now his entire family was dead or dying, with his wife and children bedridden. Hiding behind a nearby wall, the sorceress listened with a satisfied smirk. She knew it was only a matter of time before these people begged for her return. For the divine was not something to be trifled with. Because Mr. Jin kept claiming she had lost her powers, things had come to this. Word was the Bo family was also performing an exorcism. Having committed many sins and being childless, they now sought the gods. The sorceress exhaled a dark mist as invisible hungry ghosts crawled onto her from the corpses. She departed, leaving behind a crowd consumed by gnawing fear, knowing their only hope now rested solely with her. Rongya's mother, watch her closely. Things are chaotic lately, so don't let her out at night. Wealth and fame soon returned to the sorceress. In the dead of night, a desperate cry for Rong Yi rang out. Her mother sobbed uncontrollably as the terrified villagers gathered to see what happened. The girl had vanished. Despite warnings, she had gone out and was likely taken by a ghost, though some hoped she was merely lost. Under the full moon, a skeletal girl named Sui lay shivering in a dark corner, her body nothing but skin and bones. The sorceress approached with a sinister smile, offering a fragrant piece of cake while asking the starving girl if she wanted to eat. Sui's eyes lit up with desperate hunger, but she was too weak to speak, only managing a faint sound as she reached out a frail hand. "Eat up, child," the sorceress said cheerfully, before suddenly drawing a large, gleaming axe from her sleeve and swinging it downward. She struck the reaching hand, then covered a nearby jar and left, unaware that a freckled girl had witnessed the entire horror from afar. Pale with terror, the witness hid behind a door as the sorceress returned home, muttering about Rong Yi's whereabouts. "Going out at night without a word is how ghosts catch you," she grumbled, while Rong Yi hid inside a large jar, trembling in silence. The next morning, during another ceremony, Rong Yi's mother was weeping in the crowd when she suddenly saw her daughter climbing out of the jar. The mother was overwhelmed with joy as the child ran to her, shaking with fear and pointing directly at the woman responsible. The crowd stood frozen in disbelief as the sorceress's expression darkened under the flickering light of the torches. A man collapsed in terror, his trembling finger pointing toward a bamboo tube from which a human finger joint had fallen. The grieving parents wailed in agony as the sorceress was bound. She merely sneered at their curses, asking if they finally felt regret. "This is what you wanted," she declared. "You were silent when you needed me, but now you scream when it affects your own interests. Your children died because of your own insatiable greed. You fools will all pay the price for your actions." Her laughter hissed through her teeth as the villagers, unable to contain their rage, spat on her and hurled insults. "You're insane. Do you not fear divine retribution?" they cried, but her smile only twisted further as she mocked the very idea of gods. "If gods truly existed, I would never have survived this long," she retorted, just as a woman lunged forward and threw a torch at her. "Die!" the mother screamed. The fire quickly spread across the straw and wood, engulfing the sorceress, yet she remained eerily calm. "Even if the gods manifested, they could do nothing to me," she boasted, her mouth stretching wide as the villagers watched her burn alive. "With me here, none of you shall survive. I am the god of resentment and the god of greed. You are all nourishing my strength," she shrieked as her body crumbled into ash. Yet her ghastly voice continued to echo, "I shall become the incarnation of a god." At that moment, two red streaks of light merged on the ground, forming a magic circle that imprisoned Yan Zhen and the demoness. As soon as it appeared, countless jars began to vibrate before exploding simultaneously, releasing swarms of red mist that slithered like serpents toward the demoness. They devoured the resentment, and from the dying embers, the demon was reborn. Her eyes flared like headlights as she lunged at Yan Zhen. Countless serpents lashed out at him, but Yan Zhen dodged them with ease while the demoness shrieked her murderous intent, the flames surrounding her erupting violently. She unleashed another strike fueled by pure malice, leaving the children and Zai Ziu trembling in fear as they cried out for him to be careful. As he braced his cleaver to block the demoness's strike, Yan Zhen looked so terrifying that a child thought he seemed even more frightening than the demon herself. He hoisted the cleaver, catching the demoness off guard as the blade swept past her like a breeze, slicing every serpent around her body into pieces. The demoness collapsed with a groan, but new snakes sprouted from her severed arms. Seizing the moment, she lunged with red silk threads, only for Yan Zhen to leap up and slash them down. Terrified, the demoness watched as Yan Zhen swung his blade from midair, the black smoke surrounding him coalescing into a layer of dragon scales. One of his eyes turned stark white as a massive black dragon enveloped him, leaving great-grandfather Zhen in his canine form completely speechless. As Yan Zhen raised his blade and the dragon stirred, the demoness unleashed another swarm of serpents, making observers wonder what the boy was planning to do. Zhen watched in horror as the dragon and serpents prepared to clash, but suddenly a folding fan snapped open in the distance, freezing both Yan Zhen and the demoness in their tracks. "Gale burst!" A clear voice rang out as a whirlwind tore through the air, separating the two combatants and shredding the demoness until only her muffled groans remained. The blast sent Yan Zhen flying as well. Then, as the fan folded shut and the winds died down, he looked up in utter confusion. "Absolute frost," the fan's owner commanded, releasing a frigid mist that swirled around Yan Zhen and encased him like a cage. The stranger raised the fan and formed a hand seal, causing Yan Zhen to drop his cleaver as his consciousness finally returned to him. The one who intervened was the son of the earthly branches, a celestial being with bored eyes who had remained silent until now. while the children rushed over as the battered demoness crawled forward. Terrified by her unnatural resilience, the children recoiled in disgust while the celestial cast a cold glance at her as she wheezed. What are you?" The demoness gasped, reaching out with a withered hand like a dry branch, demanding to know how he could possibly wield the power of the mountain god. Looking at her as if she were a fool, the boy uttered a few arrogant words. "Because I am a god." The celestial then continued speaking slowly as she reeled in shock. As the son of the earthly branches, he exuded the supreme arrogance of a celestial lord, leaving the demoness stunned as her worn fangs began to chatter. Drool leaked from her mouth as she questioned if he was truly a god, while the children watched intently, and tears began to stream from the demoness's empty eye sockets. Dragging her mangled feet forward, she clutched the god's hem and demanded with a voice full of resentment why he had never answered her prayers or come to her aid during her darkest hour. "Where were you when I needed you most? If you had appeared sooner, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Why did you let me die?" she wailed. To her accusations of being a god who abandoned his followers, he merely reacted as if hearing a joke, dismissively brushing her filthy hand away and dusting off his robes. "Prayers? Look at yourself. You surely only prayed for your own filthy interests, which no god would ever heed," he said, just as tiny demons swarmed from her sleeves to drain her remaining life force. "Blinded by greed, you abandoned your duties as a shaman and committed the 10 evils." The celestial coldly declared her crimes, ignoring the demoness's desperate screams of denial. He scoffed at her claims of injustice, asking if she failed to see the souls she had murdered, yet she stubbornly argued that they were the ones who had provoked her first. The celestial fell silent, his aura turning ice gold as he told her that even being torn apart and burned alive 1,000 times could never compare to the suffering of her victims. "I sentence you to the depths of hell," he declared as he unfurled his fan, a crescent moon mark manifesting on his forehead. A vortex of black energy surged forward to consume the demoness, who trembled and pleaded, "No, stop. Save me, I cannot die like this." Tian Shang watched her with cold indifference, like a cat toying with its prey, until he declared it over and the black gale tore her to pieces. She vanished entirely, leaving the children gazing at their brother in awe before Tian Shang asked about the human, who a child reported had been stabbed. Tian Shang approached Zai Su and her mother, and as the frightened girl clung to her parent, he muttered that she was still breathing while the symbol on his fan shifted. A flower bloomed above Zai Su as he flicked his fan, sending petals to envelop the mother, mending her arm and sealing the deep wound in her abdomen. Life returned to the woman's face as Zai Su watched the beautiful sight in a daze, until Tian Shang folded his fan and the blossoms faded away. A lingering glow surrounded the mother as Zai Su gently nudged her, but Tian Shang reassured the trembling girl that her mother was merely resting. Seeing her mother's familiar, gentle smile, Zai Su wept in relief, while a young girl nearby cheered at the miraculous recovery. The children proudly boasted that their brother was a celestial deity, the first among the 12 earthly branches, for whom such a feat was effortless. Zai Su bowed deeply in gratitude, but Tian Shang merely covered a cough to hide the crimson stain on his sleeve and told her that thanks were unnecessary. His hand trembled as he gripped his fan, his energy nearly depleted, before he asked if he could request a single favor of her. With a light wave of his fan, he dispersed the lesser demons surrounding 2 others and shattered their glass prison, instructing her on what to do when the exorcist awoke. He told her to gather the children's fingers for a funeral rite before departing into the deepening shadows of the twilight. In the eerie silence, Tian Shang stood watching with amusement as Yan Zhen remained suspended within the thick shroud of mist. Beside him was a small dog. Tian Shang called out, startling Jin in his canine form before approaching Yan Zhen and raising his fan. He delivered a light tap to the top of the boy's head, causing Yan Zhen to wake from his stupor and stare confusedly at the stranger before him. Bewildered by the white smoke enveloping his body, he tried to struggle, but the mist refused to dissipate. When the smoke suddenly vanished, Yan Zhen tumbled to the ground with a thud, quickly scrambling to sit up as he surveyed his surroundings in shock. Seeing the devastation surrounding him, a look of pure bewilderment crossed his face as he wondered what had happened and where he was. Memories of Zai Su's mother collapsing and the girl's sobbing suddenly flooded back, prompting him to search for Zai Su just as she appeared. She stared at him before cupping his face with both hands to ensure he was real, stammering as she asked if he was all right. Yan Zhen's face flushed as he assured her he was fine, but seeing him awake only made Zai Su's tears of relief flow even faster. She apologized profusely, blaming herself, but he looked at her in confusion and asked if her mother was safe. Zai Su smiled and explained that thanks to the help of the lesser and greater deities, her mother's wounds had healed and she was now resting. Yan Zhen was more confused than ever when Jin, in his canine form, approached and asked if he was finally awake, leaving the boy to scratch his head in bewilderment. When he asked what he had missed, Jin promised to explain everything once they were home, only for another voice to cut in. A boy in traditional attire looked at Jin with a friendly gaze and asked if he was curious as well, leaving the group staring at him in silence. Zaisu broke the silence by introducing the newcomer as a great god from the heavens, prompting Yan Zhen to look back and forth between her and Jin. While Jin glared at the boy, Yan Zhen and the deity engaged in a silent staring contest until the young man suddenly pointed behind the child, shouting, "Hey, look out, a ball is coming!" This childish prank made the great deity fume with rage. Children swarmed him asking, "Mister, are you all right?" as the deity fanned himself. Glaring resentfully at Yan Jin's group, he muttered, "Let's go." White smoke enveloped him and the children as they laughed and waved. "Goodbye, see you later." What on earth was that? Yan Jin gaped at the teleportation. Zaizu looked at him with admiration, wondering if he was even being protected by a god. "What? Oh, it's nothing," he stammered. Suddenly, a warm voice called out, "Zaizu!" She turned around quickly to see her mother standing at the doorway. "Mom!" she cried, trembling as she rushed into her mother's arms. Yan Jin smiled at the touching scene. Hiding behind the door, the bagman quietly shed a tear. He didn't enter, only watched from afar before picking up his basket and staggering away, humming a tune. "Crybaby, the bear takes you away. Good child, here are sweets." The song faded. Where he had stood, a handful of candy sat carefully on a cloth. As the sun finally set, a notification appeared on his phone. "Your order has been delivered," accompanied by a photo. "This message is from 8 hours ago," Yan Jin muttered, looking at the large packages by the door. "Oh man." He checked the contents of the bags and realized everything had spoiled. "Are you some kind of high-ranking official receiving tributes from the commoners?" Jin asked with a judgmental look. "Zaizu bought those for me. They were just delivered." Yan Jin snapped. "What are you talking about? What official?" Jin glared back. "Are you raising your voice at your own great ancestor?" Yan Jin ignored him and punched in the door code. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Jin grew even more frustrated at being ignored. "I can overlook other things, but I won't tolerate such disrespect." "Then you can just go hungry," Yan Jin said, carrying the bags inside. "You insolent brat," Jin shouted after him. "Just get inside and remember to close the door," Yan Jin interrupted. He walked in and picked up the blade left by the entrance. "I'm hungry, hurry up and serve the food." Jin made his demand nonchalantly as soon as he entered, then walked off, leaving Yan Jin to carry everything. "Wash your feet first," Yan Jin reminded him while checking his phone. Zaizu had sent him a message. "Yan Jin, thank you so much, and I'm also very sorry. If you ever run into trouble in the future, I will definitely be the first one to come and help you," she wrote, adding stickers of a muscular duck and a waving duck. Yan Jin replied before taking the groceries to prepare dinner. On the other end, Zaizu's phone chimed. It was a brief reply. It was nothing, yet it was enough to make her smile brightly. Meanwhile, at Yan Jin's house, dinner was ready. Jin was eating as if he were starving. "So, while you were unconscious, that young mage killed the monster and healed Zaizu's mother, right?" Yan Jin asked while deboning a fish. "That's right," Jin replied between bites. "What a shame, I missed the best part," Yan Jin said, glancing at his great ancestor who was devouring the meat. "Is he also an ancestral god like you?" "That guy isn't your ancestor." They both returned their focus to the meal, though Yan Jin sighed inwardly. "So where was my ancestor during all that? I was on the verge of death, yet you were nowhere to be found. You should have been the one saving me. If it wasn't for that kid, I would have been finished." Each of his silent complaints felt like a needle pricking the conscience of the old man sitting across from him. Jin, hit right where it hurt, could only remain silent. A piece of meat even fell out of his mouth. "It wasn't that I didn't want to save you," Jin explained, his voice heavy with every word. "The truth is, I simply couldn't." He recalled the blade on Jin's back when he was in his human form. "Wait, so that blade on your back is just for show?" "It's just to look cool," Jin replied bluntly. "I've lost all my power." That revelation made Yan Jin pause. He calmly asked, "Is it because of the time you saved me from that god?" Jin was surprised he knew. A few seconds later, he replied, "Yes. That event was the cause of everything. That night you had actually died." The horrific memory resurfaced. A warm light radiated from Yan Jin's chest in the flashback. "I used every ounce of my strength," Jin continued, "and this divine jade as well." The jade hanging at his waist glowed brilliantly before slowly turning black. "All to bring you back from the brink of death. Your extraordinary recovery ability is actually the power I bestowed upon you." Yan Jin stood there stunned. "What do you mean?" "I already told you," Jin replied. His expression turned solemn. "From now on, you must assist me so I can reclaim my strength." High atop a skyscraper in the dead of night, a figure clutching a bow watched silently from afar. It was a girl with menacing, glowing red eyes, standing beneath the moonlight and gazing into the distance. Then in the blink of an eye, she vanished without a trace. Under a clear blue sky, a new day began as Yan Zhen put on his uniform, suddenly clutching his arm in pain. His arms and legs trembled uncontrollably. He wondered why his limbs ached so much, questioning if a brief run could truly leave him this exhausted. "Hey kid," Jin called out from within the book. "Do you have anything like a historical record?" He paused, choosing his words with care. "You know, books that document the world's changes in chronological order." Yan Zhen replied impatiently. "You're acting like I don't understand." "I'm surprised you actually have one," Jin remarked, sounding genuinely astonished. "How amusing." Yan Zhen grumbled and tossed a 10th grade history textbook onto the bed. "You still haven't thrown this away?" Jin asked curiously. "It's just a history textbook," Yan Zhen replied before saying goodbye and heading off to school. "Right, be careful." As Yan Zhen walked, he fiddled with his phone while Jin's words from the previous night echoed in his mind. "Your extraordinary recovery stems from the power I granted you." If that were true, he thought he should be stronger, yet his physical stamina hadn't improved at all. Jin's claim that he would no longer be targeted by demons left him speechless, yet it provided a sense of relief. It seemed like a fair trade. Lost in thought, he nearly collided with a statue. Recalling a past incident, a chill ran down his spine, and he quickly swerved away just as something happened. A device resembling a walkie-talkie on the chest of a freckled boy walking ahead suddenly began to beep, its 5 colored lights flashing simultaneously. Yan Zhen paid no mind and kept walking, while the boy's earphones blared a warning that the tedious battle had concluded. The boy stood dazed as his device returned to normal, and the two passed each other just as the freckled youth adjusted his glasses. Looking up, he saw only Yan Zhen's retreating figure. In the hallway, the freckled boy hid behind a corner and raised a 3-eyed device to begin recording. It was a homemade ghost detector. The screen continuously analyzed everyone in its sights. Though his work seemed serious, his sneaky behavior made him look exactly like a voyeuristic creep. Suddenly, a hand snatched the device away as a girl with a ponytail inspected it, demanding to know what he was filming. "Don't tell me you're taking secret videos," another short-haired girl added with a glare. Flustered by the interrogation, he quickly stammered that he wasn't filming them. "Then who are you filming?" "It's a ghost detector, an app for sensing spirits," he explained. The ponytail girl snapped. "Stop talking nonsense. You pointed the camera right at us. Show us your photos." "I wasn't recording, just looking," he protested. Just then, a handsome student draped an arm around Jia Yuan's shoulder and asked if he was hunting ghosts again. Jia Yuan flinched as his friend turned to the girls to apologize, explaining that the boy was simply obsessed with the supernatural. "He's just checking if our school is haunted." Seeing the popular Du Qixing, the girls grew bashful. Suddenly, another hand snatched the device from Jia Yuan. "He's been like this since middle school and lacks social awareness, so please bear with him. We'll take care of him." "I do not lack social awareness," Jia Yuan argued. As Jia Yuan continued to protest, Du Qixing advised him to stop filming and avoid further misunderstandings, reminding him that he had plenty of other gadgets to play with. Jia held up a phone to show the two girls, teasingly pointing out that his photo album was filled with nothing but selfies. "Stop, don't look," Jia Yuan cried out in helpless frustration while being held back. "Look at this idiot, he's actually trying to strike cool poses. Ha ha ha." Finally, Du Qixing stepped in to end the mockery and offered a sincere apology. The two girls nodded dismissively and hurried away. Once they were out of sight, Jia's cold demeanor returned. She crossed her arms and glared at Jia Yuan, warning him to stop wandering around with a camera unless he wanted trouble. "At least let me explain," he replied. "Explain what?" she sneered. "You're about to be dragged to the dean's office." Sensing the tension, Du Qixing stepped in and asked Jia to watch her language. "I'm not actually scolding you," Du Qixing said as he turned to Jiyuan. "But Jiyuan, why did you come to this floor without even putting your bag away? What were you thinking?" He gave a curt reply, making Du Qixing's face turn pale. "Don't tell me something happened again," he muttered before Jia interrupted. Du Qixing stopped listening to him. "If you keep this up, he'll just keep taking advantage of you." "When did I ever do that?" Jiyuan felt wrongly accused and shot back. The group was standing in the hallway of Class 12-1. "During our field trip, didn't you see?" Du Qixing tried to convince Jia. Jiyuan's recorder actually captured a ghost's voice, and the radio kept repeating, "It's so fun, let's play together," over and over. Jia looked at him as if he were an idiot. "You fool, it's an electronic device, it's probably just signal interference." "Exactly, interference," Jiyuan said as if he had just remembered something. His words left the other two stunned. He began to analyze. "Ghosts are created from a strong energy field. If such a being is nearby, electronic waves will be affected. Lights will flicker and sensors will malfunction. It causes interference, making devices act up. After speaking, he looked at Jia and praised her. Jia, I didn't know you were so knowledgeable about the supernatural. Maybe we could even start a ghost hunter organization. I'll even take you as my disciple. Jia's face twitched. As if ghosts are real, you idiot. Have you ever even seen a ghost? Of course, Jiyun replied. I'm looking at one right now, your face. Damn it. Jia had reached her limit and wanted to lunge at him, but Du Jixing quickly stopped her. Are you mocking me? Jia stomped her feet in rage. I really want to hit you. I really want to hit you. Just then, the device in Jiyun's hand lit up. The target is identified as being inside class 12-3. Is there really a ghost? Du Jixing was also astonished. Damn, it's inside this classroom. Stop shouting, Jia warned. The classroom door was immediately open. Should we go in and check? Du Jixing whispered. I'll ask them for permission. Jiyun felt happy that having Du Jixing along was so convenient. Suddenly, 2 female students walked out of the classroom. Oh, Du Jixing? Who is this? Ah, he's my friend from middle school. Du Jixing introduced him while putting an arm around Jiyun's shoulder. Jiyun got straight to the point. Can we come into your classroom for a bit? Go ahead, the short-haired girl nodded. The long-haired girl suddenly asked, but what is this? As she reached out to press a button. Sorry, don't touch it, Jiyun said, quickly pushing her hand away. If you touch it with a hand full of negative energy, it'll break. What, is this guy crazy? The students crowded around when they saw the school's heartthrob arrive. Meanwhile, Yanjin was scrolling through his phone, looking confused at a message from Zixiu. Yanjin, can you come to the science lab now? I have something to give you, but I can't do it directly. The others might misunderstand. Can't you give it to me after school? He texted back. Where are you going? Yanjin gave up and stood up. Where are you going, Yanjin? Just to the restroom. After saying that, Yanjin looked away from his phone and was startled by the sight before him. The back door was occupied by a group of popular students. He tried to tell them to get lost. As an introvert, Yanjin found the scene exhausting. The moment Yanjin and Du Jixing made eye contact, Du Jixing hurriedly dispersed the crowd. Hey guys, don't block the door anymore, go inside. A friend laughed. Do you actually believe in that nonsense? So what? Du Jixing replied dismissively. Then he turned to Yanjin with a guilty expression. Sorry about that. Good grief, Yanjin thought to himself, amazed that a single glance was as effective as Moses parting the sea. He's truly a god, another student added, calling Yanjin the best. As Yanjin walked out the door, a deafening sound rang out. Jiyun's walkie-talkie screen showed a bright red warning with the number jumping to 9.89. His phone also continuously emitted terrifying notifications. Death, destruction. What is that? Du Jixing's face turned pale. What's wrong with that device? Isn't it supposed to be for talking to ghosts? I think I've found the cause of the strange things happening in your class. Meanwhile, the cause, Yanjin was still completely unaware. My mom just made this, Zixiu said happily as she held out a string of prayer beads. She told me to give one to you too. You called me out here just to give me this? Yanjin was speechless. He noticed Zixiu was wearing an identical one on her wrist. Tell her thank you for me. He replied casually and quickly tucked the beads into his pocket. Seeing that he didn't seem very enthusiastic, Zixiu asked awkwardly, aren't you going to wear it? Yanjin looked embarrassed. Well, if both you and I wear this, what if people misunderstand and think they're couple bracelets? Zixiu couldn't believe such a foolish thought. Yanjin, these are prayer beads. Do you think no one else in the world wears them? You're the only one who would think they're couple bracelets. Seeing Yan Jin's silence, she urged him to wear it, explaining her mother made it out of concern. But Yan Jin replied that those demons wouldn't dare touch him again. My ancestor told me so, he said, and when a surprised Zaisu questioned him, Yan Jin hesitantly recalled Jin's words about granting him power. Knowing that telling the full truth about how he should have died that day would only make Zaisu cry, he decided to share only a portion of the story. He explained that he simply recovered faster now. Leading Zaisu to realize his ancestor's power was the reason he seemed so different lately. When Zaisu described how fiercely he had fought with a blade while leaping about, a stunned Yan Jin asked when that happened, as he had no memory of it. At the mention of the shrine, Yan Jin's hand moved instinctively, dropping his phone with a clatter as he suddenly clamped his hand over Zaisu's mouth. Startled by his own reflex, Yan Jin pulled his hand back with a pale face, leaving a confused Zaisu to ask what was wrong as silence filled the room. Staring at his hand in disbelief, he apologized and claimed it wasn't his doing, just as a mechanical voice suddenly uttered the word death nearby. Both turned toward the door to find Gong Zhiyuan scratching his head and apologizing for eavesdropping on their fascinating conversation. After Gong Zhiyuan introduced himself seriously as a ghost hunter, Yan Jin and Zai Yan exchanged looks, wondering why they kept meeting such strange people. Zhiyuan reached out to greet Zaisu, surprising her with the knowledge that her mother was a shaman, while Yan Jin called her an idiot for forgetting her mother's fame. Zhiyuan explained he enrolled there specifically to study the school's ghost stories and history. When he asked if they knew the legend of the walking statue, both denied it, though he claimed every upperclassman was aware of the tale. He explained that the Sanpo-hai statue runs at night and forces witnesses to race, impaling those who fail or cheat with its flagpole, making them realize how close they came to death. As Isu whispered, and Yan Jin nodded in agreement, Ji-Yun sagely suggested that the situation might be a poltergeist phenomenon. Zaisu and Yan Jin listened silently, as he noted that the school's flagpole had been mysteriously uprooted 4 times since the opening ceremony despite the lack of storms. Ji-Yun stared intensely at them, claiming a recent incident proved the legend true and that he had personally witnessed something very peculiar. He recounted how he had emerged from the restroom and seen something so vivid that he knew he hadn't been mistaken. The image of a boy being pursued by the stone statue, with a ponytail-wearing girl following behind remained etched clearly in Ji-Yun's mind. The description startled them both, prompting Zaisu to quickly untie her hair, before Ji-Yun mysteriously added that while the statue appeared intact the next morning, something had changed. As sweat beaded on their foreheads, he produced a detector and explained that the energy within the statue had been completely drained. He noted that the statue's energy level had plummeted from a constant 5 to below 1, concluding that something had definitely vanished from within it. Looking directly at Yan Jin, he dropped all pretenses and asked outright if the two of them had been there with the statue. Despite their simultaneous denials, Ji-Yun remained certain it was them, prompting them to ask how he could reach such a conclusion. He calmly analyzed that while most people would call him crazy or ignore him, their immediate and defensive denial only served to prove his theory. Shaking his device, he explained it measured magnetic fields since spirits exist as energy rather than visible forms. After hearing the explanation of how the machine detects energy, an impatient Yan Jin questioned whether any of this had been scientifically validated. When the detector touched Yan Jin, it immediately surged to level 5, leading Ji-Yun to conclude that the entity from the statue was now inside him, though Yan Jin shoved the device away. Yan Jin repeated his question about scientific proof, to which Ji-Yun replied that he wouldn't be pestering him if only a single device had reacted. Ji-Yun calmly produced numerous other machines that all began beeping incessantly, then asked with a confident smile how Yan Jin intended to explain their strong reactions. "What is there to explain?" Yan Jin snapped. "That's just your speculation, so are you guys ghost hunters?" "What's that?" Yan Jin asked, stunned. "People who hunt and collect evil spirits?" "What?" Yan Jin grew more bewildered. "I won't believe a word you say," he said, ending the conversation. "That stone statue has nothing to do with us," he said, turning to leave. "Hey, Li Zixiu, let's go." "Why do you keep lying?" Jia Yuan sighed. "Fine then. I didn't want to resort to this, but..." Some distorted sounds made Yan Zhen turn around. Jia Yuan was playing a video on his phone. "Phone cameras are almost as good as DSLRs these days," he said, zooming in on the image. "This distance is perfect. I'm in trouble," Yan Zhen thought. "I'm not a bad guy, so there's no need to hide," Jia Yuan reassured him. "Saying that only makes you sound more suspicious," Li Zixiu remarked. "What exactly do you want?" Yan Zhen asked directly. "I have a favor to ask," Jia Yuan replied with a shy smile. "Do you two know about the haunted antique shop?" Meanwhile, as Du Kixing was walking down the hallway, someone called out to him from behind. He turned around curiously. A shy-looking boy was holding out a wooden box. This is for you," he stammered. "What is it?" Du Kixing asked, happily taking the gift. "Open it and see. It's a gift from me." "This is the first time I've received a gift from a guy." Du Kixing laughed excitedly as he opened the lid. "Thanks, by the way, which class are you in?" At those words, the boy's voice trembled. You don't remember me? Unbelievable, you hypocrite." With that, he stormed off in anger, leaving Du Kixing confused by the insult. Just then, a strange light began to emanate from the box. Inside was a paper effigy marked with hand characters and a single die. Suddenly, the effigy burst into flames, and thick black smoke billowed out of the box. A new day began with a clear blue sky and wispy white clouds. Inside the classroom, while the other students were listening intently to the lecture, Yan Zhen was still dazed. "Where did we leave off last week?" he wondered, resting his chin on his hand. He let out a long yawn that brought tears to his eyes. "Why am I so exhausted?" He suddenly snapped his eyes open. He noticed something under his desk. It was his phone. The screen was glowing with a message from someone named Ghost Hunter. Below were 3 consecutive messages sent at 9:11 a.m. Ghost Hunter. "Yan Zhen Sama." Ghost Hunter. "My number is 10xxxxxxxx. Ghost Hunter. "It's Jia Yuan." "What the?" he thought in shock, texting back. "How did you get my number?" The reply came almost instantly. "Jia Yuan, Li Zixiu gave it to me." Yan Zhen felt a surge of irritation. "Fine, Jia Yuan. Just this once, can't you come to the haunted antique shop with me?" Jia Yuan asked. "No," Yan Zhen replied. "The two of you should go together." Jia Yuan added. Li Zixiu said. "If you go, then he'll go too." Yan Zhen clenched his fist, feeling a bit annoyed. Suddenly, a voice rang out from right above him. Hey! He jumped in surprise and looked up. The teacher, holding his grade book, frowned and asked, Whose empty seat is that? Yan Zhen turned to look at the vacant desk beside him. Oh, that's Du Kixing's, a voice answered. The class began to whisper. He's already here. He's probably just in the restroom. Suddenly, the classroom door was pushed wide open, and every eye turned toward the student standing there. Whoa, you scared me. He's here, sir. Du Kixing has arrived. However, Kixing made no move to step inside. The teacher spoke up. Du Kixing, where have you been? The entire class fell silent, waiting for his response. Ah, sorry about that, sir, Kixing said with a smirk, showing no sign of remorse. A classmate called out, Hey, Kixing, your seat is over here. Kixing glanced at the boy who called him, and then his gaze shifted toward Yan Zhen. He smirked and turned toward the blackboard, his fingers idly spinning a die. When the bell rang, Min Jun and another student blocked Du Kixing's path. Where were you for so long? You were almost late. Were you really in the restroom? Kixing remained silent. He simply held out a fist toward them. Min Jun hesitated before bumping it. What's this? Let's play rock, paper, scissors. Kixing laughed, propping his feet up on the desk. 10,001 a round. I don't have any money, Min Jun replied with a forced laugh. Then you'll have to pay with your body. Min Jun rubbed his chin deep in thought. 10,001, huh? He quickly made up his mind. All right, let's do it. Rock, paper, scissors. Min Jun threw rock while Du Kixing showed scissors. Haha, a real man always throws rock. Min Jun laughed excitedly, but then he froze when he saw Du Kixing pull out a 10,001 bill. Are you serious? Min Jun took the money, his eyes wide and mouth agape. For real. It's true, Du Kixing replied calmly. You've worked hard. Mingjun cheered happily, thanking him. Want to play again? Du Kixing asked with a friendly smile. Mingjun agreed without a second thought. Du Kixing smirked. This time, let's bet 50,001. What? 50,001? You really are a rich kid. Mingjun mocked while rotating his wrist. This guy was truly reckless. Rock, paper, scissors. This time, Du Kixing threw paper. Ah, damn. Mingjun laughed. Before he could finish his sentence, Du Kixing landed a thunderous punch that sent Mingjun sprawling to the ground. The whole class turned around in shock. Hey, what's going on? Why did you hit him? Yanjin was also stunned. What happened? Du Kixing just stood there, laughing loudly. He pointed at the sprawled-out Mingjun. A man has to take risks. What's the point of just throwing rocks all day? Hey, are you okay, Mingjun? A friend asked, shaking him anxiously. It looks like he's fainted. We need to call the nurse. What's wrong with everyone? Du Kixing asked, looking around with a sinister expression. Everyone stared at him intently. It's nothing, he said, stepping forward and grabbing Mingjun's arm. This guy won a 10,001 bet. What more do you want? He laughed loudly, prying the bill from Mingjun's clenched fist. This guy sure holds onto money tightly, doesn't he? Hey, Du Kixing, that's a bit much. A friend spoke up in reproach. Du Kixing's face darkened. What's too much? Was I supposed to fake a loss? I already gave him the 10,001. I told him the payment would be physical, he said. Hearing his infuriatingly calm tone, everyone was in disbelief. Suddenly, Du Kixing seemed to remember something. He approached the friend who had just spoken. It seems you agreed as well, didn't you? The other boy trembled in fear. Ha! Du Kixing's gaze turned cold and sharp. He pushed himself up and cursed in frustration. Ah, damn it! Du Kixing shoved his hands into his pockets and walked straight out. Only after he had completely left the classroom did everyone dare to rush over to check on Mingjun. What happened? Hey, are you okay? What the hell did I just witness? The boy sitting next to Yanjin adjusted his glasses. It looks like a scene from a school violence movie. A chubby classmate spoke up. I think it's more like a transmigration. That's not actually Du Kixing. Instead, a villain from another world has possessed him. Yanjin only frowned, contemplating in silence. A moment later, two girls began to whisper and gossip. Did you see Du Kixing this morning? Why is he acting like that? That's the first time I've ever heard him swear. The girl opposite her, holding a mirror, glanced toward Du Kixing. He's completely different. It's terrifying. I thought he was some kind of gangster. I heard he's taking acting classes. The girl with the ponytail tried to justify. He's probably preparing for an audition. But does he really need to practice like that at school? The other girl looked wearily at Du Kixing, who was vaping. Exhaling clouds of white smoke, he looked the part. Oh, he must have landed a role as a thug. The class was in an uproar. What is he holding? I can't believe it. Hey, Du Kixing, a boy with a bowl cut warned him. You can't smoke here, the teachers are coming. Du Kixing didn't seem to care. What? You're speaking too softly, I can't hear you. His tone left the other boy stunned and pressured. Speak up! Du Kixing suddenly shouted into the bowl-cut boy's face. The whole class jumped. What's wrong? Is he going crazy again? Suddenly, Du Kixing reached out and gently patted the boy's hand, his voice softening. Just kidding, did I scare you? He held up the vape in his hand and laughed. You think this is a cigarette, but the teacher is coming. Want to bet? Du Kixing interrupted. He smirked and said in a low voice, I bet 10,001 the teacher walks in right when the bell rings. The bowl-cut boy trembled with fear. I bet they won't. 10,001. If you don't have the money, pay with your body, Du Jixing said enticingly, his face full of malice. The boy broke into a cold sweat, looking down and not daring to meet his eyes. Why are you shaking? Du Jixing mocked. Hey, Du Jixing! A voice called from the door. It was Jia. She frowned at him, and Du Jixing frowned back. Then his gaze shifted down to his hand, which she had grabbed. She pulled him along. Come out here. Once in the hallway, Jixing yanked his hand away. What's wrong with you? Jia asked in disbelief. Did you really hit someone? Why? And where did this come from? You hate cigarettes. Du Jixing didn't care, focusing only on tossing a die in his hand. Hey, are you listening? Jia shouted angrily. He stopped and gripped the die tightly. Even or odd? What, are you joking? Even or odd? He repeated with a slight smile. Hurry up. Jia was suspicious, but answered anyway. Odd. Du Jixing smirked and opened his hand. Wrong. Suddenly, he squeezed Jia's cheeks and pulled her close, his expression full of cunning. In that case, you'll have to pay with your body. Jia was pulled so close she bumped into him. Startled, her eyes widened in shock, and then she delivered a hard slap to Du Jixing's face. You lunatic. With that, Jia turned and left, leaving Du Jixing rubbing his slapped cheek. In a corner, a chubby boy watched everything, smirking as he tightened his grip on a talisman in his hand. On another fine day, Jia Yuan was walking down the hallway and unlocked his phone to see a message. Yan Zhen, if you don't reply, I will post that blurred photo on the spiritual forum. Yan Zhen replied, shut your mouth. Yan Zhen, just this once. It is my final wish before I pass away. He looked up at the sign for class 12-3, thinking he could not hide there forever. Jia Yuan opened the door and entered, apologizing for the intrusion. The signal detector on his person began to vibrate, and he smiled. It seems you are very close. Let's turn on the tracker to find Yan Zhen. He held the device, excitedly searching while calling out. Yan Zhen, hiding is futile. My tracker will find you easily. A sudden, powerful force struck the detector in Jia Yuan's hand, causing it to hit the floor. Beside him, Du Jixing had appeared out of nowhere. Jia Yuan flinched as cold sweat poured down. There was a scent of cigarettes. Du Jixing slowly leaned down to pick up the device, which immediately began to vibrate violently. Simultaneously, the equipment on Jia Yuan's body began to shriek loudly. Oh, what is this? Why did everything suddenly break? Jia Yuan hurriedly checked his gear. He didn't forget to ask for help, saying, Hey, please call your classmate Yan Zhen for me. Meanwhile, Yan Zhen opened his phone to see a series of messages on the Ghost Talk app. Help, please save me. Death. Suddenly, Du Jixing slammed the detector onto the ground, shattering it. Do you want to die? He growled, glaring at Jia Yuan. You should apologize when you bump into someone. Terrified by Du Jixing's menacing aura, Jia Yuan stammered an apology. A die was tossed high into the air. Du Jixing suddenly clapped his hands and thrust two fists toward Jia Yuan, his face resembling a demon's. Which hand? Zai Ziu grimaced as she looked at the tarot cards on the table. She turned to Yan Zhen and said fearfully, Your classmate Du Jixing is possessed. Yan Zhen sighed and tapped his phone, giving only a brief grunt in response. Hey, Long Zhen. Zai Ziu stood up abruptly. I call you Long Zhen because your name is Yan Zhen. No need to explain, he replied, face-planting onto the desk. Why should I go? We aren't even close friends. You're certain he's possessed just because of one card? Yan Zhen was confused. He seemed fine this morning. It's probably just his natural temperament. He stood up to leave. This doesn't concern me, so forget it. Seeing this, Zai Ziu's expression became sorrowful. And stop calling me that, Yan Zhen reminded her. Zai Ziu looked out the window, acting pitiful. If he is a good person, he must be suffering terribly right now. Just like when I was possessed. A voice suddenly spoke up. Jia Yuan had appeared. Du Jixing and I went to middle school together, so I can confirm he is a good person who never hit anyone or even dared to swear. He is like a character straight out of a comic book. See, it's so tragic, Zai Ziu chimed in. He doesn't even have the courage to make a bet with anyone, Jia Yuan continued. Zai Ziu looked at his swollen cheek in surprise. What happened to your face? A ghost hit me, he replied. Sensing their intent, Yan Zhen answered firmly, I'm not going. Jia Yuan lowered his head before facing Yan Zhen again. I won't force you to go to the antique shop anymore, and I apologize for what happened earlier. You said it was just like when you were possessed, right? He became serious. Because the exorcism was successful, you are standing here now. Isn't that right? If you two aren't ghost hunters, then who handled the bronze statue incident? That again? Yan Zhen snapped. We have nothing to do with it. Before he could finish, Zai Ziu cried out in alarm. Her phone screen showed a notification. Gong Zhiyuan had transferred 50,000 won. There's a deposit. Yan Zhen was annoyed. I will pay the rest if you agree, Jia Yuan said, bowing to them. Please save Du Jixing, I beg of you. Yan Zhen recalled Du Jixing striking Jia Yuan down, the devices shrieking incessantly, and that man's terrifying, low voice. Despite this, he flatly refused. I won't do it. He coldly walked past Jia Yuan. Help him yourself. Zai Ziu, I'm going home. Zai Ziu hurried after him. As she passed, she gave Zhao Yuan a look of pity before quickly departing, leaving him all alone in the room. In the hallway, the sound of their footsteps faded. Yan Zhen thought to himself, what kind of trouble are they trying to drag me into now? Sad memories suddenly flooded back. He only wanted to live a normal life like before. An old voice echoed in his mind. From that day on, you were already dead. No, Yan Zhen told himself. From now on, my own safety comes first. I will never get involved in anything again. While lost in thought, he suddenly ran into Du Jixing. Zhao Jixing, he thought to himself. A friend walking beside Zhao Jixing playfully bumped his shoulder, saying the girls were looking for him as Yan Zhen walked past. This might actually suit you better, the friend joked. It seemed they would pass each other like strangers, but suddenly Yan Zhen's hand reached out and grabbed Zhao Jixing. His hand acted on its own, seizing Zhao Jixing's collar to the shock of the accompanying friend. Despite being the one who initiated the move, Yan Zhen himself appeared utterly terrified. At that moment, Zaisu was rushing down the hallway looking for him, calling out his name. She froze mid-sentence upon seeing Yan Zhen gripping Zhao Jixing's collar, quickly hiding behind a wall and covering her mouth to stay silent. Despite saying he wouldn't get involved, he ended up performing an exorcism for them. He was still as kind-hearted as ever. Seeing this, Zhao Jixing's friend began to curse in anger. What do you think you're doing? The friend barked. Immediately, Yan Zhen did something bizarre, using his right hand to strike his own left hand that was clutching Zhao Jixing's collar while stammering apologies. Trembling with a sweat-beaded face, he insisted it wasn't him, but Zhao Jixing just laughed, pointing out that since it was his hand, it had to be him. Yes, that's right, Yan Zhen stammered. Yan Zhen continued to stutter. Annoyed, Zhao Jixing loosened his tie and pulled out a die, tossing it into the air before catching it. He hid the die in one of his hands and thrust them toward Yan Zhen. With a mocking smirk, he asked which hand held it. Zhao Jixing and his friend laughed while Zaisu watched anxiously from behind the wall. Yan Zhen was left in a state of shock. He felt his left hand begin to move again, slowly rising and filling him with dread as it acted entirely on its own once more. The hand automatically pointed to Zhao Jixing's left palm. After a brief pause, Zhao Jixing opened his hand to reveal the die. Correct, he said, patting Yan Zhen's shoulder as he walked past. Watch that hand of yours, pal. Once they left, Yan Zhen remained standing there, staring at his hand with his mind in a complete whirl. After walking a short distance, Zhao Jixing glanced back with a look of confusion. Back in class, Yan Zhen couldn't stop staring at his hand until it suddenly jerked upward again. His hand clenched into a fist and aimed directly at his face, striking him before he could react. A bespectacled classmate passing by asked curiously if he was practicing some interesting new trick. Yan Zhen had to use his right hand to restrain his left to keep it from moving erratically. Getting ready for a talent show at the picnic? The other boy asked with a grin. Suddenly, his left hand jerked violently again. Hey, help me hold my hand down, he shouted. His friend immediately tried to help but grabbed his right hand instead. No, the left one, not the right, Yan Zhen snapped, as his left hand spiraled out of control as if it were determined to punch someone. Zhen, a classmate called out. Do I really have to get involved in this boring situation? It's disgusting. Yan Zhen had to use all his strength just to restrain his left hand. It finally stopped moving and he breathed a sigh of relief. It was over. A friend playing games at the desk in front turned around. Hey Yan Zhen, he asked seriously. Could you have alien hand syndrome? Yan wondered what that was and immediately searched for the strange condition after class. After reading the symptoms, Yan Zhen thought in terror. Good grief, why does this sound exactly like me? Is it a brain issue? I have been hitting my head lately. No wonder he felt so sluggish. He worried it might be a symptom of something grave. As he was lost in thought, a figure approached from behind and suddenly raised a hand. Faster than he could think, Yan Zhen's left arm swung up automatically to block the strike. It was Shu Hao, who looked surprised by Yan Zhen's reflexes. Wow, Shu Hao laughed awkwardly. I guess your body just reacts on its own now because you get punched so much. Yan Zhen thought dejectedly. Not this again, and tried to explain. My hand is currently, whatever, Shu Hao interrupted, not caring to listen. Hey, is that guy Zhao Qing in your class? Yan Zhen glared at him with irritation. Tell him to give me back my vape, Shu Hao commanded. What even is that? It's an e-cigarette, you moron, Shu Hao snapped. If it's yours, why don't you go ask him yourself? Yan Zhen retorted. Why make me do it? It's such a hassle. I'd have to walk all the way to the 11th grade wing. Shu Hao frowned, his gaze turning menacing. I told you not to make me angry. Yan Zhen didn't even get to finish his sentence. His left hand jerked on its own again. Panicking, he quickly pinned it down with his right hand. Fine, I'll go get it for you, he said hurriedly. See, that wasn't so hard, Shu Hao said with satisfaction. You kept stalling. I'm going, Yan Zhen replied, brushing past him. Shu Hao sneered at his back. Look at him run. In the hallway, Jia Yuan was holding a strange device with colored rods to detect temperature. Suddenly, the green rod lit up, and he immediately pointed the sensor toward it. The screen, which had been showing 9 degrees, suddenly plummeted to -1. That's strange. How could it be -1 there? Yan Zhen entered the classroom, his heart racing when he saw Zhao Qing. He stood there staring, trying to psych himself up. Forget it, I'll just pretend I don't know anything to avoid a fight. Why are you lurking behind me? Zhao Qing's voice made Yan Zhen jump. Planning to try your luck with another bet? No, Yan Zhen said fearfully. Shu Hao told me to get back something you borrowed. Borrowed? Zhao Qing laughed, reaching under the desk. Is he asking for it back now because he's scared of getting hit after losing the bet? He didn't say anything about that, Yan Zhen said, looking away. Suddenly, Zhao Qing leaned back, staring intently at him before laughing. Do you want to take a beating in his place? Who would want that? Yan Zhen immediately countered. I'm not that bored. Zhao Qing seemed surprised. Fine, just take it, Yan Zhen said irritably, preparing to turn away. Wait, it's that guy from earlier, right? Zhao Qing suddenly said. I'll give it to you. Yan Zhen turned back. Yeah, but the boy pulled out a die, tossed it up, and caught it tightly in his palm. If you guess correctly. Zhao Qing smiled terrifyingly. Odd or even? The class began to whisper. Yan Zhen was terrified. What? No, there's no need for this. Oh, come on, it's already started, Zhao Qing urged. Hurry up. What do I even gain from playing this? Just do it. Zhao Qing roared, his brow furrowing. Forced into it, Yan Zhen muttered. Odd. Zhao Qing chuckled. 3, 2, 1, ta-da! He slowly opened his palm to reveal a single dot on the die. I guess it's odd, Zhao Qing sneered, raising his hand. Yan Zhen flinched, and the whole class held their breath in fear. As Zhao Qing's fist was about to strike, Yan Zhen's left hand moved on its own. It rose, caught Zhao Qing's arm, and shoved it away forcefully. At the same time, his finger delivered a powerful flick to Zhao Qing's forehead. Crash! Zhao Qing fell backward, his back slamming hard against the bulletin board. He slumped to the floor, leaving the entire class speechless with shock. It happened so fast that even Yan Zhen didn't understand what he had just done. What just flew by? Zhao Qing's hand, resting on the ground, twitched slightly. Yan Zhen jumped, his face turning pale as Zhao Qing staggered to his feet, covering most of his face with one hand. No one could see his expression at that moment. In the tension-filled atmosphere, Yan Zhen clumsily explained, that was because of my left hand. He suddenly realized he had misspoken. Why did he blame his left hand and even mention it being parasitized? Then, a mocking voice rang out. Are you still acting? Another person mocked. Good grief, you actually had me thinking you were some hidden master. Nearby, a girl with hair rollers listened, completely bewildered. Wait, what does parasite mean? Yan Zhen was drenched in sweat, stammering incoherently. He glanced at the boy with glasses and forced out an explanation, saying Qixing had asked him to play the role of a rival. A rival? The boy with glasses asked suspiciously. What's going on? Are you guys rehearsing a play? In an instant, the somewhat forced yet surprisingly plausible explanation from Yan Zhen successfully convinced the entire class. That's right, Qixing is about to become an actor, isn't he? Ah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Everyone fell for it completely, but Yan Zhen still hadn't recovered his composure. He thought to himself that it was likely due to Qixing's usual reputation. Whatever, let's just let it slide, he mused. At that moment, the boy with glasses approached, looking displeased. Hey, you should have given us a heads up. You really gave me a fright. Qixing stood there, listening to everyone gossip about him. Wow, Qixing is really talented. He gets so immersed in every role. Wait, so earlier you and Min Jun were also acting out that beating? You were so into it. He could only burst out laughing mockingly. Then, while grinning and giggling, he muttered Yan Zhen's name under his breath. Hearing the way Qixing called his name, Yan Zhen began to feel tense again. Qixing dropped his hands, revealing an expression that looked exactly like a demon's. How interesting, he remarked. Yan Zhen broke into a cold sweat as he watched him, thinking he was doomed. At that same moment, Zaiziu was walking past the classroom and happened to overhear the whispering coming from inside. Have Yan Zhen and Qixing always been close? They've both been so quiet until now. She stopped in her tracks, her face filled with unease and shock as she began to piece the story together. Elsewhere, Jia Yun was opening an old box he had just found and scrutinizing the strange characters inside. What is this box filled with such dark energy? And this, is it Oracle Bone script? When he shifted his gaze to the lid, he was slightly surprised. Underneath the lid was an equally bizarre shape. A sense of familiarity urged him to compare it with information on his phone. On the screen was an anonymous post asking if anyone had seen this strange symbol, and coincidentally, it was identical to the one he was looking at. A ghostly antique shop? A thought flashed through Jia Yun's mind. But why is it here? While he was racking his brain, a familiar voice called out to him. Hey, Jia Yun turned around, startled. It was Jaya, her face still etched with worry. She opened the Ghost Talk app on her phone and a series of short messages appeared. "Stop it, help me, save me, death, destruction. I don't know if you'll believe me," she said, but at that very moment, Chiksheng is a ghost. Perhaps his soul is very close by. Jia Yun didn't seem surprised. He calmly toyed with his phone and mentioned that while he was being hit, he heard a sound echoing from the box. How does it work? It combines radio frequencies so that spirits can convey messages. What did Chiksheng say? Jia Yun repeated his friend's words. Jia Yun, I'm sorry, that was all. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jaya burst into tears, as droplets fell one by one onto her phone screen. Hey, are you serious? Jia Yun asked in disbelief. Go away, Jaya replied, irritably wiping her eyes. Jia Yun stopped teasing her and sat down by her side. You used to say that thing was just a toy, but it sounded exactly like Chiksheng. Recalling the time she faced her friend's possessed state, Jaya couldn't help but feel doubtful. He suddenly changed completely. Could he have suffered some kind of head injury? But she bitterly provided her own answer. This absurdity is happening right before my eyes, so I have to believe it. The memory of Chiksheng's glowing eyes and sinister grin resurfaced, making her shudder. That gaze didn't belong to a human, it was terrifying. Chiksheng must be so scared right now, she expressed anxiously. He was always such a coward, what should we do? Her voice was full of helplessness. Why did this suddenly happen? Jia Yun sighed. You already know, Chiksheng was still normal before the first period. Something must have happened after the first period ended. That's impossible. Something is definitely wrong. Jaya refused to believe. Jia Yun shrugged. I've found the cause. The one responsible for this is still in the school. Hearing this, Jaya stopped crying and exclaimed in surprise, Really? You said there was something suspicious in the school, is that it? No, Jia Yun replied while rummaging through his bag, pulling out the old box. But I've gathered evidence. He pointed to a symbol inside the box. Without this, there's no way to explain what's happening. What is that? Jaya asked curiously. I'll perform the exorcism myself and show you. But what is it? She asked again urgently. However, Jia Yun was completely lost in his own world. You insolent demon, he muttered, his eyes fixed on the box. Today, I, the exorcist, will officially make my debut. As the golden sunset bathed Yanzhen Road, he walked along, occasionally glancing down at his fist, still troubled by that earlier finger snap. But I have truly used my power. Suddenly, Du Jiexing lunged out of nowhere and threw an arm around his shoulder. Hey, Yanzhen! This sudden move scared Yanzhen half to death. Where are you going? Come play with me, Du Jiexing grinned, inviting him. I have to go home, Yanzhen replied, suppressing his tension with a trembling voice. Then let's go play at your house. Du Jiexing refused to let go, but Yanzhen quickly slipped out of his grasp. My house has a very mean dog, he said, but after only a few steps. Du Jiexing grabbed his wrist and yanked him back. Hey, just play with me for a bit, he demanded through gritted teeth. At that exact moment, the beaded bracelet on Yanzhen's wrist suddenly emitted a blinding light. Du Jiexing was blasted backward, letting out a cry as he stumbled, unable to keep his footing. He stared in horror at what was happening, especially his own hand, which was flickering strangely. What is this? Even Yanzhen hadn't expected the bracelet's effect to be so potent. Wow, this is high quality, he thought, seizing the opportunity. He waved his braced arm toward Du Jiexing to drive him away, and it worked. Du Jiexing didn't dare approach again, standing frozen in place. He glared resentfully at Yanzhen's retreating figure. Clicking his tongue in frustration, he wondered how much longer it would take for his power to fully recover. That night in Yanzhen's room, he watched the dog flipping through a book like a human. So you're saying it wasn't brain damage, but because of your power? He asked hesitantly. The dog just chuckled. I'll crush all your peanuts, Yanzhen threatened, glaring. At the mention of peanuts, the dog finally looked up. Hurry up and bring them here to cheer me up. But because of this left hand, the whole school, he raised his fist, trembling with resentment. I already told you, the dog replied calmly. The power I transferred saved you. Thanks to it, demons no longer target you. Not target me? Are you joking? Yanzhen raised an eyebrow. This power of yours has been picking fights with them, and it even controls my hand to hit me. That arm no longer belongs to you, the dog explained with a sigh. What? If it's not mine, then whose is it? The dog looked up and revealed a terrifying truth. Your real hand was severed by the doll demon. Yanzhen's reaction was, needless to say, one of absolute shock. Let me put it this way so it's easier to understand. It looked at the hand resting on Yanzhen's left arm and emphasized every word. Your left arm is the last remnant of my power. Hearing the words Black Dragon and Final Power from its mouth, Yanzhen was stunned. It was late afternoon and a crimson hue dyed the sky. A phone screen displayed a message. Ghostly antique shop. Must go with a fortune teller. If you go in alone out of curiosity and get possessed, no one can save you. Two friends stood before a shop that looked like an abandoned warehouse. Could this be the place? Zaya clicked her tongue. It just looks like an old house. While Jia Yuan was terrified of everything, Zaya remained strangely calm. Anyway, let's just try going in. Wait, Jia Yuan said, putting down his backpack to search for something. If we go in together, they might get suspicious. Let me go in alone. Although he was terrified inside, he tried to act brave. In another scene, Jin, in his canine form, was recounting his legend. My power was originally formed from 4 dragons: the Crimson Dragon, the Azure Dragon, the White Dragon, and the Black Dragon. His eyes suddenly turned pensive. But now, they have all vanished. Only the Black Dragon remains. He looked at Yan Zhen's left arm. That arm of yours is the final piece of my power that's left. It was formed from the power of the Black Dragon. Yan Zhen listened, his mouth agape. It was the strongest, but also the most arrogant of the 4 dragons, Jin remarked. Yan Zhen stood frozen. Black Dragon? He held out his arm. What happens if you take this arm back? Jin looked at him as if he were an idiot. Then you'll lose an arm. Will the arm just disappear? It will be gone forever. Yan Zhen was in utter despair. To be more precise, it has already been crushed. Everything I've said is the truth. Yan Zhen felt like crying. Stop it. By the way, Jin asked curiously, why do you hate it so much? With your mediocre body, this power isn't a disadvantage. It's ruining my school life, Yan Zhen complained. Yan Zhen grumbled about his ancestors, but Jin suddenly interrupted him. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Yan Zhen was speechless. Jin asked what was happening, and if the history book contained any records of the Earth God or the Mi clan, leaving Yan Zhen bewildered by the strange names. Yan Zhen mumbled that the book held no records past the era of the Great Army, noting it only covered the 3 kingdoms, but Jin asked if there was anything else. Yan Zhen flipped to another page and asked if he was looking for that, stating it was all he had, which made Jin's almond-shaped eyes narrow in suspicion. Yan Zhen was at his wit's end when a sudden knock at the door and a loud voice calling his name from outside gave him a start. Inside a dim, aged room, Jia Yuan placed a miniature camera on a shelf surrounded by various ancient artifacts, ceramic jars, and wall scrolls. When Jia Yuan asked if anyone was there, a raspy voice inquiring if he wanted to buy something made him spin around in shock. An old woman with a foul odor emerged from behind a curtain, and her terrifying appearance caused Jia Yuan to begin stammering. He waited until the camera was functioning before speaking to her. While outside, Jia stared intently at the ghost detector screen with a tense expression. She recalled Jia Yuan's warning to call him if blue streaks of light appeared in an empty room. While inside, Jia Yuan asked if the cursed item came from her shop. The old woman glanced at the wooden box and asked, "So what?" confirming Jia Yuan's suspicion and making him grit his teeth. He pleaded for a way to break the curse, but she slowly explained that she only sold the items and the responsibility lay with the one who cast it. He asked if the buyer was a Sambo student in his uniform, but she refused to reveal any customer information, making him realize it wouldn't be easy. Jia Yuan thought to himself as the old woman glared at him suspiciously, telling him to leave if he wasn't there to buy anything. Jia Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and claimed he was just testing her, saying he would buy the item as he toyed with the box. He mentioned a friend had bought one there and referred him, but noted that a curse required secrecy to avoid trouble. Without suspicion, she produced a wooden box and a silk pouch, warning him that the curse worked on site and he must not look inside. Jia Yuan stood there blankly watching as she took a yellow talisman from the pouch, explaining in her raspy voice that it was for the caster. She added that if it was just a prank, he should tear the talisman within 49 hours to lift the curse, prompting Jia Yuan to clarify. The old woman smiled kindly as she confirmed the 49-hour limit, while Jia Yuan wondered what would happen if that time passed. She maintained her smile as her eerie laughter filled the dark room, leaving Jia Yuan frozen and only able to nod in response. Feeling a creeping dread, he decided to leave now that he knew how to break the curse, politely promising to be careful. He asked for the price and if he could pay by card, realizing she likely only took cash, which he didn't have on him. She told him it wasn't necessary and asked him to put his hair and nails into a red bag and sign a stack of papers. Jia Yuan gave a dry laugh, asking if it was free, but she replied that those personal items were actually very valuable. Jia Yuan quickly lied about having hereditary baldness and being unable to pull his hair, suggesting he only sign his name for now. He showed his neatly trimmed fingernails and asked to return later, attempting to pull the papers toward him with an innocent smile. She suddenly grabbed his hand and whispered in her raspy voice that he needed to provide a blood stamp before signing. A sharp blade slid out of her bamboo cane, making him scream and lie about having hereditary hemophilia before asking for the restroom. Jia Yuan hurried to a secluded corner and pulled out a red pen, putting on a dramatic performance as he called out for her to hurry. He claimed his blood would solidify instantly upon contact with the air, leaving the old woman exasperated by his many ailments. This brat Jia Yuan quickly pressed his thumbprint onto the paper, thinking he could finally write his name there. The old woman watched him and muttered that the boy was riddled with illness and needed to recover quickly. The old woman urged him to write faster, so Jia Yuan slowly moved the pen to draw a horizontal stroke, then a vertical one, followed by another horizontal line. After a moment, he produced a long and scribbled name before suddenly seizing the chance to flip the stack of papers and hold them close to the mini camera hidden on his person. "What on earth are you doing?" she barked, snatching the paper back. "Oh, am I not allowed to look?" Jia Yuan asked innocently, claiming he just wanted to check if he wrote it correctly. But suddenly, faint whispers began to echo in his ears. The whispers turned into piercing screams that repeated "liar, liar, liar" over and over, causing a cold shiver to run down Jia Yuan's spine. The ringing of a call from his smartwatch startled him, but as he prepared to leave, the shop's rolling door slammed shut and strange black horns appeared as space distorted and the entire shop vanished. Jia Yuan was trapped in a pitch-black void and cried out in vain for the shopkeeper, but sensing the situation was dire, he hurriedly spoke into his watch. "Jia, can you hear me? Jia!" Just then, a crack of light appeared as the muscular Jia single-handedly lifted the rolling door and shouted for Jia Yuan to get out. Jia Yuan gasped in shock as Jia urged him to hurry with all her might, and he immediately lunged out just as the door in Jia's hands began to make cracking sounds. Sharp fangs sprouted from the door as it transformed into a giant monstrous maw that tried to swallow them both before its teeth slammed into the ground, and the door shut tight. Only Jia's final scream echoed out, leaving Jia Yuan frozen in shock until a figure suddenly rushed toward the scene. He swung a greatsword and delivered a powerful strike against the door, creating a spatial rift that forced the monster's mouth to spit Jia out. Huixiu caught her just in time as the door returned to its old, rusty form, and Jia Yuan stared in awe at the newcomer, recognizing him as Yanjin. "Lord Yanjin," he thought, admiring the man's arrogant yet impressive demeanor. But suddenly, a ghostly hand reached out from within the rift. It tried to tear the rift wider, prompting Jia Yuan to shout a warning as Yanjin instinctively swung his sword and gripped the weapon tightly. Jia Yuan watched with excitement, thinking such things only existed in comics. But Yanjin lacked the strength to lift the sword and was sent flying by a thunderous punch from the ghostly hand. Huixiu rushed forward to provide cover, and Jia Yuan was amazed by her skillful use of fire, noting that the daughter of a mage was truly exceptional. However, her cool moment lasted less than 3 seconds before she tripped over a rock and fell flat on her face, leaving Jia Yuan speechless at the duo's poor exorcism skills. In a dire situation, Jia Yuan glanced back and was startled to see iron bars, while Yanjin was being strangled by black arms on the other side, his breathing growing weaker. Footsteps echoed from a distance as Jia Yuan arrived wielding an iron rod to handle the situation himself, breaking the first arm with a strike that revealed his second-degree kendo skills. Huixiu was surprised as the arms gripping Yanjin began to retreat, allowing Jia Yuan to grab Yanjin's shoulder, so the group could seize the opportunity to run like the wind. Atop a building under a crimson sky, someone watched them silently as a cleaver was tossed to the ground, and Yanjin sat down, panting heavily from exhaustion. He was exhausted and heard an annoying question asking if they were okay, but when he turned to snap back, he saw Jia Yuan bowing so low his head touched the ground. "I am truly sorry. I didn't realize it would be this dangerous," Jia Yuan said, apologizing sincerely for dragging everyone into the mess. "I did message Huixiu to come help," Jia Yuan explained, as he recalled the text he had sent her earlier. He had told Huixiu the shop was related to Daojing's possession, and that he would exorcise it with a friend, jokingly adding that at worst they would just get possessed and return. Yanjin was speechless after reading the message from the troublemaker, and Jia Yuan also felt deep regret, thinking he wouldn't have come if he had known the truth. "But I think messaging was the right call because it was very dangerous," Huixiu replied gently, suggesting they go together next time, which made Jia Yuan beam with joy. "Really, you'll come with me next time?" he asked, but Yanjin immediately refused, though Jia Yuan still reached out his hand to suggest they be good friends. Yanjin slapped his hand firmly in a high five, and Jia Yuan knew this meant he had agreed, so he thanked him for coming to help. "You could have just ignored it. You really are a kind and loyal person," just as Zai Ziu said. "It feels quite strange," Han Yongzhen finally spoke up. "If you do something wrong, this will be the last time we speak. Why are you being so shy?" Jia Yuan teased. Han Yongzhen sighed helplessly, wondering why no one around him was normal. "Are you really going to perform the exorcism yourself?" Jia Yuan asked hesitantly, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the sword. "Where did this come from? It looks like a greatsword from a comic book. Can I touch it? We're friends now after all." "You're already touching it," Han Yongzhen said, speechless. Suddenly, the blade glowed as if refusing to be handled. "Forget it, it's not working." Jia Yuan adjusted his glasses, frustrated. I see, it must be a barrier. Only the chosen can wield this sword. This is nonsense, Han Yongzhen interrupted. That is an exorcism sword. A strong voice rang out, making Jia Yuan jump. Why is the dog talking? Jin, in his canine form, panted heavily, saying it only strikes evil things. After saying that, he collapsed. Oh, old man, Zaiziu panicked and rushed over. Are you okay? Please have some water. We must hurry and catch the dragon. Jin thought to himself, feeling like he had lost half his life. Is that your dog? Jia Yuan asked in shock. How did it run all the way here? Yeah, Han Yongzhen replied coldly. He wasn't allowed on the taxi. Jia Yuan was speechless. That's crazy. Oh, I paid for the taxi with the money you gave me, Han Yongzhen remembered. Did you guys take a taxi here? Jia Yuan thought he had run the whole way. I'll transfer the money to Li myself. Zaiziu asked, Old man, are you feeling better? Zaiziu checked on Jin. What? Is there a palanquin here too? Jin murmured, so a taxi is a palanquin. But is the dog's name really Old Man? Jia Yuan still couldn't process it. Yes, he's a dog with special abilities. Did you bring him for the exorcism? I see, it sounds just like a comic book. At that moment, Kang Jia slowly regained consciousness. Where am I? She looked up at the group gathered around her, her face full of confusion. What happened? What just happened to me? She looked around. Hey, I just saw something very strange, like a shop growing a huge tooth, and then it started spinning around. That's terrifying, Zaiziu exclaimed. All right, Jia Yuan turned on his iPad. Now that Kang Jia is awake, let's get to work. He turned the screen toward them. Take a look at this. The later part is distorted and unclear. The screen showed footage from inside the shop. He fast-forwarded to a shot of a piece of paper. But I managed to save the most important part. Under the starry night sky, someone opened the door and entered the shop. Hey, old lady, he called out. Du Qixing, currently possessed by a demon, looked at the person. How much longer? You came back for a visit and already lost an arm. The person looked at Du Qixing's severed arm and asked curiously, then covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. What happened? Some kids dressed like you just stopped by, the old woman said. Hearing this, the person's face went blank. She continued, it seems they want to rescue the owner of this body. But an unusual person intervened. An unusual person? Du Qixing asked curiously, then stood aside. Ah, could it be Han Yongzhen? The antique shop owner curiously repeated the name Han Yongzhen. There's a strange guy who once beat me in a bet, Du Qixing replied. He curled his finger and flicked the air. Yeah, he snapped his fingers once and I was sent flying. So I don't think he's an ordinary person. Where do you think you're going instead of waiting obediently? She interrupted. It takes 49 hours for the soul to separate from the body. What are you talking about? Du Qixing's face darkened. I was afraid they would burn the talismans, so I had to do it. I told them to tear the talismans. Nothing will happen. You shouldn't have taught them how to tear the talismans in the first place. Du Qixing grew angry. Seeing him like a wild beast, the old woman appeared pleased. Humans look calm on the outside, but their hearts are filled with fear. We have to provide them with some insurance before they'll sign the contract. You're the same. Her words were gentle, but Du Qixing couldn't talk back. Besides, they won't tear the talismans, she reassured him. These days, humans look down on these dark arts. They only pray for others to fail. How can you be so sure? Du Qixing gritted his teeth. Countless red threads poured from the old woman, one of which latched onto him. Look at your subordinates. Isn't this proof? Even if they burn the talismans, you won't disappear. You will simply return to me. Leaning on her cane, she approached and leaned in close to Du Qixing. Do you hate being near me that much? Just then, a masked person suddenly appeared at the door. Walking in naturally, he said, Excuse me for entering. Elsewhere, a terrified voice cried out, What? 49 hours, Hui muttered in shock. A full day has already passed, Jia replied. There are probably about 15 hours left, Yang Jin added. By the way, does anyone know who Jin Shanyu is? Jia Yuan asked. Everyone shook their heads. There are so many names on this paper, so why are you so certain it's Jin Shanyu? Jia questioned. Jia Yuan pulled out a wooden box, explaining that he had found it at school. Look, he said, pointing to the characters carved on the box and comparing them to the name on the paper. They were identical. The group nodded in agreement. Oh, you're right. This ink still looks quite fresh. It must have happened recently, Jia Yuan analyzed. Just then, Jin barked a few times. What did he say? Hui translated for Jia Yuan. He says it's pronounced do, Jia Yuan muttered to himself. Then he suddenly realized. The gambling demon. The living encyclopedia Jia Yuan took the stage again. According to my demon dictionary, since the late Joseon dynasty, the Dubei Gui has been recorded as a malevolent spirit that tests human luck through gambling games. However, no one has ever managed to defeat it. Ah, gambling, Yang Jin muttered. So it's behind games like over-under and rock-paper-scissors? First, we must inform the female shaman about this, Jin commanded. Zaiziu nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, let me try asking my mother. Seeing the two of them constantly nodding at a puppy, Jia stood there in a daze. Oh, are you guys actually talking to this dog right now? Yeah, but you won't be able to hear him. You need a spiritual connection to understand, Zai Ziu explained. Damn it, when will I ever get a connection like that? Jia Yuan said regretfully. Word mother appeared on the phone screen. Burn the talisman immediately. Zai Ziu's mother's voice rang out from the other end, punctuated by fits of coughing. That thing is extremely dangerous. Are you children all right? Just looking at it through the screen gave me a splitting headache. Mom, are you okay? Zai Ziu asked anxiously. The entity you encountered is a Wu Zai Gui. Wu Zai Gui is a spirit that uses the souls of others as its minions. In other words, the old woman at the antique shop is not human. She's not human, Jia Yuan asked in terror. An ancient room filled with countless imprisoned souls. The names signed in red ink within that ledger are actually contracts used to steal souls. That talisman, neither the cursed child nor the person using it will be safe anymore. Everyone was struck with horror upon hearing those words. If 49 hours pass, Jia said tensely, the body will be completely overtaken by the demon. Anxiety was clearly written on everyone's faces. The child's soul will be permanently imprisoned within the shaman's talisman. At that point, there will be no way left to save them, Zai Ziu's mother continued. However, she emphasized, if you manage to destroy the talisman within the allotted time, the possessed child will return to normal, and the parasite inside Du Qing will also vanish. What about the person who cursed Du Qing? They will die, and their soul will be seized by the demon. Serves them right, Jia said gleefully. That kind of person doesn't deserve to live anyway. Since they're going to die anyway, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Zai Ziu's mother replied. But you still must bring that child here to assess the situation. That talisman must be burned before the 49 hours are up. The next day, the group went to school and split up to inquire in each classroom. Jia searched in class 4, while Jia Yuan checked class 5. Zai Ziu also searched another classroom with the same question. Is Jin Shanyu here? In class 2, a curious boy repeated the name Jin Shanyu before calling out to him. Hey, Jin Shanyu? Shanyu, an introverted student, was startled. Who's calling me? Are you Jin Shanyu? Yeah, what about it? The person looking for him was none other than Yang Jin. Why me? He sighed inwardly before getting straight to the point. Do you have the talisman? Hearing this, Cheng Yu flinched and remained silent. Suddenly, he shoved Jia Zhen and rushed outside. Hey, stop! Yan Zhen chased after him. How is he so fast? And so a chase began. Hey, stop! Yan Zhen shouted. But after only a few meters, he was panting heavily. Wait a second. His limbs were trembling like an 80-year-old man's. Why is this so hard? My limbs feel paralyzed. Well, did you find him? Jia asked, opening the door. Yeah, over there, Yan replied breathlessly. He pointed at the chubby boy waddling ahead. That guy? Jia immediately sprinted toward him with the speed of a track athlete. You brat, stop right there. But seeing her "you're dead" expression, Cheng Yu didn't dare stop. Jia Yuan shouted from a distance. You gave them your hair and fingernails when you bought that, didn't you? You're doomed. These words acted like a binding spell, making Cheng Yu freeze in his tracks. That was a contract to offer yourself to a demon. Jia caught up and screamed. Got you. Hand over the talisman if you don't want to die. What? Cheng Yu turned pale, stubbornly refusing to believe it. Don't lie. It's the truth, Zai Ziu said. She's a shaman, Jia Yuan added, pointing at Zai Ziu. I'm not a shaman, she quickly denied. Jia looked at the chubby boy and said, but if we just burn the talisman, everything will return to normal. Then, Cheng Yu finally spoke, stammering. Will Qixing return to normal too? Yes, Jia replied. There's still time to fix everything. Give it to me. I won't, he gritted his teeth. This is too much, Jia Yuan lamented. Oh my God, please, Yan Zhen groaned in exhaustion. What's the point anymore? Cheng Yu's face contorted. I'd rather die. In another dimension, the name Jin Cheng Yu had been marked. He became the one whose name was called. On the old woman's forehead, red strokes formed a seal over Cheng Yu's name as a chilling, scratching sound echoed. This life is a waste anyway, Cheng Yu muttered, head bowed. Now that things have come to this, my life is over. He chuckled bitterly. You all hate me anyway, you'll just spread rumors about me. Who would bother? Yan Zhen said, speechless. If you keep acting like this, you really are detestable, Jia Yuan said bluntly. Actually, I didn't think it would escalate this much, Cheng Yu mumbled. We understand. Just hand over the talisman and it's over, the two girls comforted him. Just apologize to Qixing later, he'll understand. Understand my foot, Cheng Yu snapped as if stung. What do you know about Qixing? That bastard only acts nice, but he actually looks down on everyone. The other two fell silent. If Qixing returns, Cheng Yu bit his lip, he'll act forgiving in front of you, but behind your back he'll tear me to shreds. Because that bastard, he looked up and shouted, is a total hypocrite. A memory surfaced. Back in middle school in a noisy classroom, Cheng Yu sat doing his work, grumbling about the noise. Why do I have to be in the same class as these people when we were supposed to be grouped by grades? So, shall we let Cheng Yu continue as class president? The teacher's voice rang out. The class grew rowdy. Teacher, a boy said, putting his arm around his neighbor. I nominate Qixing for class president. The class erupted in cheers while Chengyu froze. I nominate Qixing too. Chengyu's expression darkened. Finally, Qixing and Chengyu both stood at the podium. I think it's more appropriate for Chengyu to remain president, Qixing stammered. Come on, don't be shy, the classmates cheered. In the end, Qixing won by a landslide. Jin Chengyu got 2 votes, while Zhang Qixing got 21. Congratulations to the new president, the students crowded around Qixing. Chengyu trembled with rage. He was only elected because he's popular. They should have chosen someone competent. What does that smooth talker even know? Who were those 2 votes for? Whispers spread. He probably voted for himself. The kids in the back snickered. Chengyu's face flushed with embarrassment as they hit a nerve. A bunch of idiots daring to make a fool of me. You've stolen my opportunity, you know? On the board, the teacher wrote a list of subjects: literature, math, English, and Korean history. Chengyu held his exam results. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey, Zhang Qixing is ranked first in our class." Chengyu froze. The girls began to gush. Wow, as expected of the class president. He's handsome, smart, and rich. He's the best. He's perfect with no flaws at all. I heard he doesn't even have a girlfriend yet. Chengyu's face turned pale. He recalled Qixing's smile and felt a wave of nausea. It's impossible for someone to be that perfect. He must be a fraud, Shu En-gu ranted, crushing the report card in his hand. That fake bastard is probably laughing at me inside. That sinister jerk always acts so kind in front of everyone. You're just bitter because you weren't elected class president, Jia said, her voice full of exasperation. It's more like a victim complex, Jai Wen added. Is that the fake part yet? There's more, Shu En-gu shouted. This is the important part. It happened during the freshman entrance ceremony. A hand tapped Shu En-gu on the shoulder. He was stunned. How did Du Jixing know he was in this class? Hello, Du Jixing smiled politely. Are you in this class? Could you call Zhang En for me? Shu En-gu froze. Who agrees that forgetting a name is fake? Raise your hands. Shu En-gu turned to Yang Jin and Zissou, but not a single hand went up. Damn it, he screamed. There's no way that bastard didn't remember me. He clearly did it on purpose because he looks down on me. Just admit you hate Du Jixing, Jia snapped, glaring at him. Who the hell are you that he should have to remember you? Jia retorted. Besides, Jai Wen analyzed calmly, you transferred schools immediately after that. Who remembers someone who leaves right at the start of the semester? You don't even remember my name is Jai Wen, and I was in that class too. You just want Du Jixing to be a fake, Jai Wen concluded. Everything you've said is just an excuse. Each soft word cut deep, silencing Shu En-gu. He gritted his teeth as a tear rolled down his cheek. Regardless of whether he was fake or not, that bastard had to disappear. This world is so unfair, Shu En-gu sobbed. I tried so hard and got nothing while he was born right at the finish line. Do you think he got everything easily? Jia asked coldly. How else? Shu En-gu sneered. Being born rich, if that's not the finish line, what is? Bastards like him need to be eliminated. What do you even know? Jia snapped, unable to take it anymore. Her eyes welled up with tears. She knew how hard Du Jixing had worked in secret. He always had to put in twice the effort of anyone else. Because he's always envied by people like you, he's terrified of being hated. Serves him right, Shu En-gu replied. I heard he's studying to be an actor. He probably just wants to play the nice guy role. To use it as a stepping stone later, right? Shut up, Jia screamed. This idiot, Jai Wen sighed in frustration. Why couldn't he understand? Or was it the talisman? Just then, Yang Jin, who had been silent, finally spoke up. That's right. It is too unfair. Jia and Jai Wen were stunned. Yang Jin, why are you? Because I feel the same way, Yang Jin said, looking directly at Shu En-gu. So what if Du Jixing disappears? Will your life suddenly get better? Will the world become fairer? His eyes were cold and hollow. Memories of envious glares and the feeling of standing helplessly in the distance came rushing back. Yang Jin asked, nothing will change. You'll always find people like Du Jixing, and you'll just keep resorting to these pointless schemes. He looked at Jia's tearful face. If the time limit passes and Du Jixing can't return, you will have committed murder. Yang Jin's words hammered at Shu En-gu's conscience. Even if his body remains, Du Jixing's soul has vanished from this world, and you'll just keep living as you were. That is the true hypocrisy. Hearing this, Shu En-gu's tears fell again. That's not right, he lied to himself. The scene shifted back to that day when Jia had walked away in anger. Shu En-gu hid behind a wall, watching everything. His hand trembled as he held the talisman. Does it really work? He watched Du Jixing's silhouette, a savage grin spreading across his face. Yes, this is what justice looks like. This is your true face, Du Jixing, he thought gleefully. Tomorrow, the rumors will spread throughout the school. He'll definitely be expelled, and Jia will surely cut him off. But when he got home, fear consumed Shu En-gu. He trembled. If 49 hours pass, will Du Jixing really vanish? He gripped the talisman tightly. If so, then Du Jixing's fake smile flashed in his mind. Am I a murderer? His mind instinctively wanted to tear the talisman apart. Enough, this is enough. His reputation is already ruined, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He remembered what Du Jixing said when they met. "You look familiar. What's your name?" His mind was a battlefield. He saw my face. What if he comes back and seeks revenge? Xuan-gu slammed his fist onto the bed. Who knew this thing would actually work? He cursed under his breath, pounding the bed repeatedly. Countless shameful memories flooded back. He blamed all his failures on the one he deemed the cause, Du Jixing. Xuan-gu curled into a corner. It's because he's so fake that things ended up like this. He brought this on himself. That dazzling smile replayed in his mind. Xuan-gu clutched his face, screaming in agony. It's already come to this. What am I supposed to do now? It's too late. Just hand over the talisman. Hurry! Yang Jin's voice echoed calmly, and Zhai Yuan finally understood. Was this the legendary lecture? He watched the war god manipulate the mind, first feigning empathy before offering profound guidance. Zai Ziu stood behind, silently observing. It actually worked. Zhai Yuan was impressed to see Cheng Wu completely move. Cheng Wu wept as he pulled the talisman from his pocket, but then a soulless voice whispered in his ear, "Die." His legs collapsed. Jia, who was holding him, was dragged down as well. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" she shouted. "Give me the talisman." Cheng Wu opened his lifeless eyes and muttered that he had to return to his mother. He yanked his hand from Jia, making her fall. "He's insane." Zai Ziu and Zhai Yuan gasped. His feet stepped onto the windowsill and he lunged straight out, a slipper flying off. Cheng Wu hung in midair, still confused. When he looked down, panic surged. "Save me," he screamed. "I don't want to die." "Don't move." Yang Jin tried to grip his leg while Zhai Yuan held him from behind. "I know, I told you not to move." Everyone was straining to pull them back. Jia's veins bulged from the effort. At this rate, they would all perish together. Yang Jin thought his hands gripping Cheng Wu's legs were turning red. Suddenly, the group lost their balance and nearly fell. In that moment, Yang Jin's hidden potential was suddenly triggered, allowing him to pull Cheng Wu up and save everyone. "Are you crazy? Why did you jump?" Yang Jin gritted his teeth. "I didn't want to," Cheng Wu argued, trembling. "Someone stared at me and told me to die, then I remembered nothing." "He said he'd rather die," Zhai Yuan noted. "Hey, we have to burn the talisman quickly," Zai Ziu said. She spotted a mark on Cheng Wu's neck. "On his neck? Isn't this the symbol from that antique shop?" Suddenly, the mark grew hot. "It burns," Cheng Wu cried out in pain. "See, it's the talisman, get it out," Zhai Yuan urged. Cheng Wu pulled out the talisman. "That's it," Jia grabbed it. "Get the lighter, burn it now, what are you waiting for?" Finally, the flame was lit. But because Du Jiang appeared, a cold breath blew out the fire. "Happy birthday," he said in a low voice. Everyone was terrified. "Happy birthday, my lovely self." "Jia, hurry," Zhai Yuan shouted, rushing to grab Du Jiang. Cheng Wu also lunged. "You bastards!" Du Jiang elbowed Zhai Yuan's head. Yang Jin stood in front of Jia. "Burn the talisman." Her tears fell uncontrollably, but she tried to stay calm to flick the lighter. As the talisman burned away, Du Jiang collapsed. "Did it work? Du Jiang," they called. He slowly opened his eyes and struggled to sit up. Everyone rejoiced, "Du Jiang," but a different voice came from his mouth. "My apologies," he said with a smirk. "Du Jiang logged out yesterday." He laughed until he shook. Everyone stood frozen. He mocked them. "Look at your expressions." "But why?" Zhai Yuan asked, dazed. "It hasn't been 49 hours yet." Du Jiang burst out laughing. "What on earth are you doing? Is that the right talisman?" Zhai Yuan turned to ask. "It is. It's not the talisman's fault," Du Jiang said with a sinister smile. "That is the right one. But now it's just scrap paper. It has nothing to do with me anymore." "What? How?" Yang Jin and Zai Ziu were confused. "If so, the real Du Jiang..." Jia collapsed. "He's gone," he said nonchalantly. "You've wasted your efforts, you bunch of fools." "Why, wasn't it 49 hours? Zhai Yuan checked his phone for answers. Du Jiang approached and grabbed his collar. "Zhai Yuan!" He crushed the detector on Zhai Yuan's chest and mocked. "You should have realized when this toy stopped ringing. Before the owner of this body faded away, he kept looking for you." Zhai Yuan wept in regret. "Don't cry," Du Jiang said, his smile turning cruel as he raised his claws. "You'll be reunited with your friends soon." In another dimension, the real Du Jiang faced a mysterious evil spirit. "Do you wish to strike a deal with me?" the Wu Zai ghost proposed. "I shall grant you whatever you desire." "Who are you? What nonsense are you barking?" Zai Jiang growled. He remained silent, merely snapping his fingers to send an invisible force slamming Du Jiang into a locker, while the old gambling ghost rushed to catch a white porcelain jar. She glared at the Wu Zai ghost and roared, "Damn you, how dare you!" as black smoke surged toward him from every corner, only to abruptly retreat before making contact. "Who are you?" she asked in terror. "It takes 49 hours just to claim a single soul," the Wu Zai ghost remarked, picking up the porcelain jar. "What a pathetic piece of sorcery. What on earth do you want?" "I will help you eliminate that 49-hour contract," he replied calmly, then turned his gaze toward Du Jiang. "Bring me that unusual child who was here before alive." Back in the present, Han Yangjin stood protectively in front of Jaiwan and told the other to stop. So you're finally willing to play with me? Du Jiang sneered, hoisting Jaiwan into the air. How about a wager? Our match isn't over yet. He proposed a deal. If you win, I will leave this body and return your friend to normal. In exchange, if you lose, your life belongs to me. Han Yangjin froze as Du Jiang tightened his grip on Jaiwan's neck, threatening to kill them all if he refused. Brother, use my life for the wager? Jaiwan gasped out, but the ghost snapped at him to shut up, stating he only wanted Han Yangjin's life. After a long silence, Han Yangjin made his decision. Fine, really. Du Jiang was visibly thrilled. In return, you must wait until after school. Until then, leave everyone alone. Du Jiang consented and dropped Jaiwan. Leaning in close, he whispered into Han Yangjin's ear, "Meet me at the antique shop after school. Come alone." He suddenly yanked Han Yangjin's collar, adding, "And don't go inside yet, unless you're looking to die." With that, he departed. Inside the classroom, Jaiwan remarked that such traps were common in stories and going alone would lead to an ambush. What is happening? Kang Jia asked anxiously. The talisman was burned and the marks on Du Jiang's neck are gone, so why hasn't he returned to normal? A thought just occurred to me, Jaiwan blurted out, only for Kang Jia to snap at him to be quiet. Could Du Jiang have become a ghost servant? As soon as he spoke, Kang Jia swung a fist at him. I told you to shut up. Fortunately, Jaiwan managed to dodge. Li Zixu then spoke up, mentioning her mother said if the talisman was burned and he didn't return, his soul might be imprisoned somewhere. But where? Kang Jia asked. The antique shop, obviously, Jaiwan interjected. That's exactly where the gambling ghost told Han Yangjin to meet him. Besides, the shaman mentioned that place is a hideout where the broker ghost uses human souls to create ghost servants. Jaiwan added, picking up his notebook. The gambling ghost even warned him not to enter the shop, likely because Du Jiang is being held there, he said, looking up from the notes in his book. According to my monster encyclopedia, while no one has ever defeated the gambling ghost, it might actually keep its word, though I still fear it's a trap. There's no guarantee of victory, Kang Jia interrupted. If he loses, Han Yangjin will be in grave danger. No, he can win, Jaiwan countered. Wait, do you have a plan? The gambling ghost said the match wasn't over yet, Jaiwan said, crossing his arms. So the odds are 50-50. Kang Jia was speechless at his logic, while Han Yangjin remained silent. He recalled Du Jiang's words about wanting his life and stared at his own hand, realizing the ghost wasn't targeting his body. It was all because of his left arm. He suddenly realized that since it was forged from the Black Dragon, it wasn't a curse, but a source of power. Li Zixu, Han Yangjin called out. You said I fought before, right? Yes, she replied. But didn't the great deity handle that ghost? He did finish it off, but you were the one who did most of the work before that, she explained. When exactly? After my mother was stabbed. Your mother was stabbed? Kang Jia gasped, while Han Yangjin fell deep into thought, confirming that was the exact moment. He remembered nothing after that point, but if her words and his intuition were correct. He suddenly raised his left hand and asked, Did I only use my left hand back then? Huh, Li Zixu was stunned. Are you left-handed? When Han Yangjin looked confused, she turned around and mimicked the way he had held his blade that day. The memory resurfaced clearly. You really did only use your left hand. Why do you ask? I think, Han Yangjin said tentatively. I found a way. As everyone looked on in surprise, he spoke with conviction. For now, I'll do as the gambling ghost said and go there alone. What? Why? Isn't that just walking into a trap? Jia Yuan asked anxiously. What trap? Yan Jin interrupted. You can't go alone, it's too dangerous, Zai Ziu warned. If we all go and end up dead before doing anything, what then? Yan Jin said firmly. Jia Yuan unexpectedly agreed. He has a point. I'm not going alone, I'll have my ancestor with me, Yan Jin added. I see, but does your ancestor have any special abilities? Jia Yuan asked, still worried. Jia Yuan remained uneasy as the sun began to set. Jin sat atop Yan Jin's head and remarked, The sun must be rising in the west today. I never expected you to volunteer for monster hunting, Jin noted. I can't just sit around and wait for death, Yan Jin replied coldly. That's my grandson, Jin said, patting his head with satisfaction. They traversed an alley and arrived at an abandoned shop. Is this the place? Yan Jin asked, stunned. Dark energy emanated from the building. We must be extremely cautious, Jin warned. You certain you can find him? Yan Jin asked. I can sense him. Try calling out to see if the boy responds, Jin replied. Upon entering, Yan Jin was hit by a foul stench. What is that horrible smell? Do Kaiksheng, if you're here, answer me, he shouted. A suspicious silence filled the air. Suddenly, Jin spotted something lurking behind him. Yan Jin, my grandson, get out of here immediately, Jin warned. It was too late. As Yan Jin tried to turn around, his foot landed on something soft and slimy. He stood frozen as his surroundings abruptly shifted. He instinctively reached back, but his left hand refused to obey, remaining motionless. Despite the urgency of the situation, Jin noticed that Yan Jin was failing to react. Yan Jin trembled, unable to even lift his sword before tentacles lunged and coiled tightly around his arm. As more tentacles attacked, he closed his eyes in helpless resignation until a blade suddenly flashed, severing the mass of limbs. It was Du Kaiqing who had saved him just in time. "You idiot," he mocked, glaring at Yan Jin. "I told you not to come in here." With that, Du Kaiqing grabbed Yan Jin by the collar and dragged him away. The sudden movement threw Jin off, and he was immediately ensnared by other tentacles. Yan Jin cried out in terror. Inside the shop, a massive entity began to emerge. An old woman's voice echoed, "You, how dare you betray me?" A strange mark suddenly appeared on Du Kaiqing's neck, growing clearer by the second. He smirked triumphantly while still clutching Yan Jin's collar. "I'm finally free," he shouted, running with an ecstatic expression. Now possessed by a demon, Du Kaiqing laughed maniacally as he dragged Yan Jin across the rooftops. "Yan Jin, did you see that old hag's face?" he asked, baring his razor-sharp teeth. Seeing Yan Jin struggling, he turned back and snapped. "Hey, stop squirming. I just saved your life. You never listen when I'm nice. Do you prefer being beaten?" He dropped Yan Jin, sending a pile of construction materials crashing down. Du Kaiqing jumped down and hurried over to him. Yan Jin lay weak and sprawled in the thick dust, coughing violently, while Du Kaiqing stood over him coldly. With his hands in his pockets, he looked down at him. A die fell and Du Kaiqing covered it with a cup. Instantly, countless identical cups appeared, surrounding Yan Jin. "What is this?" Yan Jin asked in shock. "What else? We agreed to bet our lives." Du Kaiqing laughed aggressively as the die began moving between the cups at a dizzying speed. Yan Jin's head spun from the motion. "Go on, take a guess," Du Kaiqing commanded with delight. "How the hell am I supposed to guess this?" Yan Jin thought. Nevertheless, Yan Jin decisively placed his hand on a cup and slowly lifted it. Fortunately, the smoking die was right there, and all the other cups instantly vanished. Du Kaiqing was stunned. How could he have guessed correctly when the odds were 1 in 100? "I won," Yan Jin exhaled, looking up at him. "It's best 2 out of 3. Du Kaiqing suddenly changed the rules. "Why are you changing the rules now?" "Because I feel like it," he replied curtly, pulling out another die. "This time, whoever rolls the higher number wins. I'll go first." "Why do you always have to do things your way?" Yan Jin complained. The die stopped on a 6. "A 6, Yan Jin noted. He scolded him irritably. "Who gave you the right to change the rules? I won the last round. I'm not playing." However, his left hand instinctively reached down and grabbed the die. "What are you doing?" Du Kaiqing asked, confused. Yan Jin panicked, using his right hand to grip his left wrist. "I said no, stop it." But his left hand still refused to obey. It tossed the die onto the ground. "Wait, that wasn't me," he explained frantically. "It's already been thrown," Du Kaiqing said with a smug grin. "Your die is going to land on a 1 anyway. I've already won." But the situation took an unexpected turn as Yan Jin's left hand suddenly crushed the die into pieces. Both stared in shock at the shards on the ground, seeing the number 7 on the largest piece. "Are you still dreaming?" Du Kaiqing roared in anger. "You lost." "How did I lose?" Yang Jin provoked him calmly. "A 6 could still have appeared. You smashed it." "There's no rule against that," Yang Jin argued. "You should have said so. That's an unspoken rule. By your logic, there's no rule for a best-of-3 match either. I should have won the previous round." Du Kaiqing smirked and then burst into laughter, clutching his face. "Do I really have to beat you to a pulp?" A surge of dark energy radiated from his palm. "That's right, the demon never said he had to be returned intact. As long as he's still breathing, it's fine." Just as that thought crossed his mind, Du Kaiqing suddenly vanished from where he stood and lunged at Yang Jin like lightning, throwing a punch with a grotesque face. Yang Jin panicked, but he quickly regained his composure, reaching behind his neck to draw the blade borrowed from his ancestors and delivering a decisive slash at Du Kaiqing. Blade's momentum drove it into the ground. Possessed by the demon, Du Kaiqing displayed incredible speed as he easily leaped back to dodge the strike. He was stunned that Yang Jin could react so quickly. Yang Jin gripped the blade tightly, but he found himself unable to control the weapon. The blade rose on its own. "Wait, when did I start holding this?" Du Kaiqing's voice roared as he questioned fiercely. "You're no ordinary human, are you? Why didn't you say so?" The blade moved instinctively, pointing straight at him. A different voice emerged from Yang Jin's mouth. "I will sever your head." "You bastard!" Du Kaiqing flew into a rage. "Hey, that wasn't me talking," Yang Jin pleaded, trying to stall. "Wait, if you're not satisfied, let's play more." He replied rudely, "The fun is over." Yang Jin, terrified, tried to negotiate. "In that case, I won the first round fair and square. Let Du Jixing go." "That damn Du Jixing again?" he growled. "Didn't I tell you he died a long time ago?" Hearing this, Yang Jin's face turned pale. "Why did you say you'd bring him back if I won?" He mocked Yang Jin for revealing a weakness. "Fine, if you want him, I'll return his corpse for the funeral." His true power exploded. "But first, you have to defeat me." Du Jixing charged at him aggressively. Whoosh, a net gun was aimed at him and fired. A rainbow-colored net flew through the air, ensnaring Du Jixing and sending him crashing to the ground. "What on earth is this?" The net took effect, causing the demon to scream in agony. Yang Jin watched in shock, looking toward where the net had been fired. "He would have cheated even if he lost," Jig said, still holding the gun. Beside him, Zixiu called out worriedly. "How did you guys know to come here?" Yang Jin asked in a daze. "Check the back of your collar," Jiyuan smiled. Yang Jin did so and found a small device attached to it. "What is this? A tracking device?" Jiyuan explained. "Sorry if it bothers you, but I was worried. You told us not to come, but this was just too dangerous. How could we let you fight alone? More importantly," he held out a sword. "My swordsmanship is better than yours. Yang Jin, use your skill now. Just like last time," Zixiu urged him awkwardly. "What skill?" Suddenly, 2 giant dice cups appeared in the sky and slammed down, trapping Jig and Zixiu. A thunderous sound echoed. Yang Jin looked up in horror. Du Jixing was hovering in the air before slowly descending. His head bowed as he cursed under his breath. "You bastard!" He looked up, revealing glowing demonic eyes. "I told you to come alone." Yang Jin was consumed by panic. "But it's fine," Du Jixing said, spreading his clawed hands as his voice softened. "This makes it more interesting." He summoned another cup and unleashed his power. The 3 cups shuffled rapidly, moving even faster than before until they settled into a single row. "What kind of trick is this?" Yang Jin asked, trembling. "Only one box is empty," he said coldly, gesturing sharply toward one of the cups. "It's useless once they are trapped. They are completely severed from the outside world." Inside, Zixiu cried out in fear. "Yang Jin, what's happening? Are we trapped again?" Jiyuan shouted. Du Jixing stood before the 2 cups and commanded Yang Jin, "Choose one of these boxes. At least try to save one of them," he taunted him. "Don't worry, just pick one. I'll end them so quickly they won't even realize they've been deleted." He smirked, mocking Yan Zhen. "How pathetic that they came here to save you." Yan Zhen stood frozen, staring intently at the 2 massive dice cups. "And now one must die by your hand," the gambling demon jeered. "Let them go," Yan Zhen growled. "You said you only wanted my life. I don't feel like it." He snapped back immediately, his hideous face splitting into a grin. "Why should I listen to you? I could have finished you off from the start. I just happen to enjoy gambling." He forced the boy to choose again. "Come on, pick one quickly before they suffocate in there." Hearing the word suffocate, Yan Zhen panicked. It made sense. How could there be air in such a sealed box? That fool Zhai Zun and Zai Ziu were gasping for breath inside. "Your friends will." He clutched his own throat, feigning suffocation to taunt Yan Zhen. "Choose." Yan Zhen's face darkened as he stood motionless, paralyzed by indecision. "Look at that expression. You should have known to be afraid from the beginning," he mocked inwardly. "This is truly satisfying, you bastard." He touched the cup on the right. "A hint. I'll give you one. The girl is in this one." Then he burst into a crazed laughter. The situation was critical when suddenly, a voice echoed in Yan Zhen's head. "Kill him." His eyes turned blood-red, but thinking of Du Kaixing's safety, he tried to resist the command. "I can't, or else Du Kaixing will." He shifted his focus to the cups. "Should I slash the boxes? But what if I hit them?" A dragon's eye flashed red in Yan Zhen's mind as his hand instinctively tightened around the blade. His legs moved against his will, charging forward. He swung the blade back to build momentum. Seeing his decisive action, the gambling demon felt a surge of alarm. Yan Zhen delivered a thunderous strike, infused with dragon power onto the 2 cups. They shattered, but miraculously. Zhai Zun and Zai Ziu inside were unharmed. Instead, the one struck was the gambling demon, a deep gash appearing on his chest. Red light flickered as Yan Zhen realized this blade was meant to destroy the wicked. I'm really dead this time." Zhai Zun collapsed in fear, clutching his stomach. He checked himself all over, but strangely, there were no wounds. Looking back, he couldn't believe his eyes. The demon's true form lay sprawled on the ground. He quickly turned on his camera to scan the frequency. It was indeed a powerful magnetic field. "What are you doing?" Yan Zhen urged. "Hurry and take Du Kaixing away." The demon looked up at him in disbelief. How could this? He froze upon seeing the reflection in Yan Zhen's eyes, a massive, majestic dragon enveloping him. Yan Zhen hoisted Du Kaixing onto his shoulders. Zai Ziu and Zhai Zun followed behind. "Yan Zhen, hurry up. Go on ahead," he replied. "Once I finish things here, I'll follow. It's more dangerous if you stay." "Let's go, Zai Ziu," Zhai Zun interjected. "We'll only get in his way. Look at that thing's condition. Yan Zhen definitely has the upper hand." The demon pushed himself up, gritting his teeth in rage. Slash! A strike from midair slammed into him. Yan Zhen swung his blade repeatedly, leaving the demon to groan in agony. Seeing the blade right before his face, the demon suddenly realized something. He recalled the image of the faceless demon. The seal on his forehead abruptly glowed, emitting an eerie purple aura. Even the demon himself didn't understand what was happening, as the veins in his hands bulged violently. His body underwent a bizarre transformation as his eyes glowed purple and his head snapped back, striking the ground. Everything happened so quickly that Yan Zhen could only watch in confusion. The creature let out painful gasps as a memory suddenly flooded its mind. "Bring him back to me alive," the faceless demon commanded. He was staring intently at a jar connected to a strange tube. "Why don't you capture him yourself?" the old woman snapped. He placed the jar back in its original spot and spoke calmly. "If I could seize him with my own hands, I wouldn't have bothered coming to this wretched place." Hearing this, the old woman broke into a cold sweat. "You insolent fool, you've planned this all along, haven't you?" The faceless demon ignored her and summoned 2 demonic cards into his hands. "I have prepared everything necessary," he said, flicking his wrist to throw the cards. They traced a sinister arc of magical energy. One card struck the old woman's forehead, while the other embedded itself in Zhu Kixing's neck. The demonic cards immediately fused with their bodies. Emitting a purple glow, the card took root around his neck. Zhu Kixing screamed in agony, clutching his throat. What did you do to me?" he gasped as a dark aura began to gather on his hand. His arm transformed into a grotesque limb with razor-sharp claws. "What is this?" Zhu Kixing stammered in shock. In an instant, his entire body was affected. Whites of his eyes turned a deep purple, and he suddenly felt an unprecedented surge of power. A blinding light nearby caught his attention. The old woman's severed arm had regenerated. She was trembling, struggling to contain a new power shrouded in orange light. Her aura was far more potent than his. The faceless demon, indifferent, turned toward the door and left with a final word. "The deadline is tomorrow." That night, amidst the city lights, Zhu Kixing sprinted into an alleyway, searching for someone. "Where did he disappear to?" he hissed in frustration. The faceless demon moved like the wind. He appeared right behind him. "Looking for me?" Zhu Kixing glanced back and turned to face the mask directly. "Who exactly are you?" he asked, showing no fear. "Didn't you alter the old woman's incantation? What is this power?" The faceless demon replied, his blood-red eyes full of disdain. "You've asked an insolent question 3 times now. Why should I answer a wretch like you?" A sudden gust blew past, and he was already behind the boy, continuing deeper into the alley. "Hey, wait!" Zhu Kixing shouted hastily. Watching the man's retreating figure, he blurted out, "Make a separate deal with me." "No," he replied instantly. The faceless demon turned around, covering his mouth as he mocked him. "In truth, I don't trust low-level demons like you two. You are even weaker than your master." "She is not my master," Zhu Kixing roared. "I was only forced into a contract with her for my own reasons." "What does that have to do with me?" the faceless demon said coldly. "The terms of the deal are to bring Yan Zhen back alive. I don't care who does it, as long as he is captured." Zhu Kixing placed a hand on his chest and promised, "I have a free body, so I can move much faster. That house is the old woman's true form. She cannot leave it. I am the only one who can take action. So give me the same power you gave her. I will definitely bring that bastard back to you." His determination seemed to sway the faceless demon. "If you wish, I can grant you more power. I only fear you won't be able to endure it." "I can handle it," Zhu Kixing yelled. Immediately, a black demonic card flew straight into his forehead, quickly merging with his flesh. An excruciating pain surged through him. The evil energy pierced his mind, forcing him to his knees as he screamed uncontrollably. "Tusk, I told you so, but you didn't listen," the faceless demon remarked. He spoke indifferently. "A filthy low-level demon with a trembling body, yet you dare to crave high-level power." Suddenly, he paused as the boy struggled to sit up. The seal on his forehead had been perfectly absorbed into his body. A strange voice emerged from his mouth. "You said you would grant any request." The demonic card on his neck also activated. "I just need to bring him back here, right?" Zhu Kixing's face turned cold, as if completely consumed by the evil power. He ambitiously declared, "What I desire is freedom." Back in the present, the demon had seized full control of Zhu Kixing's body. It had spectacularly turned the tide of the battle. Suddenly, it lunged forward and grabbed Yan Zhen by the throat with terrifying speed. The grip was so strong it forced him onto the defensive. Yan Zhen swung his greatsword, aiming directly for its head. The demon quickly let go and leaped into the air, dodging the slash. Meanwhile, Yan Zhen clutched his throat in pain, coughing violently. The creature looked down at him with contempt. "A bunch of idiots," it muttered, calculating the time. 3 minutes, 4 minutes. It grinned maliciously. "That's how long you'll stop breathing before you die." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Zhao Yuan asked Zai Zhu anxiously, "What's wrong? Let me give you a hand." Zai Zhu called out Zhao Jiang's name with a trembling voice as she looked at his pale, cold arm and realized he had stopped breathing. Those words stunned Zhai Jun, who immediately began performing CPR on Zhao Jiang, but the demon narrowed its eyes in amusement, claiming his soul was already gone. It laughed maniacally, mocking Zhai Jun and Zai Su's desperate efforts by calling the body a hollow shell and asking if they planned to hold a funeral for him. A thought about the soul flashed through Yan Jin's mind as he turned on his heel and sprinted toward the antique shop, but the demon was faster. It blocked his path like a gust of wind with glowing purple eyes before delivering a thunderous kick to his stomach and asking where he thought he was going. Yan Jin was sent flying into a wall with enough force to crack it, while the demon landed and bared its sharp teeth, remarking on how difficult its power was to control. It warned him not to die since its mission was to capture him alive, while Yan Jin sat among the rubble, gritting his teeth and gripping his peach wood sword. He commanded his left hand to kill the enemy, and as the dust cleared to reveal his glowing red eyes, Yan Jin lunged forward with a horizontal slash. The demon leaped back in surprise and anger, but Yan Jin pushed off the ground and soared upward at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. With a sharp sound, a strike landed directly on the demon's chest, causing it to roar as dark energy gathered within its fist. It plummeted like a meteor toward Yan Jin, who braced himself with his sweat-drenched face and raised his sword to block, but the punch's power was overwhelming. He was knocked back and crashed into the ground, his sword embedding deep into the cracked pavement, while the demon landed softly, visibly irritated by its wounds. A purple glow emanated as the mark on its forehead shone, and the demon growled that it had been annoyed for a while now while staring at his left arm. It questioned what that strange power radiating from Yan Jin was, but he simply replied coldly while gasping for air that it was none of its business. The demon realized why the masked man wanted him as Zhai Yun continued CPR elsewhere, while a panicked Zai Su wondered if Zhao Jiang's soul was gone before being interrupted. A voice cut them off as they looked in shock at a man in a dress shirt with earrings who was approaching them. He asked if they were trying to break the boy's ribs with such force. While back at the battle, Yan Jin lunged again as the demon leaned back to evade. Sharp pain in his arm made him falter and lose his balance, yet he still managed to swing his sword at the demon's head, bringing the blade close to its neck. The demon felt a moment of fear, but Yan Jin's strength failed him at that instant, causing his sword to drop as he collapsed, his body trembling uncontrollably. Despite his resolve, the demon stomped down where he lay, but Yan Jin narrowly escaped by rolling away and remained kneeling on the ground, shaking. Using his final strength to steady himself with his sword, Yan Jin forced himself to stand, his gaze showing no intention of surrendering. Realizing he might die before winning, he watched as the demon tilted its head, observing his staggering form and wondering if he was possessed. Yan Jin's left arm lunged forward on its own, dragging his body along as the demon charged with a calculating look in its eyes. Suddenly, the demon retracted its claws and energy, surprising Yan Jin before it punched him in the chest, its forehead mark glowing as it smirked at its confirmed theory. Yan Jin was thrown back onto the cracking ground as the demon noted his right side lacked power, mockingly telling the motionless man that his left side's power didn't suit his weak body. Yan Jin opened his eyes and struggled to sit up, but before he could shout a warning, the demon was already beside him, gripping his right arm tightly. It looked at him with disdain, remarking that his right side was as weak as a noodle, leaving Yan Jin stunned. He screamed in agony as the demon easily snapped his right arm back, causing his left hand to drop the sword before the creature stomped on him. Pinning his left arm to the ground, the demon twisted its foot and told him he deserved the beating for trying to resist. With glowing eyes and bared teeth, it prepared to crush his left arm, causing Yan Jin to cry out in pain as his face contorted. A crimson aura surged from his broken left hand into his right, miraculously healing it while the demon stood frozen in confusion. The blade soared past the demon's head and into Yan Zhen's right hand as they both stared at the restored limb in disbelief. Yan Zhen raised his blade with eyes full of killing intent, but an object struck the demon's neck before he could attack. Its strength vanished as its body crashed into a nearby stone pillar, pinned by a glowing white arrow that sent it to its grave. Yan Zhen couldn't believe his eyes and turned toward the attacker, spotting a figure with a bow perched high above. Rooster with white hair streaked with red looked down at Yan Zhen from the edge of a towering skyscraper. The masked purple demon stood with his hands behind his back, cursing as a handsome, golden-eyed youth appeared. Wearing earrings and a smirk, the youth ordered Zhai Jai to move aside, leaving him bewildered as the man ignored him. He focused on assessing Du Qing's condition, causing Zhai Yuan to shout when he saw the stranger trying to touch his friend. High above, the purple demon performed a seal and vanished in blue flames that then shot toward the ground, making the youth frown. A tear rolled down Du Qing's pale face, prompting Zai Su and Zhai Yuan to call out to him in worry. Du Qing gasped and opened his eyes before turning to vomit, while a skeptical Zhai Yuan patted his back. The youth with earrings confirmed it was him, and then turned to leave, ignoring Zhai Yuan's attempt to speak. He waved goodbye and told them to go home, while Zai Su told Zhai Yuan to care for Du Qing before remembering Yan Zhen's warning. "Run, it's more dangerous for you here," she thought. Meanwhile, at an abandoned building, Dragon the earthly branch god held her bow. Light gathered into an arrow on her bow as the great overseer drew the string tight, emitting a brilliant glow. Using clairvoyant vision, she loosed an arrow that Yan Zhen narrowly dodged by leaping into the air as his feet caught fire. Before he could steady himself, another arrow pierced his shoulder and sent him crashing into a wall where the great overseer landed. She muttered about the arrow being on the wrong side, while Yan Zhen dropped his sword and gripped the arrow in his shoulder. The red flames from his hand incinerated the arrow instantly before spreading to the sword, which he snatched up with lightning speed. He swung a powerful strike at the great overseer, forcing her to dodge, yet she only smiled with thrill instead of fear. She stopped after a few tumbles, while Yan Zhen looked up through the dust with the face of a demon. His hollow black eyes and wide grin made the great overseer realize he was an interesting prey, noting it wasn't his left hand. Elsewhere, Jin was bound to a wall while the purple demon stood guard, his eyes filled with tears of hatred for Yan Zhen. "How dare you do this to me?" he hissed, just as a man with a cigarette appeared behind the door. The man calmly flicked his ash and smirked, prompting the purple demon to ask if he was an ally of the boy. "I'll just take you as a hostage then," the demon growled before transforming into a grotesque form. Tentacles burst from his body and coiled around the young man as the demon threatened to kill him for his insolence. The youth calmly took a drag of his cigarette and mocked him, causing the demon to roar that he would turn him into rags. He lunged at the young man in a cloud of dust, but as it settled, the youth stood there indifferently putting out his cigarette. He stood surrounded by mangled tentacles. "Is that all you've got?" he asked hoarsely. Who are you? How is this possible?" The purple demon stammered, unable to believe his eyes. The young man smirked. "Me." He reached up and yanked off his earring. It instantly transformed into the Ruyi Jingu Bang, erupting in fierce flames. This was none other than Sun Wukong, who now gripped the staff tightly. He reshaped it into a razor-sharp spear and swung a powerful strike at the purple demon. A thunderous explosion erupted, leading nearby citizens to wonder if fireworks were being set off. Sun Wukong pulled out his phone and snapped a photo. He smirked, proudly capturing the moment the sky exploded by his own hand. Above, the fireworks painted a beautiful scene, but below, the reality was starkly different. Amidst the crumbling walls and thick dust stood a brown-haired youth holding a spear, who then reached down to pick up a bag from the ground. The sound of sobbing caught his attention. The brown-haired youth turned his head. "Not dead yet," he muttered, seeing a scarred arm tightly clutching something. Before him was a battered monster, covered in wounds and wearing tattered clothes, weeping uncontrollably as it held onto its prize. "My children, oh no, I couldn't protect you," it sobbed, voice trembling and eyes filled with tears. "I'm so sorry." Suddenly, a spear tip plunged deep into its head. He looked down coldly, his voice dripping with contempt. "Do you think you're human? You're nothing but a mass of resentment." He then looked up and noticed a strange sight. Jin was pinned under a massive boulder with only his small legs visible. Surprised, the youth lifted the rock to find Jin lying motionless. Elsewhere, Ian Jin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He gripped his spear and charged at Grand Censor Yu, delivering a blow so powerful it cracked the earth. She leaped into the air to evade the strike. "Just as Grand Censor Zai said, the Black Dragon," she muttered, looking down at the murderous Ian Jin. Suddenly, Ian Jin snapped out of it, and the darkness in his eyes began to fade. By then, Grand Censor Yu had already drawn her bow and aimed directly at him. "Corpse lock!" she shouted, and the arrow flew true, piercing Ian Jin's arm. Before he could react, iron chains erupted from the wound where the arrow struck. Ian Jin screamed in agony. The chains quickly bound his arm, pinning him to a nearby pillar and anchoring deep into the ground. Grand Censor Yu held two long iron rods, clashing them together to create a piercing sound as they glowed with a red light. One of the rods transformed into a sharp blade. "You're right-handed, aren't you?" she asked softly, resting the sword against Ian Jin's shoulder. He stammered. "That's fortunate. I'll cauterize the wound as I cut, so try to bear the pain," she said. "Wait!" he cried, his eyes widening in a desperate attempt to stop her. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, making her freeze. "Grand Censor Yu!" It was Jin's commanding tone. She slowly turned her head, gritting her teeth. Before her stood Jin, but in the form of a small owl. Ian-jin, drop your weapon immediately, he commanded. At once, Ian-jin's hand began to tremble. The weapon clattered to the ground, leaving Grand Censor Yu in shock. Does it hurt much? Jin asked Ian-jin gently. Grand Censor Yu realized that Jin was no longer the person they once knew. Still haven't stopped, the brown-haired youth asked as he approached with a smirk. Why are you attacking an innocent civilian? He asked. A civilian? Grand Censor Yu replied in surprise, looking at the nearly severed arm. Neither Grand Censor Wei nor Grand Censor Zai were there. She quickly backed away and released the chains. Ian-jin, Jin called out. The brown-haired youth frowned at Jin before turning his gaze toward another creature trying to escape. Oh, is that thing still not dealt with? Grand Censor Yu spun around in a panic, quickly aiming her bow at the grotesque creature. Ah, please spare me, it shrieked in terror, tears streaming down its face. It was all that old woman's fault. Before it could finish, an arrow struck it right between the eyes. That damned hag! It screamed with resentment before shattering into fragments and dissolving into the air. A stack of talismans fell to the ground, but the writing on them began to fade away. A gust of wind swept everything else aside, leaving only 2 arrows behind. How strange, Grand Censor Yu mused. How could a lowly demon still move after being struck by a divine weapon? Maybe you just hit it too softly, the brown-haired man teased. She ignored him and got straight to the point. Don't you find it strange? Why would these demons who usually stay hidden suddenly appear here? Hearing this, the brown-haired man paused, puffing on his cigarette as he pondered. He glanced toward Ian-jin and Jin. I think that's the reason right there. Slap. Jin, now in human form, delivered a sharp blow to Ian-jin's face. The timing is just too perfect, isn't it? The brown-haired man remarked. She turned to look as he leaned down and gently patted Jin, who was now in dog form. Hey, old man, stop hitting him. It's been a while since we met. Why are you always picking a fight? Chen glanced over as the brown-haired man chuckled, remarking on their gloominess while the streetlights flickered on outside the small room where he and Yu sat facing Chen. Start talking, Yu commanded, her gaze shifting toward the unconscious Young-jin on the bed as she questioned the boy's identity. He is my nephew, Chen replied, prompting the brown-haired man to laugh and ask if being a dog made him bark nonsense since that was actually his own body. That is true, but I am uncertain of the specifics. I simply woke up in this form after the seal was broken, Chen explained after a brief silence. My original body now possesses a new consciousness that can move and even speak, he added, causing Yu's eyes to widen in shock. Chen continued, speculating that the premature opening of the reincarnation wheel and constant demon attacks had caused his body's innate ego to wither. Chen, in his canine form, explained that he tried to return to his body, but it only accepted the Hai Long and rejected him despite multiple attempts. That makes no sense, the brown-haired man remarked, while you concluded that Chen had awakened as a dog after being unsealed. So your true body has a different soul and has even stolen your power, she noted, to which Chen warily replied that it didn't seem to be their doing. What would we have to do with this? You snapped, but the brown-haired man interjected, suggesting they consider that logical possibility. If that is the case, Chen growled with eyes full of rage, then why did you seal me? Does that fit into your logic? Leaving them both speechless. You realized he remembered nothing, confirming what Zai had said, and she lowered her head to hide her shifting emotions. If that is the truth, then just keep living like that, she said, looking up with glowing red eyes, so that I can kill you whenever I please. Would you kill me even if I were human? Chen asked. If you are doing this solely because of my lineage, then. But the brown-haired man began patting his head. With a smile that didn't reach his threatening words, the man told Chen it would be better for him to stay in his place, forcing Chen into silence. Recalling the supreme deity's threat to tear him apart and reseal him, an irritated Chen tried to snap at the man's hand for mocking him. Whoa, the brown-haired man yelped, pulling his hand back and asking if he really was a dog now, before Chen coldly asked for a favor instead. When Chen asked for a book on history since the Great War, the brown-haired man looked confused and suggested he just look it up on YouTube. Observing the room, the man doubted there was a computer or Wi-Fi, so he handed Chen an iPad instead. Use this and turn on the data. Ask your nephew how to use it, though you likely won't find what you are looking for, he added. How would you know what I am seeking? Chen snapped. But the man bluntly stated he was looking for the earthly branch gods, which were nowhere to be found. He explained with a mysterious expression that the era they lived in, including the moment Chen was sealed and everything after, had been wiped from history. Chen stood frozen as the man claimed the 12 gods were erased because of a certain dragon, and as night fell, you sighed that they had talked enough nonsense. The brown-haired man began mocking you, mimicking her earlier expression and repeating her threat to kill Chen whenever she wanted. You felt humiliated, knowing that if she had spoken like that in the past, the Kai Long would have destroyed her. Yet the man laughed at her for patting Chen's head. He is just a powerless dog now, so he seems intimidated, the man said. But you worried about the boy since the Hai Long had already spread through his entire body. Is only his head left then? You cried out in despair, fearing humans would hate her, while the man suggested they simply eliminate Chen. He turned to leave, intent on finishing Chen off while he was vulnerable, but you quickly held him back and gritted her teeth in caution. What if he regains his memories? Zai said to just observe him if we cannot separate them, she argued, and the man finally relented. Fine, you handle Chen and report back to Zai, the brown-haired man said as he climbed into the car to head home. The driver asked, so you never intended to cause trouble with Chen He from the start? He only just realized. Hey, give me a ride to Hongdae. At midnight, the clock struck 3 a.m. Jin remained motionless, staring at his nephew. One dog with furrowed brows, one person lying still. Finally, Yang Jin spoke. Why are you staring so creepily? Why are you awake already? Who could sleep with you staring like that? Jin called out to Yang Jin with a serious expression. I must reprimand you. Why did you use the blade with your left hand? That will harm you. Don't do it again. Didn't you say that power wasn't harmful? That left arm isn't yours. I mean, don't rely on it too much. Just the left arm, Yang Jin recalled. Left leg, right leg. Using the power you infused to seize my body, right? Is my body just a vessel for you? So, you heard everything. Jin sighed but remained calm. That's why I said it's dangerous. You're the most dangerous one, Yang Jin interrupted loudly, clenching his fists to restrain himself. Saving me, more like leaving me for dead just to take over this body. You said demons want this body, but the most dangerous demon is right here. It's not like that. I did lie to you at first, but only at first, Yang Jin caught the keyword. Was the story about the left arm not a lie? At the Xiu family shrine at school, there were so many chances, yet you only tell the truth now that you've been caught. Do you think I'm stupid? I wasn't sure either, so I needed time to think. Looking back now, Yang Jin interrupted again. We've never had a serious talk about this. What do you really want from me? Do you want this body? Jin frowned, remaining silent for a long time before speaking. To be precise, that is not your body. The dog stared at Yang Jin with glowing eyes. It is my body, and originally, Jin spoke coldly. You were never meant to exist. A horrific scene flashed by, a man weeping and blaming him. It's because of you that your parents died. Behind him, many others wailed in agony. You should never have been born. Yang Jin froze as a wave of anxiety and fear washed over him. The clock on the wall showed 3:25 a.m. You said this is your body, right? Yang Jin asked Jin. If that's the case, Yang Jin continued coldly. This is my house. Without another word, he picked up the dog, carried him outside, and slammed the door. Get out of my house right now. Jin stood there, speechless. A light rain began to fall outside. Yang Jin lay in his warm bed, sleeping soundly. Soon, the rain grew heavier. The sound of rain drumming on the roof woke him up. Why is it raining now? He grumbled, pulling the blanket over his head. Feeling annoyed, Yang Jin opened the door and stepped out. He was startled to see Jin still huddled there, silently watching the rain. He intended to quietly close the door, but a voice made him stop. I have nowhere else to go. Yang Jin stood behind the door in silence. I apologize for what I said earlier. Jin expressed his regret. It is your body now. I have no intention of doing anything to it. You don't need to worry. Yang Jin felt a slight stir in his heart. He lowered his head and turned back inside. The next morning, after a long and exhausting night, Yang Jin woke up and removed the medical bandages from his body. Standing before the mirror, he touched his arm and smirked. Even a monster wouldn't be this strange. Stepping out of the bathroom, he was horrified to see dog paws stepping on his brand new tablet on the bed. Oh my God, get off! He rushed over and pushed Jin aside. How rude, the dog grumbled, but Yang Jin didn't care. All his attention was now on the tablet. Where did you get this? Those people yesterday gave it to me. They said it's a book. They gave you this? Yes, they said if I open that YouTube thing, I can read history records. They said to just ask you. Seeing Yang Jin's eyes glued to the tablet, Jin realized. So you like this? Just show me that YouTube thing and I'll give it to you. Really? Yang Jin was surprised. In exchange, I have one condition. What is it? Jin glared at him menacingly before making a very simple request. Make me breakfast. As soon as he finished, Jin's stomach growled loudly. At school, Yang Jin heard his classmates buzzing about Dujikshin. Word was that he was going around apologizing to everyone. Apologizing for what? I thought he was just practicing acting. I heard Dujikshin even taught those thugs a lesson. What is going on? Yang Jin wondered. It seemed he remembered everything from when his soul left his body. In another classroom, Dujikshin was bowing and apologizing to a friend. You bet 50,000 and got your jaw knocked loose, remember? When did I get beaten up? I didn't. I don't remember anything. Dujikshin waved his hands repeatedly. They all happily forgave him, Yang Jin thought. Maybe he was cast as a character who found the light and reached enlightenment, a female student said. Yang Jin idly pondered the importance of maintaining one's image, while a stout classmate chimed in, saying he had already told them so. The moment Yang Jin took his seat, Jia Yuan insisted that an otherworldly antagonist had taken over Dujikshin's body. However, following several incidents, that entity was banished, allowing him to return. Meanwhile, Du Jixing stood by the classroom window. He scrolled through his phone, noting that only 2 people remained from classes 2 and 3, as Jia Yuan watched from behind and asked who was next. Du Jixing rushed off calling for Sheng Yu, leaving Jia stunned, while Jia Yuan watched him go with folded arms and urged him to hurry and apologize to the others. Jia argued that being overly kind was a burden, gritting her teeth as she insisted that none of it was Du Jixing's fault. She questioned why he had to do this just because of that despicable class president's schemes, but Jia Yuan spoke up to defend the situation. Jia blamed it on jealousy, and though Jia Yuan tried to explain Jin Sheng Yu's motives, she ignored him and hurried after Du Jixing. Jia shouted for Du Jixing not to apologize to that jerk, while Jia Yuan stood there stunned, whispering that the boy had left chocolate in her desk. It was for White Valentine's Day, and she had shared it with Du Jixing. Meanwhile, Du Jixing entered Class 2 under the collective gaze of his peers. Sheng Yu, huddling in a corner, felt a surge of terror upon hearing that name, fearing that he would be ostracized by everyone from then on. Du Jixing broke through his spiraling thoughts by calling his name, prompting Sheng Yu to lower his hands from his head in surprise. Du Jixing stood right beside the desk as Sheng Yu looked up, hearing him softly apologize for only just recalling what had happened. Sheng Yu's eyes welled with tears at the apology, and when Du Jixing smiled warmly and called him class president, he could no longer contain his emotions. He broke down in tears, burying his face on the desk while apologizing to Du Jixing, who placed a comforting hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Jia watched the scene from the doorway, her heart fluttering as Du Jixing appeared almost angelic to her, reminding her of their past conversations. She recalled asking what he was doing, to which he kindly replied that he was memorizing everyone's names and faces using a list from the teacher. Du Jixing had paused to look at Yang Jin's birthday on the list, mentioning that it was coming up soon before turning to smile at her. That radiant, innocent smile left a lasting mark on her soul, making her wonder if Du Jixing was actually an angel in disguise. Back in the classroom, Jia placed a carton of milk on Yang Jin's desk as a gift, catching him by surprise while he was using his phone. Jia then bashfully turned her face away from him. Zai had now matured into a tall young man, leaving his childhood appearance behind, while Yan Zhen collapsed to the ground and stared at him in shock. He was bewildered by the situation, failing to recognize that the person before him was still Shanbao, wondering who this stranger was and where the little boy had gone. A sudden groan nearby made Yan Zhen recoil in terror as he spotted a severed eye of Jiang Shanbao on the ground before it dissolved into nothingness. The masked man assumed a combat stance, firmly gripping 2 swords while remaining completely silent toward the other 2. His expressions were hidden behind the mask as he lunged at Zhen, whose composure remained unshaken despite the attacker's formidable speed. The masked man leaped high to strike from above, but Zai simply reached back and easily parried the blow with his fan while his opponent used only one hand. He then swung his other hidden hand to slash at Zai's torso, but the blade only passed through a lingering afterimage. A shroud of white mist suddenly enveloped him before Zai's hand gripped his shoulder and slammed him face first into the ground in an instant. Zai didn't stop there, pinning the man's face down as he crouched and coldly remarked that there must be a reason for going this far. With an uncompromising glare, Zai increased the pressure until the mask began to crack, demanding to know who had instigated him. The masked man remained silent, revealing iron beads between his fingers to conjure a black gale that allowed him to escape Zai's grasp amidst a cloud of dust. As the masked figure flickered in and out of sight within the wind, Zai remained calm and used his fan to counter the movements. As he invoked the heavenly record, another gust arose, but the masked man had already vanished, leaving only a confused deer that left Zai feeling quite astonished. The deer stared directly at him before turning away, leaving Zai to look in another direction as he became lost in thought. He then turned his gaze toward Yan Zhen, who looked on in confusion until Zai raised his fan and activated circulation. An aura enveloped Yan Zhen and lifted him up, and just as he asked what was happening, Zai tapped his forehead to knock him unconscious before coldly calling out for Hai Long. His eyes remained fixed on the unconscious Yan Zhen as he realized the boy was no longer himself, prompting an impatient Zai to ask if the entity would leave that body voluntarily. "Or do you want me to force your permanent exit?" he threatened, as a wide grin spread across Yan Zhen's face while he fully transformed into Hai Long. With glowing red pupils fixed on Zai, Hai Long spoke with a tone full of contempt and mockery, daring him to try. Zai's expression darkened as Hai Long mocked his status as a mere half-god, noting how pathetic and worn down his sealing powers appeared to be. He challenged Zai, claiming he saw through the bluff, and warned that any attempt to intervene would result in the boy's certain death. Seeing Zai's shock, Hai Long boasted further, revealing that the boy had already died once and only survived because of his intervention. He arrogantly claimed the body's master required his presence and had summoned him multiple times, taunting the son of the earthly branches to see what he could do. Zai reached his breaking point, and just as Hai Long mockingly asked if he would dare to kill a human, he was met with a sharp slap. His head recoiled from the stinging pain that spread across his cheek, and after a few moments, a look of utter confusion crossed his face. The surrounding aura dissipated, causing him to collapse to the ground with a cry as Yan Zhen asked in a daze what had just happened. Zai paused to think before turning to lead the way, telling the boy to follow him back to the dormitory, while Yan Zhen watched his retreating figure. Feeling hesitant, Yan Zhen called out to Zai, asking for confirmation if he was indeed the same little boy from before. Without turning around, Zai coldly asked for his name, leaving a surprised Yan Yan to clarify if he meant him before answering truthfully. After he identified himself as Yan Zhen, Zai remained with his back turned and admitted in an increasingly somber voice that he also didn't understand what had occurred. Zai gave a grave warning about the power in his left arm, advising Yan Zhen not to trust it before recounting an old tale. He spoke of his ancestor, Chen, who used that same power to massacre their entire clan, his voice remaining eerily calm. Zai explained that his family had suffered through endless chaos, then left Yan Zhen frozen by revealing he was born into that man's very body. Reflecting on Yan Zhen's past, Zai marveled at how he had defied all logic to find his own identity and survive. As the thought that he shouldn't exist echoed in his mind, Yan Zhen grit his teeth in silence until Zai suddenly offered him praise. Stunned by the compliment, Yan Zhen looked up as blurred memories of his clan's hatred and rejection flickered through his mind. "You were never meant to be born," Zai whispered, yet he encouraged Yan Zhen by saying he had done well despite the hardships ahead. Yan Zhen's fists clenched as he heard that he might face even more desperate trials that would force him to defy reason. Zai turned back with a faint smile, but by then, tears were already welling up in Yan Zhen's eyes. Moved by the boy's struggle, Zai looked him in the eye and declared his decision to help him live a full life in this world. With a resolute gaze, Zai vowed to risk everything to protect him, leaving the tearful Yan Zhen speechless and overwhelmed. He no longer had to face the world alone, as the moonlight bathed them in a mystical, ethereal glow. Yan Zhen walked aimlessly along the path, his eyes vacant and soulless as he raised his hand to stare at it. When a weapon suddenly appeared, Zai manifested to reclaim the blade, suggesting Yan Zhen leave it with him for convenience. Yan Zhen asked why he was being helped, but Zai simply used his fly-whisk to create a path back to the dormitory. Zai mentioned that disciples would fetch him at noon this Sunday, but Yan Zhen was confused by the term noon. After irritably clarifying it meant 12 o'clock, Zai vanished, leaving Yan Zhen to follow the magical trail through the woods. He looked up in a daze at the magnificent skyscrapers ahead, until a familiar voice suddenly called out to him. Yan Zhen nervously turned toward the sound, his heart pounding as he saw a figure racing in his direction. It was Li Zixiu. She rushed over and held his face, frantically asking if he was unhurt or in any pain. Yan Zhen stood frozen for a moment before his strength failed him, forcing Li Zixiu to catch him as he collapsed. He tried to calm her by saying he was only exhausted, but Li Zixiu sensed something was wrong and pressed for answers. She asked what had happened during their phone call, but he remained determined to keep the details to himself. He didn't want to burden her with worries she couldn't resolve, which only made Li Zixiu feel more guilty. As she apologized for her helplessness, Yan Zhen remembered Ji-Yun's warnings and realized he had made her feel like a hindrance. Worried that Li Zixiu would misunderstand, he ruffled his hair and tried to find the right words while she continued to blame herself. She lamented that she was of no use to him, but Yan Zhen quickly cut her off to disagree. He softly told her that she had helped him immensely, admitting he might not have survived if she hadn't called. Embarrassed, he looked away and explained that he only spoke that way because he was lost and didn't want her to worry. He insisted that her support meant everything. Touched by his sincerity, Li Zixiu smiled, moved by Yan Zhen's kindness. Yang Jin, Du Kaiwun called out in a worried tone. "Are you all right?" Yang Jin was startled to see them and asked why they had come, to which Jai-Won replied that he was the one who called first. "What happened?" Du Kaiwun asked while catching his breath, explaining that he hadn't seen him since roll call and had asked Hisu about it. She mentioned calling him at 10 o'clock. Seeing Yang Jin's condition, they grew deeply concerned, noting his injuries and certain that something had occurred. Not knowing how to explain, he made up an excuse about tripping, while Zai's previous words echoed in his mind. He was told he no longer had to struggle alone. So after a long silence, Yang Jin finally confessed to his friends that he had encountered the Jiang Sanbium and nearly died. Du Kaiwun was shocked to hear about the Jiang Sanbium, and they began discussing how the creature had disguised itself as Gong Jai One to lure him away. After cursing the Jang Sanbium and asking for every detail, the scene shifted to a portal that was beginning to manifest, drawing the immediate attention of the nearby spirits. They cheered happily when they saw Zai return, calling him brother, but he ignored them and collapsed at a table, prompting them to rush over in concern. They asked if he was okay as he wearily called for Bok Soon to bring water. His expression was grim, masking the growing anger within him. They were already starting to bond, while elsewhere Hailong wore a sinister smile, his blood-red eyes projecting a terrifying aura. Zai broke into a cold sweat, realizing time was running out to deal with Hailong before Chen regained his memories, recalling the villain's previous words. Zai gritted his teeth in frustration at the question of whether a divine, earthly branch would dare kill a human, just as everyone else finally returned. They remarked on how quickly time had passed now that they were home, but Yang Jin sat gloomily in a corner, staring blankly into the distance. Yang Jin seemed lost in thought as a voice echoed in his head, claiming his left arm held the final remnants of power forged from Hailong. He was warned not to trust the power in his left arm. Though he remembered Chen claiming to be his ancestor, Zai had told him a different story. Zai had claimed that his ancestor, Chen, used that very power to slaughter his own clan and family, leaving Yang Jin hesitating at his front door. Unsure of what to do, he eventually entered his passcode and heard the door unlock, only to be greeted by the sound of music drifting from inside. He froze upon hearing a man's voice singing about heartbreak and betrayal coming from the computer, the lyrics describing someone being left behind without regret. Yang Jin walked in to find Chen humming along to the song, so absorbed in the lyrics about a traitor in love that he didn't even notice the boy's arrival. When Yang Jin finally spoke, Chen jumped in a panic and hurriedly slammed the laptop shut while still singing about the traitorous lover. Chen then crossed his legs to look cool and asked if he was back, while elsewhere, Chen noticed something peculiar on his computer screen. Chen stared in shock at his chaotic feed, wondering why Chen was so obsessed with trot music when he was supposed to be researching history, just as his phone began to ring. He saw the caller ID was labeled, "That bastard," and later that evening at a certain house, a doorbell rang followed by a voice demanding the secret code. You followed the instructions obediently to gain entry, but when the voice demanded the person behind him do the same, Chen refused and told them to just open the door, triggering a wrong code alarm. The person inside offered one more chance, while you urged him to hurry up, insisting that the task wasn't difficult at all. Chen reluctantly made the required gesture, and once they were cleared, Bok Soon gave them a very warm and enthusiastic welcome. "Please come in, welcome to our family," she said at Zai's house, where the others were outside playfully challenging a centipede ghost to a fight. "I'm coming," someone shouted, while inside, Zai was drawing powerful strokes on paper that soon formed a strange and mysterious shape. Yu and Shen watched Zai's every move intently until he finished the drawing and asked if they recognized the symbol, leaving Shen looking quite confused. Yu, who was standing nearby, exclaimed that she had seen this before as she gestured toward the demon's forehead, while Shen looked on with confusion. He tried to recall his own memories and realized he might have seen it too, but Zai then corrected them, stating that this was not actually demonic power. Shen suddenly became excited, while Yu finally understood why the combo failed, teasing Zai for not being able to defeat the creature in a single strike. Zai remained the only serious one, suggesting a hidden force was empowering the demons to target Chen's body, while Yang Jin remained oblivious. Yang Jin was at home washing dishes when Jin called out to him, expressing his irritation that his blade had vanished while he was napping. Jin suggested he go back to retrieve it, but Yang Jin eventually admitted the truth. The blade had already appeared in his descendant's hands. When Jin pressed for details about what had occurred, Yang Jin fell silent as Zai's words continued to echo in his mind. He remembered Zai saying that Chen, his own ancestor, had used that power to slaughter his clan, causing cold sweat to pour down his face. Jin waited for an answer, but Yang Jin chose to hide the truth, though Jin wasn't fooled since the power of the Black Dragon had clearly been used. Jin reminded him not to use that power recklessly, but Yang Jin snapped back before retreating to his room, leaving Jin to sigh at his behavior. Jin looked down as if he were planning something, while back with Zai, the investigation into the masked man continued. When Zai asked for information about the masked man, both Shen and Yu responded with confusion, not understanding what he meant. Zai explained that he saw a marked demon and a masked man fighting together. The man was skilled, but lacked the godlike power required to bestow such strength. Yu broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, but their intense discussion was suddenly interrupted by a silent figure entering the room. Yu quickly spotted the masked intruder, who showed no signs of fear as they approached the group. The figure threw a punch that Shen narrowly avoided, leading to a brief skirmish where Shen flashed a cunning smile. The intruder remained perfectly calm even as their mask was torn away, revealing a blond young man underneath. He flashed a bright smile and claimed the item didn't belong to them, identifying himself as Wu, the great overseer of the earthly branches. Nearby spirits lamented the loss of the handmade mask, while Shen and Wu blamed each other for destroying the cultural relic. Zai had no patience for the situation and told them to drop it, but Shen's attention was already fixed on the blade Wu was carrying. He asked if it was the great overseer Chen's blade, and the two began chatting casually, much to Zai's growing frustration. Wu explained he found it with some children and wondered why it was at Zai's house, even questioning if it was a replica. Zai irritably explained that it was Chen's blade, entrusted to him by the man's descendant, which only prompted Wu to tease him. They continued their conversation, asking if the blade could actually speak and if anyone had encountered it yet. Zai tried to get their attention, but they ignored him, mentioning that the blade had fainted earlier due to someone's actions. They wondered if that person had spoken to it, while Zai struggled to suppress his rising anger. They noted that despite the target being human, someone had been ready to kill it, though you reminded them it was the black dragon. Finally losing his temper, Zai slammed his fan onto the table and signaled for silence, eventually forcing the others to sit still. He concluded that the demons weren't targeting Chen's body because the black dragon already occupied it. Rather, it was Chen himself who needed it. Wu, distracted while finishing his drink, casually remarked that it couldn't be anyone else but him, prompting you to ask for clarification. He is undoubtedly the one wielding power akin to divine authority. Despite being angered by that vague response, who else could it be? Amidst the profound silence of the night, a rustling sound echoed through the woods, prompting the man in black to ask if he had returned. The masked man openly stated that not only was Chen there, but Grand Inspector Zai as well, as the man in black noticed his fatal injury. As crimson blood seeped from the wound, the masked man quickly withdrew his hand, claiming it was a mere scratch, though the man in black looked on with disdain. "I expected nothing less," he remarked, questioning why Grand Inspector Zai's power hadn't been destroyed as promised, which clearly irritated the other man. "Are you blaming me? It is your own weakness that is at fault," he retorted, causing the masked man to clench his fists in silent fury at the insult. He lunged forward, swinging his blade, but the masked man had gravely underestimated his opponent, who remained standing tall and unmoved. After all that assistance, they sent this incompetent fool. Your leader is truly lazy and arrogant, so give him a message for me. Tell him things have become far more complicated because of him, he said, leaving the masked man to stand there in frustrated, helpless silence. The scene shifts to a desolate wasteland where a young man appears unexpectedly, picking his way through the scattered ruins and debris. Silence falls as Yan Jin stands lost in thought, wondering who the figure is while his own face remains devoid of any emotion. In an instant, his eyes widened in terror as the other figure lunged at him with a grotesque, demonic expression and outstretched hands. The man's hands gripped Yan Jin's face with overwhelming force, leaving him paralyzed with fear and unable to speak as he wondered who this person was. The crushing grip began to suffocate him, making Yan Jin feel as though his life was fading away until he suddenly snapped back to reality. On a large bed, Jin was lying across Yan Jin's face in his animal form, creating a strangely quiet scene that felt like an assassination attempt. He bolted upright, tossing Jin aside as a look of pure shock crossed his face, leaving him wondering if it had all been a dream. The scene transitions to a large apartment where a voice calls out from a kitchen filled with messy dishes, asking if today wasn't his day off. Jin watched Yan Jin get dressed and asked where he was going. Without turning around, he replied that he was heading to a part-time job at Dan Gun. Dan Gun? Thousands of years ago, that place was. Jin began, but Yan Jin cut him off, explaining it wasn't that kind of place as a job notification appeared. The ad sought someone to catch a giant cockroach immediately for 30,000 won, which he calmly explained was just a listing from a part-time job ad. "Our food expenses have doubled because of you," Yan Jin remarked as he headed for the door, telling the old man to handle his own lunch. He glanced back at Jin, who was lounging on the bed with a laptop, before Jin casually told him he could manage and to return home soon. After the door clicked shut, Yan Jin let out a heavy sigh and quickly started on his way. It wasn't long before he reached his destination. Yan Jin arrived at the home of the person who posted the ad for a giant cockroach exterminator, offering 30,000 won for the urgent task. In the blink of an eye, he took on another job washing a massive pile of dishes for 50,000 won as the day flew by. Yan Jin was then seen hauling boxes at a warehouse for a moving job that paid 30,000 won just to load items onto a truck. His back finally got some rest after the long day, but Yan Jin was surprised when he checked the time on his phone and saw it was Sunday noon. Recalling Grand Inspector Zai's instructions that disciples would come to fetch him, he began to scan his surroundings in search of them. As he tapped away on his phone, he remembered Zai telling him that he had defied the natural order to find his true self and continue living. His phone screen displayed a search for natural order, defined as a noun meaning righteousness, or a natural, innate, and irreversible phenomenon. He fell into a stunned silence, staring intently at it. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light erupted nearby, accompanied by a loud shout that startled him. "Big brother!" Turning around, he saw the 3 children from Fu Zun's group had arrived, cheerfully greeting him and saying they were there to pick him up. The scene shifted to a comfortable room where various colorful, delicious-looking pastries sat on the table. Zun's Jin sat on the sofa, staring at the plate of sweets without moving. Zai sat across from him, sipping hot tea. "Why the long face?" he asked. Yan Jin didn't answer immediately, only looking up as the face from his dream flashed through his mind. He swallowed hard, hiding his eyes behind his bangs. Finally, he spoke up, asking with uncertainty, "What exactly does this natural order you mentioned mean?" Zai replied instantly with an expressionless face. "All things vanish only to be reborn. That is the flow of nature. The natural order is simply the ultimate truth. To follow that natural flow?" Yan Jin hesitated, his expression clouded with doubt. Looking at Zai's stoic face, he blurted out, "Is borrowing human bodies to live in really following the natural flow?" Yan Jin immediately broke the brief silence with another question. "So my existence is forbidden? Is that the natural order?" Zai set his teacup down on the table and clarified. "It is not that we borrow human bodies," he said, his eyes scanning Yan Jin as he continued. "A divine body is more like a crafted sculpture." A voice echoed through the room again, "Your body is the same." This revelation startled Yan Jin. "What do you mean?" he asked hesitantly. "A sculpture? You mean it was created? I don't understand what you're saying." At that moment, Zai posed a question of his own. "Do you know of Tan Jun?" Yan Jin replied with a question. "Lord Tan Jun? The one who established the temple?" Zai lowered his eyes and nodded. "Indeed," he said, before beginning a story to explain. "Tan Jun created a land suitable for humans to inhabit long ago. We are the earthly branch God sent to Earth to assist humanity, teaching them to master fire and water. We used our powers to usher in a new era on that barren land. Naturally, there were witnesses, those who saw the divine power and wished to preserve it forever. They built altars and offered prayers there. 64 seasons passed, and as time marched on, a human-like form was manifested at the altar where all energy converged. Times and all things changed through the flow of history. Finally, after ages of tempering, the very first divine body appeared. Everyone worshipped that being. Because the earthly branch gods loved humanity, they inhabited the bodies created by human desires to remain on Earth and help them. Those bodies were like humans, possessing a lifespan, and once their duty was done, the altar would create a new one. However, in the year of the wood dragon, the month of the fire rabbit, and the day of the fire dog, the divine altar was destroyed, preventing the gods from interfering in human history. No more divine bodies could be created. We waited for our physical forms to perish so we could return to heaven, but when we opened our eyes, we were still on Earth. His eyes darkened slightly. Divine bodies began to be born from humans themselves. Our forms are now shaped by humanity, and the cycle repeats. Consequently, we are trapped here. Ultimately, we had to accept the natural order. Humans call these divine bodies they give birth to, the children who do not cry. Hearing this, Yan Jin felt a wave of coldness wash over him. His current body was one of those very vessels. His eyes became hollow and soulless at the mention of that both familiar and strange name. "Jun Yan Jin," Zai said, staring intently at him. "According to the natural order," he stated the blunt truth matter-of-factly. "The one who should be living in that body is Chen." Chen's face appeared devoid of any emotion. Yan Jin could only remain silent, overwhelmed by Zai's words. "If you accept your fate and obey the natural order, I will personally guide your soul to its heavenly ascension." He began to threaten coldly. "If you refuse," each heavy word fell into Yan Jin's ears, "you will have to fight to the bitter end to protect yourself." The living room fell into an eerie silence. Zai spoke up. "I ask you," posing a question that carried a much deeper meaning. "Do you wish to follow the natural order, or do you intend to defy it?" Yan Jin did not respond immediately, remaining silent and expressionless. After a long moment, he finally replied, "Is there even any other choice?" Facing the choice between life and death, T remained expressionless, simply watching the young man as Yan Jin gave an arrogant smirk and chose life. With his hands tightly clasped under the table, he spoke in a steady voice, reminding him that he would face even more brutal trials than before. He looked up inquisitively, asking if he could truly overcome them. Though worried, Yan Jin replied firmly that he might have given up in the past as old visions returned. Recalling days of loneliness and hardship filled with mockery, Yan Jin felt he had already experienced enough suffering. His current misery was profound, and his solitary figure stood as a testament to the fact that he had to endure everything alone. Yanjin's voice changed as warm memories of meeting Ju began to surface in his mind. Remembering his friends' laughter and their time together after school, Yanjin spoke with a sense of awakening, declaring that things were different now. He recalled looking into Zizu's eyes, her bright smile forever etched into his heart, and spoke with unwavering resolve. He expressed his desire to live and reminded T of his promise to protect him, asserting that it was entirely possible. His words left T momentarily stunned before he asked if T would exist forever, or at least until he died of old age. An unexpected laugh broke the suffocating silence from T's side, and his sudden outburst of laughter startled Yanjin. T looked at him with appreciation, praising Yanjin for his excellent answer, while the young man sat there in surprise as T continued. Mentioning an indomitable spirit, T looked down ominously and warned that a weak will is easily corrupted, leaving Yanjin feeling anxious despite the advice. He told him to always hold on to this determination, just as a loud voice called out to him, and Fu Shan's group appeared with cheerful faces. The girl handed him a box, calling it a gift, which contained a set of clothes the children introduced. Yanjin questioned the divine robes as Fu Shan, and another boy with sparkling eyes urged him to try them on, making it impossible to refuse. Moments later, Yanjin appeared looking magnificent in his new red and black attire, earning constant praise from the children. They complimented how cool he looked, while T stood up and advised him to stop using the black dragon and instead use his own power to wield the blade. Yanjin hesitantly replied that the blade was so heavy he couldn't even lift it without that power. T met his gaze calmly and asked how he felt after using the black dragon's power, noting that it was draining his physical strength. The question immediately brought back images of his struggle, such as his arms and legs shaking uncontrollably. Every step had been a challenge, leaving his body exhausted and at its limit when T's next words caught Yanjin off guard. He explained that the power didn't make the blade easier to lift, but simply used his stamina recklessly, questioning how he could lift such a heavy weapon without muscles. This direct hit to his pride prompted Yanjin to snap back, pointing at the children and asking if they were all secret weightlifters. T responded calmly, delivering another verbal blow to Yanjin's heart. He explained that divine power makes lifting the blade easy, but Yanjin only had a mortal body, leaving him speechless despite inhabiting that form. T sighed in frustration, noting that his physical strength was worse than an average person's, and asking if he ever exercised before offering guidance. He instructed him to focus energy into his right hand, but Yanjin remained hesitant, unsure of how to do it as T skipped the explanation and demonstrated by concentrating force. This left him in total shock as T pointed to his hand and told him to close his eyes, concentrate his mind, and maximize the senses in his right hand. Looking at Yanjin like a true master, he finally told him to think of the blade. Yanjin immediately closed his eyes to practice while T's words echoed in his ears, warning him that it would be difficult, but to keep trying. Just as the words faded, a sudden surge of power appeared, causing T to widen his eyes in shock as Yanjin miraculously controlled the great blade with ease. After a moment, he returned to reality and stared at the weapon in his hand, while the children cheered excitedly, and a hesitant voice asked how he did it. Having regained his composure, T speculated that the divine robe possessed the ability to transform the energy of all things into divine power, which Yanjin finally understood. T interrupted him to explain that his use of divine power was only temporary, looking at him with disdain, while noting that a normal mortal body shouldn't be capable of such a feat. Yanjin ignored the comment and cheered joyfully, swinging the blade like a toy and leaving T speechless as he declared he wouldn't even need his left hand. Suddenly realizing something, Yangjin's eyes widened in surprise as he looked down at his hand on the hilt, prompting T to offer an explanation. He explained that when the weapon was received from Chen, it retained its original form from when it was first used, and then he fell silent while staring intently at Yangjin. T suddenly asked a cryptic question about whether he had ever seen what was inside the cloth wrapping, leaving Yangjin to mumble the words back in confusion. T clarified he was referring to the hilt of the blade, but Yangjin simply asked if there was something hidden inside while T remained silent. T dropped the subject, and the scene shifted to a table filled with delicious food, where he calmly told Yangjin to eat while the latter marveled at the spread. He mentioned that he would escort Yangjin back to his front door after the meal, a statement that made the young man feel both anxious and cautious. Noticing his reaction, T asked if he disliked the food, but Yangjin quickly replied that he loved it before hesitantly trailing off. Looking at the dishes on the table, Yang Jin spoke with a hint of sadness, remarking that it had been a very long time since someone had prepared such a feast for him. He fell into a silent reverie, his eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia as he remembered how his mother used to smile at him so gently. Back then, Yang Jin was just an innocent child protected by her, but he quickly snapped out of his memories and tried to speak again. Memories of his painful and turbulent past flooded his mind, bringing back the image of a woman with tears streaming down her face and eyes full of intense hatred. T broke the heavy atmosphere by telling him to ask whatever was on his mind, so Yang Jin shook off his thoughts and asked for T's name. T stared at him as if he were a fool, but Yang Jin quickly defended his question by saying that even a deity should have a name while living on Earth. T calmly replied that his name didn't matter, but Yang Jin insisted it was important because he couldn't just keep calling him a kid forever. T refused to give a name and told him to simply use the title Great Overseer, a response that left Yang Jin completely stunned and speechless. T looked at the young man and dropped a bombshell, explaining that despite his appearance, he was much older than Yang Jin in human years. He revealed that he had inhabited this body for 28 years and was actually thousands of years old, a revelation that left Yang Jin gasping in shock. When Yang Jin asked why he looked like an elementary student, T patiently explained that he ended up this way because Yang Jin's ancestor had stripped him of half his divine power. Yang Jin grew increasingly amazed as T explained that although he was born from a human body, he existed under the conditions of a ritual altar. T looked down as he recounted passing through 64 seasons, which amounted to 16 years, causing the atmosphere to turn silent once again. A familiar blue fan suddenly appeared in T's hand, as he explained in a steady voice that using divine power before the body was fully matured would have consequences. He demonstrated the fan's power while stating that his small frame limited his abilities, but he concluded by noting that his current body was now fully developed. Yang Jin asked if that meant he would never grow any taller, to which T responded with a calm and blunt confirmation. Yang Jin muttered about not knowing what his ancestor had done, feeling completely bewildered as he tried to process everything based on his own guesses. Could it be related to the clan massacre? Zai helplessly interrupted those thoughts and suggested a plan after removing the black dragon from his body. I will tell you then, but for now, you should eat. Yuan Jin's attention was indeed diverted as he fearfully asked about the removal. But the black dragon is my left arm, he said, while Zai looked at him with disdain, stating that losing an arm made of the black dragon was serious. One mistake could even cost you your life, a statement that terrified Yuan Jin, though Zai noted there might be a way. Under Yuan Jin's hopeful gaze, he explained this was a necessary task before the scene shifted to Yuan Jin's small house that afternoon. He returned home exhausted, and upon opening the door, he was startled to see Chen lounging comfortably on his bed. Recalling Zai's advice to ask Chen to help find the dragon, the silence was broken when Chen suddenly called out to him. Startled, he asked if the man had eaten, but the atmosphere turned grim as Chen questioned where he had been. Yuan Jin tried to brush it off by saying he was out earning money, but Chen immediately saw through his deception. You met with Great Overseer Zai, didn't you? Chen's words made his heart sink as the man slowly began to speak. I smell a rat, he said with a gaze as sharp as an assassin's, while Zai's cold eyes had previously stared at the boy. This is something you must do. Ask Chen to search for the dragon with you. Hearing this, Yuan Jin was stunned by the mention of the dragon. He expressed concern that if the ancestor regained his full strength, he might turn against him. His lips suddenly twitched as he muttered that the dragon was found. Then Zai sternly reminded him it did not belong to Chen. Yuan Jin grew increasingly shocked as he was told it would belong to him, before the scene returned to the present where Chen's cold gaze warned him. While he hesitated in confusion over the mention of a rat, Yuan Jin gradually regained his composure and replied that there was naturally a scent. He explained he had just returned from catching rats and mocked the man's keen sense of smell, which took Chen by surprise. Noticing that reaction, Yuan Jin picked up his phone and asked if he should read the ads for rat catchers and carcass removers. He added that the fee was 50,000 won, which surprised Chen, who wondered if people actually paid for such tasks these days. The atmosphere made Yuan Jin anxious as he speculated that if he asked the ancestor to find the dragon now, he would surely be suspected. He watched Chen's actions while thinking he would be doubted, but the man enthusiastically declared he could do such work and jumped off the bed. Chen asked to join him next time to earn a living, but Yuan Jin questioned what use he would be. He refused, complaining about the man's shedding hair, as the afternoon sky outside began to turn a deep crimson. Inside the house, Yuan Jin lay there wondering how to approach Chen as a cold sweat trickled down his face. He needed a valid reason when an unexpected memory suddenly rushed back, stunning him with the thought of what had happened. Yuan Jin finally spoke up, casually asking the ancestor if he still wanted to know what had happened previously. Seizing the moment, he claimed he had nearly met his end, a revelation that caught Chen completely off guard. He explained that the danger forced him to use the Black Dragon's power, prompting Chen to ask for more details. He told Chen that the boy who defeated the Dharma demon had saved his life, causing Chen's expression to sour as Yuan Jin continued his act. He sighed, mocking the fact that his own ancestor was clueless, while another's had to step in to save him. "What do you mean, nephew? This body is mine." Jin started to feel guilty, telling the boy to stop harping on that subject. He then adopted a serious tone to remind the boy that regardless of his denial, he was still his nephew, leaving Yang Jin speechless. It was the truth, and he recalled Zai's words about physical bodies only forming within that clan's descendants. So Yang Jin nodded and returned to his phone, dismissively agreeing while Jin complained about his constant sarcasm. A moment later, he spoke up again to ask a question, with Yang Jin slowly bringing up the fact that Jin had mentioned being sealed. "Is that right?" While thinking about the clan's massacre, he asked if Jin had forgotten everything and why he had been sealed in the first place. Facing that inquiry, Jin's lips moved as he slowly replied that he didn't know, his expression darkening as he added that one thing was certain. Yang Jin was swept up in the tension as he stared at Jin, but then the man blurted out something entirely unexpected. He claimed to be the strongest of the descended earthly branch deities and confidently stroked his face, suggesting they had sealed him out of jealousy. This sparked doubt in Yang Jin, wondering if such a playful person could have slaughtered his clan, before he sighed and remarked that anyone could make such claims. He noted that Jin always stood idly by like a decorative screen during trouble, then laughed dejectedly and accused him of just waiting to reclaim the body. Jin immediately protested, pointing out that he had already transferred all his power to the boy and asking what he could possibly do in his current state. Yang Jin continued to provoke him by saying it proved he was weak, prompting the man to lower his voice and reveal a secret. He explained that finding just one of his former powers would completely change the situation, a piece of information that startled the boy. Without hesitation, Yang Jin sat up and asked where that power was, thinking he had hit the jackpot, while Jin calmly agreed to continue. He nodded with satisfaction and stated they needed to find the dragon immediately, noting the boy's apparent desire to cooperate, which left Yang Jin stunned. His serious gaze fixed on Yang Jin as he explained that he wasn't the one who had to do it, before suddenly reverting to his original form and telling the boy he was the one who must act. The sudden transformation startled the boy, leaving Yang Jin staring in shock for a long moment while Jin looked on. He smirked and asked if the boy was frightened, but Yang Jin innocently questioned why he should be, prompting the man to slowly sit down on the floor to answer. He remarked that he occasionally needed to show his true form to correct the boy's insolence while reaching for a pearl at his waist and holding it up. He held it directly in front of Yang Jin and instructed him to touch the wish-fulfilling pearl with his left hand, telling him to simply follow orders. Yang Jin reached toward the large gem despite the strange request, and the moment he touched it, a brilliant, blinding light erupted. The light then formed a path stretching through the air, prompting Jin to whisper as he followed the guiding trail with his eyes. He noted that it was closer than expected and muttered that they could reach it by dawn on horseback, though his words only left the boy confused. When asked how far it was, he kept his eyes on the light and replied that it was about 500 li, while Yang Jin looked it up on his phone, realizing it was about 200 kilometers away. He looked shocked as he suddenly recalled his previous conversation with Zai. He remembered being told that one of the dragons resided at Mount Songni, a name that had initially confused him until Zai explained further. It was the place where he had gone for training, and though Yang Jin skeptically asked if it was really there, the other only gave a cold response. Zai admitted he wasn't certain, but mentioned seeing a spirit deity in animal form before offering further cautious advice. He explained that such entities usually only appeared in sacred, safe lands, and firmly asserted that a guardian deity would surely be there. The memory ended with Yang Jin wondering in amazement if it was Mount Songni, a name that Jin overheard and repeated in surprise. Sensing his curiosity, he hesitantly explained that it was where he had trained. Jin asked if he had seen it there, but Yang Jin denied it while looking back at his phone. He noted that based on the direction and distance, it seemed to be the right spot on the map he had opened, so they should go check it out. He added that it wouldn't take until tomorrow morning since the bus ride was only 3 hours. Once decided, he suddenly flopped back onto the bed. Since it was already late, he suggested leaving tomorrow. Jin quickly agreed to depart after lunch, but Yang Jin hesitated. He reminded Jin that he had school tomorrow. Jin scoffed, insisting he shouldn't neglect his studies and asked when he finished. He replied it was around this time. Jin then began tempting him to skip school, a question that made him uneasy since Jin had just told him not to neglect his education. Before long, night transitioned into early morning, and the clock on his phone now showed 12:44 p.m. Jin sat calmly but sternly inside the backpack. Since school ended early today, he was currently making his way back home. He realized his own life was more important than any schoolwork. To be safe, Yang Jin warned Jin to stay absolutely still inside the bag. Jin quickly agreed and mentioned there was beef jerky in the bag he wanted to eat. Hearing this, he responded with a look of pure annoyance. He asked if Jin was a dragon or a pig. Distracted by the bickering, Yang Jin didn't notice the figure above until an attack was right upon him, forcing him to look up in shock. He was faced with a pair of sturdy legs belonging to someone who looked like a student, but luckily, Yang Jin reacted in time to block the powerful kick. Dust and sand scattered everywhere as Yang Jin looked on in terror. A pair of cold, predatory eyes were fixed intently on him. The force of the attack even shattered the pavement they stood on. The terrifying power caused Yang Jin to collapse onto the street in fear. In contrast, she stood firmly amidst the thick cloud of dust. As the earthly branch deity Inspector Su, she glared at him, sensing the black dragon's power. She glared and questioned Yang Jin, asking if that damn dragon had gone mad. In his state of confusion and panic, he could only stare at her. After her cryptic words, Su swung her blade and told him to drop dead. She unleashed a strike filled with pure rage. But at that moment, Jin suddenly appeared in the middle of the battle. He tried to calm Inspector Su down as she redirected her blade, shouting for her to stop. A moment later, the sharp tip plunged into the ground just inches from Yang Jin. Sensing danger, he scrambled to his feet and ran, wondering what was happening. In the chaos, he sprinted forward while Jin spotted Su's figure. Jin then shouted a warning to him. "Yang Jin, look out above." At that moment, a familiar aura erupted from his arm. Before he could understand, one of his eyes turned a glowing red. The black dragon's blade instantly appeared, parrying Su's strike. However, this only confirmed her suspicions even further. She laughed maniacally, asking if he was finally showing his true form. She declared she would take his head this time, leaving him in a panic while Jin kept trying to persuade her. Jin pleaded with Inspector Su to stop, explaining he was human. But in Su's eyes, she only saw Yang Jin and heard a voice claiming to be Chen. This deepened the misunderstanding. She insisted he was Chen and no one else, repeatedly swinging her blade and forcing Yang Jin to defend himself. He told her to stop joking and insisted he wasn't Chen. Despite his denials, Jin continued to shout that he was the real Chen. Unable to take it anymore, he cursed at Jin for just sitting there talking. After snapping at him, Yang Jin continued his life-or-death struggle with Su, who told him to stay put. Suddenly, she crossed her twin blades and chanted an empowerment spell. Her power erupted, causing the ground to crack and debris to float into the air. Yang Jin felt a surge of electricity behind him. Su poured all her strength into the next move, her eyes glowing brightly. Just as the ultimate technique was about to land, someone's sword intercepted it. The sound caused both Yang Jin and Su to pause for a moment. Then a robe fluttered in the air as the mysterious visitor descended. Using the selfless technique, the figures of Shen and Wu gradually appeared from above. Upon landing, he lightly touched the hilt of his sword. Finally, Wu gently used the unified draw to dispel the fifth technique. He wasn't finished. He suddenly summoned countless soldiers to attack the target with the heavenly steed army. They followed his command and immediately drew their bows to full tension. Arrows then streaked toward Su, forcing her to retreat. As the distance between them grew, Su could only grit her teeth in frustration. At that moment, Wu raised his sword and shouted for protection. The heavenly steed army shifted from their offensive stance and quickly circled back. They gripped their long, sharp spears tightly with one hand. A defensive layer formed by the crossed spears was then established in front of Ianjin and Jin. By the time they realized it, the perimeter was heavily guarded. Unlike Ianjin, Su was left to face everything entirely on her own. After a moment, Shen withdrew the horses and returned the phone. "Here, I took the photo," he said, and Wu happily accepted it with a thanks. He then proudly proclaimed that a superhero had arrived, which made her face darken with rage. "What?" Her anger finally boiled over and Su screamed, "What do you want, you damn horsehead?" Being suddenly insulted like that made him quite annoyed. "You're even calling me a horsehead now?" Wu grumbled, but Shen chimed in, saying it was a perfect description. Meanwhile, Su began to accuse them. "You're all on Chen's side?" Wu heard this and quickly asked why she was being so tense. However, she remained full of murderous intent and continued to provoke them. "Come at me if you're so brave," she challenged, but he interrupted her, telling her to calm down. Wu then quickly cleared Ianjin's name, explaining that he was just a human. You almost killed someone, he added. Hearing the explanation, Su frowned in disbelief, questioning if he was really human. Meanwhile, Jin sighed inwardly, wishing he could just go home and forget about finding any dragons. After thinking for a moment, Su insisted that it couldn't be, as he smelled like a dragon. Shen coldly told her she should probably blow her nose. She then rushed over to Jin to check for herself, and her expression immediately froze in surprise. What? She muttered in utter confusion. She pointed at him, trembling, and insisted she had clearly smelled a dragon on him, even now. At that moment, Shen suddenly pulled Jin forward. Of course you did because this old man was sitting behind him, Shen explained. When Su first saw him, she stood there agape, and then asked with wide eyes what was going on. Shen provided an explanation, reminding her of the old man who had been screaming earlier. To make it more convincing, Jin reluctantly spoke up. I am Chen, he stated. As soon as he finished, Wu laughed so hard he rolled on the ground while Su remained completely baffled. The echoing laughter rang in Jin's ears, leaving him speechless. Taking the opportunity, Wu teased further, saying it wasn't a native Korean dog but a French bulldog. Su finally began to realize that this dog was actually Chen. The corners of her mouth began to curl up, signaling exactly what Jin had expected. Finally, she couldn't hold it back anymore and burst out laughing, calling it the absolute best. Su then poked Jin's head, mocking him for how much he used to despise dogs and asking how it felt to be one now. He responded in a barely audible whisper. When did I ever despise them? He asked, but she rudely cut him off, telling him to shut up. They continued to joke around while Jin quietly looked away. Thinking this must be fate, he suddenly reminded Su that she should apologize, as she had nearly taken a life. That made her stop laughing, and when he asked if she was going to apologize, Su looked flustered. Why should I? You're the one who misled me first, she argued. Jin replied helplessly, asking if he hadn't already told her. Even so, she tried to shift the blame back onto him, saying he should have made it clearer. But he cut her off, insisting he had already said it. Caught in an awkward position, Su could even sense Jin's triumphant laughter. She quickly looked at him and continued, claiming it was because he carried the form of Black Chen. She then hesitated, her words trailing off in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Jin felt somewhat annoyed, wondering if these gods ever admitted their mistakes. Finally, unable to take it anymore, Su dashed away in an instant. Good grief, Wu muttered, waiting for her to leave before approaching him. I apologize on her behalf. There are some complicated matters from the past. He extended a friendly hand in greeting, introducing himself as Wu, the earthly branch deity and grand overseer of the heavenly court. He added that his name in the mortal realm was Jun Wu, and when Yang Jin reflexively introduced himself, the man laughed and asked if his name meant dragon. Yang Jin then bowed in farewell and thanked him for the assistance, explaining that they were in a hurry and had to leave, which left the man looking quite disappointed. He wondered aloud if they were too busy for a handshake, just as Chen spoke up with a stern expression, stating that they were currently on their way to find the dragon. He didn't hide his murderous intent, as he threatened to crush their noses once he regained his power, making Wu instinctively clutch his nose in fear, while Chen flashed a wicked grin. Yang Jin quickly urged his ancestor to move on, though he reminded him that he first needed to go home and put away the broadsword. Chen nonchalantly suggested that having the weapon would be even better, and told him to bring it along, leaving Yang Jin uttering a confused sound at the proposal. He questioned how he could possibly carry it on a bus when Shen suddenly interrupted them, seriously requesting that the boy hand the weapon over to him. After Yang Jin handed it over, Shen slowly touched both ends of the blade, causing two brilliant flashes of light to envelop the weapon and shrink it until it vanished from sight. He still held it in his hand as the remaining divine power glowed around it, before Shen calmly summoned the broadsword back to its original size. After finishing his inspection, he tossed it back to its owner with a warning to be careful, leaving a bewildered Yang Jin to ask how to activate it while Wu began to tease him. He teased that without divine power, his arms would get tired without Grand Overseer Shen's help, while Shen introduced himself as Shen, with Wu clarifying it meant the monkey zodiac, not God. He leaned in close to Yang Jin's face, assuming Zai had already explained how to use it, and gently patted his shoulder while warning him not to use it unless it was an emergency. Shen sternly warned him not to use the power on the left side before turning away and asking why he was still standing there. He mentioned that since the master seemed happy, he planned to follow them and invited him along, as their conversation continued while Yang Jin stared at the blade. He claimed to be busy unlike him, while Wu watched him get into the vehicle and marveled at his intensity until someone suddenly called out to him in a blunt tone. He turned to see Chen's scowling face questioning his motives for following them, to which Wu simply shrugged and asked if the Dragon Grand Overseer really intended to take the bus. The fan in his hand snapped open at his command, and in an instant, A heavenly horse appeared behind him as he promised to take them anywhere. He guaranteed they would arrive within 5 minutes and mischievously asked if they wanted a ride on his heavenly horse taxi. While elsewhere, a dense forest teemed with greenery. A glimpse revealed the warm breath of a massive creature slowly exhaling, its enormous body hidden behind the lush green canopy of the trees. Under a clear blue sky that complemented the vibrant forest, Wu, Yangjin, and Chen were now racing toward their destination on horseback. They veered left and finally landed with a shockwave that shook the entire area, where Wu shouted out casually while his companion lay unconscious from the impact. Upon arrival, Chen softly reminded him that they needed to reach the mountain peak rather than this spot, to which he responded with a calm demeanor. He explained they would hike from there and snapped his fingers to dismiss the heavenly horse, causing the boy to fall as he remarked that this was what a true adventure felt like. He urged the busy deities to hurry up and find it, but Wu playfully joked about having plenty of free time as their journey began at Mount Yangjinsen. While they were walking, Wu suddenly struck up a conversation by calling out to the little dragon and curiously asking if he played any video games. He quietly replied that he didn't, so the man asked about League, but he firmly repeated that he didn't play, leaving Wu shocked and demanding to know why. He honestly admitted that his house didn't have a computer, and when the man suggested going to an internet cafe, he immediately rejected the idea. He said it was a waste of money, but Wu found it hard to believe and asked if he even played mobile games, to which he gave a firm yes, prompting the man to ask what the point of living was. Hearing that, he suggested that the boy come live at their place, since they had their own internet cafe, as Wu continued to explain further. Actually, it's not my house but the monkey's place from earlier. We can just ask for a room, he proudly told Yang Jin, adding that their mission is to protect humans. He'll surely agree, but you seem hesitant and just said never mind, making him wonder if you actually hate him that much. In the end, Yang Jin indifferently said it was normal, leading Wu to innocently ask what hating normally meant, and for a clearer explanation. Yang Jin showed some irritation this time, telling him to stop asking because he was exhausted, just as Jin suddenly spoke up in a mysterious tone. His haggard appearance slowly became visible as he told Yang Jin to hold out his left hand, leaving the boy surprised and asking if he was all right since he looked so worn out. He eventually followed the request while Wu judged him for being so weak. Meanwhile, Jin took his human form and placed the dragon pearl in the boy's hand. Naturally, it immediately emitted a brilliant glow, and a guiding path formed right before Wu's amazed eyes. They followed the beam of light and muttered that they had to go a bit further, but as he prepared to move, Jin called out to Yang Jin once more. Now back in his dog form and feeling exhausted, he asked to be carried for a while, complaining about his clumsy body with short legs and a potato-like shape, prompting Yang Jin to comment. "You're fat because you eat too much," he remarked, making Wu smirk, while Jin grumpily scolded him, saying he should have trained his physical strength earlier. He couldn't even hold the blade, and they began bickering as the boy claimed he could hold it now, only for Jin to shut him down and tell him to be quiet until a while later. Jin was placed inside the backpack to rest, and it was Wu who carried him now, boasting that they would have been in big trouble without him. Yang Jin followed behind and apologized as they finally finished climbing the stairs, only to face a massive cliff, causing Wu to pause and speculate. He wondered if this was the right way or if they had to go through the rock. But then Jin started sniffing around, prompting a sarcastic remark about him acting like a real dog. Soon after, Jin suddenly leaped into the bushes, making them wonder if they had arrived as they followed his lead and carefully parted the foliage. Looking closely, they saw a creature sleeping in a hollow. Yang Jin stared in surprise at what looked like a pile of trash, while Jin firmly insisted it was a sacred beast. Sensing their presence, Kao Tian woke up and bowed, saying it was an honor to meet the great masters as his deep blue eyes slowly met theirs. "I am the guardian deity of this mountain. My name is Kao Tian," he said, prompting Jin to ask if he was the mountain god and note that he didn't look very well. A look of sadness crossed Kao Tian's eyes as he told them not to worry, explaining it was the result of the mountain's destruction and the broken ecosystem. He quickly got to the point, asking what brought the great masters here, and Jin immediately stated their purpose was to find something. Kao Tian kindly agreed to guide them if it was something he knew, and asked what they saw. So Jin inquired if he had seen the Bai Long during his long slumber on the mountain. The name made him frown slightly before Kao Tian turned to walk away, admitting he didn't have certain information regarding the Bai Long. However, he told them he had something to show them and slowly asked them to follow him, leading Wu to comment on the promising situation. It wasn't a wasted trip after all, and they followed Kao Tian to a spot hidden by rocks, where Wu curiously asked if that boulder was the Bai Long. He quickly pulled out his phone to take a photo before Yang Jin could react, then casually asked if he wanted to be friends on Instagram. He shook his head saying he didn't have one, making the other exclaim in confusion about why he had nothing, while Kei Tian told Jin that the sacred rock had existed since his birth. He looked at the rock and added that it glowed white at night, while Jin watched silently as the deity wondered if it was related to what they were seeking. Later, he called out to Yang Jin to get his attention and used his human form along with the dragon pearl to test it. But this time, the pearl's reaction was different as it stopped glowing. Yang Jin's eyes widened in shock at the change, but Jin remained still as nothing else happened, and the light completely faded away. After verifying the situation, Jin frowned, unsure if this was the right place or not. But before he could find an answer, birds suddenly flew in a frenzy from the forest. Furthermore, the trees were shaking violently due to some unknown force, and Wu's sharp senses immediately flared, signaling that something was about to emerge. At that moment, although Du Zhuang was the only one to notice the trouble, the chain moved faster than him, lunging out from nowhere to tightly bind Yang Jin in an instant. His expression darkened as his gaze instinctively shifted backward toward the direction Yang Jin was looking, where a mysterious figure held the other end of the chain. Suddenly, the rustling foliage revealed the man's appearance, and upon seeing his bizarre form, Yang Jin could only cry out in confusion, "A mask!" Meanwhile, the masked man began reeling in the chain to abduct him. But in that critical moment, Du Zhuang suddenly lunged forward and bit down on the metal links. His razor-sharp teeth instantly snapped the fragile chain, and Wu easily caught the other end of the severed link. He also managed to pull the boy back with a smug look, noting the effort, before glancing over to check if Long Long was all right. Contrary to that calm demeanor, Yang Jin remained terrified, still bound while the other end of the chain was gripped by a mysterious hand. Wu witnessed the scene in shock, and upon closer inspection, he realized the masked man was right there, leaving even Du Zhuang completely stunned by the unexpected turn of events. As for Jin, he could only scream the boy's name in a state of pure panic. Guan Yang Jin. Jin did not dare to move, because he felt droplets of saliva falling from the sharp fangs of a predatory beast. The massive frame of the dog-man gradually came into view, shocking him even more as Wu hurriedly cried out, "You bastard, how did you switch places so quickly?" Jin shouted irritably, wondering if he had simply failed to grab him. The dog-man turned to depart, but Wu noticed his movement and ordered him to halt before the masked man broke free. He landed alongside two other masked figures as Wu immediately channeled divine energy into his sword. "Unite!" He then struck the pommel of his sword against the ground and decisively issued a proclamation to his troops. A troop of Pegasi quickly appeared beside him, as Wu commanded the rear guard to protect the remaining survivors. The army continued to grow as more reinforcements arrived, and he drew his sword to lead the vanguard into battle. The masked man roared for his subordinates to stop them, but Wu's Pegasi easily soared right past their line. They hurriedly changed direction to give chase, but the Pegasus soldiers Wu left behind blocked their path with spears. The dogman kept Jin tucked under one arm while leaping through the forest, leaving the boy unable to move. Jin thought about the blade inside his backpack before considering another solution involving the power in his left hand. Just as magic began to consume his eye, Zai warned him that he would lose himself if he used the black dragon's power. Jin quickly shut his eyes tight just as Wu's voice echoed through the air, calling out his name. Wu's horse galloped through the dust and debris to catch up, and he pulled the reins tight to increase his speed. Maintaining a confident smile, he told the boy to stay put as the distance between them closed rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, Wu channeled divine energy into his sword and slashed through the creature's upper body. The arm holding Jin loosened, allowing Zhou Tron and Jin to swoop in and bring him safely to the ground. Despite his divine energy leaking out, the creature's gaze remained fierce until his body finally hit the ground. Wu and his troops surrounded the body to inspect it, but he clicked his tongue in disappointment at the lack of information. A second later, the dogman suddenly grabbed its own severed arm and stood up as the sound of cracking bones filled the air. Wu turned pale with fright as the dogman consumed the limb with intense bloodlust and regrew a new arm. This sight terrified Wu even more, as his opponent was now fully healed and appeared even more deranged. This unexpected turn of events irritated him, while the focus shifted back to Jin as he was carried away. Zhou Tron carried him and Jin at high speed to escape, yet the masked men kept pace by hiding behind trees to ambush them. Zhou Tron reacted quickly, causing the attackers to miss their mark and leaving Jin shocked by their bizarre behavior. The man mockingly asked if he was surprised before more of them gathered to threaten him with an unfortunate announcement. He claimed that no one knew the mountain better than they did, coaxing Jin to behave since he was already in their grasp. Suddenly, the Pegasus soldiers who had summoned swarmed around Jin, causing the masked man to frown at their return. The focus shifted back to the dogman, who drew his mace and lunged forward to strike his target in a rage. The archers on this side waited for that exact moment to release their volleys. As the dogman closed in, countless arrows pierced his body, yet they failed to slow him down. Then that massive spiked mace swung down with immense force, prompting Wu to immediately spur his horse and leap high into the air to evade the onslaught. However, things weren't that simple, as the mace's chain links were released, instantly transforming it into a flexible cord that made its movements far more unpredictable. Wu himself hadn't anticipated this, and could only gasp in shock before taking a direct hit that rattled his very soul. His heavenly steed vanished, sending Wu plummeting into the dust, while the dogman's spiked mace was left stained with flecks of blood after the exchange. He hurriedly clutched the wound on his arm and forced a bitter smile, realizing that the weapon was actually designed for long-range combat. Nevertheless, the battle was far from over as the dogman continued to brandish his weapon, his muscular hand gripping the mace tightly to launch the next strike. A finishing blow was unleashed with terrifying killing intent, causing the entire battlefield to shudder violently from the impact. Over by Yang Jin, the masked group suddenly noticed a change, while Jin and Jachan watched in astonishment as the army abruptly vanished. Gradually, only a few lingering sparks remained, leaving them puzzled until one of them realized the situation and sneered, concluding that the humans had lost. Jin remained convinced that Great Overseer Wu couldn't have been defeated, while the enemies mocked them, calling them a mere brat and two dogs. The masked man pointed at them nonchalantly and demanded they surrender, but his laughter died out as he witnessed the scene unfolding before him. At that moment, Yang Jin's robes fluttered in the wind, while Jin remained unaware of what was about to happen and did not turn around. He held a blade in its shrunken state, quickly channeling divine energy into it to trigger its expansion, until the whistling wind and surge of power caught Jin's attention. Upon turning around, he saw the blade had been summoned and was ready for combat as Yang Jin gripped it firmly and pointed it at the masked group. Jin and Jachan stared at Yang Jin in shock, while the masked men reacted with hostility, demanding to know what he was doing. One speculated that he wanted to fight, while another groaned in annoyance, asking if Yang Jin understood that he could be defeated with just a single toe. He claimed Yang Jin wasn't even a fraction as strong as the horse tribe's leader, and bluntly stated that staring at a wall would be more entertaining than fighting him. The man beside him interrupted, suggesting the fight might be interesting, before threatening the boy to stop playing hero since he was no match for them. Despite those words, Yang Jin gritted his teeth to stay calm, as the enemy told him that surrendering was the best way to protect his remaining companions. That was the only thing he could do now, but once they finished their mockery, he asked why they wanted to capture him, to which they replied they were just following orders. Yang Jin immediately pressed further, asking who their leader was, but the man frowned in annoyance and told him that he didn't need to know. The others began to curse him for speaking, but then the masked man tried to entice him, saying that if he wanted answers, he should come with them quietly. Otherwise, he threatened to eliminate his precious teammates one by one, while Jachan stood nearby, watching them silently with intense caution. Jin remained silent despite their mockery about them being monsters, and immediately after, the masked man jerked his chain to launch an attack at the boy. He told him to drop the blade first, but as the strike flew toward him, Yang Jin reflexively slashed it away, making the man even more irritated. He grumbled about how stubborn the kid was, but among them, only one remained silent and contemplative, recalling a specific warning in his mind. He was warned that if the boy was pushed too far, the black dragon might appear, so he gazed at Yang Jin with a sense of curiosity. If they succeeded, he might get a chance to see that black dragon. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Wu and the dogman, where the mace remained embedded in the earth. His target had already evaded and was now keeping a distance from the dogman, whose wounds began to gradually heal themselves in the interval. Wu realized the situation and cursed silently, knowing the coordination had failed. Then he shifted his focus to his wounded arm. Given the circumstances, he needed to resolve this quickly, so Wu spoke with a calm demeanor. "I have a confession to make." He maintained a confident smile, explaining that he hadn't fought with his full strength to preserve his soldiers. He adjusted his stance and drew his sword with precision. "Do you understand what that implies?" Wu pointed his blade directly at his foe. "I shall now demonstrate my true power." Divine energy immediately erupted from deep within the earth, surging through the cracks to envelop him. Wu's expression turned solemn as he focused entirely on his blade, and in a flash, his body moved with fluid grace, unleashing the peach blossom mist strike. That precise sword path instantly severed the upper portion of the dogman's body. If you must consume yourself to regenerate, you no longer have a head to do so. After delivering the blow, Wu spoke softly. As for natural regeneration, as he returned his sword to its scabbard, he prepared to unleash his final technique. Sacred flame, let it all be reduced to ash. With a sense of triumph, Wu continued to speak. I really should have interrogated you first, but since Long Long is in peril. Suddenly, he noticed the dogman's hand gripping its own neck. In the next moment, it sliced off the burning flesh itself. They were caught off guard and could only gasp in disbelief. As for the dogman, once it had discarded the excess parts, its cells began to surge. A new head sprouted from the cavity with incredible speed. Wu let out a cold chuckle as he realized this was no ordinary demon. Facing that persistent, dog-headed creature, he thought, I intended to play with you for a while before leaving. Can I truly end this now? The scene shifted back to the duel between blade and sword. Yang Jin's weapon trembled violently, while his opponent remained entirely composed. Finally, the masked man declared him the absolute weakest. He then easily cast him aside. You are nowhere near my level. The force of the blow sent Yang Jin collapsing to the ground. The masked man impatiently demanded, Summon the black dragon thunder before I sever every one of your limbs. Fighting a lowlife like you is nothing short of agony. Yang Jin faced him, his expression reflecting nothing but utter helplessness. The others watched the spectacle with great amusement. He doesn't even realize we're showing him mercy. Forget that black dragon nonsense, just give it back so we can leave. At this rate, the horse's unit will arrive. As for Jin, he was currently bound and deeply conflicted. What should I do? His eyes never left Yang Jin's movements. A sudden thought struck him. I wonder if this canine body can endure it. Jin immediately called out to Zhuo Chun to get his attention. Is your name Zhuo Chun? Jin instructed him while channeling his divine power. While I exert my strength, get the boy out of here. However, the youth suddenly protested. Please do not do that, Zhuo Chun advised gently. That body is not compatible with your rank. Using your power could be fatal. Let me try instead. Do not overextend yourself. Jin was taken aback by his words. How do you know about that? In response to the question, Zhuo Chun's gaze turned pensive. Seeing Yang Jin being relentlessly beaten, he spoke slowly. Is that not the position the Grand Overseer is meant to hold? Looking closer, he could clearly see Yang Jin's suffering. I have been watching this for some time now. His inner thoughts began to flow. To be born and exist in a place where one is not permitted. By now, he seemed defeated, yet his hand still gripped the hilt of his blade. What exactly is that drive? Yang Jin refused to surrender, struggling to maintain his grip. The masked man continued his mockery. Though your physical shell is superior to a human's, he drove his venomous words into the boy's mind. Inside, you are nothing but a fragile human. His expression was terrifying. With your meager strength, you can achieve nothing. Overwhelmed by shame, Yang Jin's vision began to darken. From the beginning, fighting such a monster without the black dragon's power was an impossible task. For a brief moment, he allowed his rage to take control, clenching his fist tightly. The black dragon's eyes snapped open alongside a surge of chaotic mana, and Yang Jin's eye instantly shifted to a familiar crimson. Suddenly, Zhuo Chun noticed a brilliant golden light. Watch your tongue. It was radiating from Jin's body. No, that is. On this side, a devious smirk was clearly visible on his face. However, Yang Jin suddenly slammed his head hard against the ground. This action left the masked man both shocked and bewildered. As for him, the smirk remained on his lips, appearing even more satisfied. That is my nephew. At that moment, Jin's form began to blur as a transformation spell took hold. Zhuo Chun watched the scene with wide-eyed wonder. As for Jin, he did not hesitate to continue his resolute declaration. I shall protect my nephew. At that very instant, the rock where Ying Zheng was hiding glowed as he recalled a mocking smile and the thought of an unyielding will. Ying Zheng gripped his sword tightly and admitted his defeat before pointing his blade forward. With a sarcastic tone, he noted the unfairness of a 3-on-1 fight, prompting the masked man to call him insane. He grimly stated that while their goal was to capture him alive, his only priority now was to escape at any cost. Enraged, the masked man growled and lunged toward Ying Zheng, aiming specifically for his legs. He intended to sever the boy's legs, while Ying Zheng gritted his teeth and braced himself for the incoming strike. As the sharp blade approached, a wall suddenly manifested and shattered the masked man's sword, leaving him in shock. Ying Zheng stood frozen as the wall surrounded him, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as he tried to process the situation. A figure emerged from the smoke, revealing Jin's earring as the masked man collapsed after hitting the wall. His companions were also defeated, while a powerful white dragon of celestial chi swirled around Jin as he gripped his sword. Realizing there was no escape, the masked man clutched his knife, sensing that his end was near. Suddenly, a chain flew in from a distance, wrapping around the fallen ally as the masked men retreated with their comrade. The masked man stared at Jin, whose calm figure was enveloped in Ying Zheng's imposing spiritual power, while Wu slammed his blade into the ground. Wu leaned over, gasping for breath and complaining about the exhaustion, before shouting at the dogman that he was done with these games. The creature simply closed its eyes with a playful expression, making Wu realize that the dogman was actually enjoying the fight. It seemed the more he was slashed, the more excited he became, leading Wu to raise his sword as a new realization dawned on him. If his theory was correct, there had to be a specific vital point on the dogman's body. Wu reasoned that if the creature had unlimited regeneration, it wouldn't bother defending itself at all. Since the beast was desperately using its limbs to block, Wu swung his sword, eager to test his hypothesis. He lunged forward with his azure flame, aiming directly for the dogman's arm and slicing through its flesh. Wu's expression brightened as he confirmed his suspicion, while the enraged creature retaliated with a heavy punch. Wu easily dodged backward and landed before charging again, pointing his blade toward the dogman's navel. Wu launched a flurry of attacks at the target until Ji Mi-ju appeared on his shoulder and commanded him to stop. Startled, Wu looked back to see Mi-ju smiling at him, and he instinctively swung his sword toward her. Mi-ju landed gracefully and draped her arm around the dogman, stroking him while keeping her other hand on her hip. She reminded them that the order was to capture him, not kill him, leaving Wu confused by her sudden intervention. Mi-ju blew a seductive kiss to Wu and promised to meet again before she and the creature vanished into a cloud of red mist. The creature's ears perked up as its body transformed, leaving Ying Zheng surprised that it could actually shrink. As the sun set, Ying Zheng spoke up, unable to understand why the creature had followed them back. The dogman frankly admitted that it had become interested in him, leaving Ying Zheng stunned as he sat down at eye level with it. "Don't you have to guard the mountain anymore?" Zhu answered. "The mountain is protected by the white dragon now, so my presence is no longer required." Jin frowned with suspicion. "Weren't you born and raised there?" He had pondered this for a while. It wasn't a hasty choice. Leaving when the time is right has always been the natural order of things. "I feel that time has come," Zhu added with a slight pause. He glanced between the two of them. "I'm interested in the connection between you and this young man." Gong Jin searched for a way to decline. "I apologize, but as you can see, our home is already occupied by a hairy beast," Zhu replied. "Do not fret." Just then his stomach let out a loud growl. "I won't cause any trouble. I will reside on the mountain behind your home." He then stood up to find something to eat. "What exactly does Zhu eat? Perhaps he has the same diet as a dog." Zhu bashfully accepted Gong Jin's hospitality. "Forgive me, I haven't had a meal since yesterday." Gong Jin searched the cabinet for some canned goods. He complained, wondering if they weren't poor enough without feeding another mouth. Jin then sternly commanded, "Listen, mountain god, you should provide for your own meals." Zhu bowed his head in obedience, saying he understood. Gong Jin turned to scold Jin. "Why are you being so cruel? He helped us and now you're turning your back on him." Gong Jin continued his search, asking if beef jerky would suffice. Jin quickly rushed over to stop him, taking a long time to carefully inspect the options himself. "This won't do, and neither will this." Gong Jin was left speechless. Suddenly, Zhuo called out to the young man, looking at Gong Jin with a peculiar expression. "What is your name?" he asked. "Gong Jin," he replied. Not wanting to be a burden, Zhuo said, "Gong Jin, I will simply eat whatever you are having." However, Gong Jin explained further. "Animals shouldn't consume human food," he noted. Suddenly, Zhuo leaped into the air and performed a somersault. A blue aura enveloped him as he transformed into a human. Zhuo looked up calmly and asked if this was acceptable. After some deliberation, Jin made a choice, offering a specific item. Gong Jin then hesitantly suggested having instant noodles instead. He was taken aback, questioning if instant noodles were too much of a luxury. Gong Jin sighed, wondering how such a thing could be considered extravagant. Shortly after, a steaming bowl of egg noodles was served. Jin sat nearby, salivating at the sight. The high-quality meat broth looked exquisite, and the flavor was likely superb. As soon as Zhuo took a sip, he felt as though he were tasting a delicacy. He savored the meal with pure joy, exclaiming how incredibly delicious it was. Gong Jin felt relieved that the food suited his palate. Just as he prepared to take his first bite, a flash of light appeared beside him, as Jin also took on a human form. He arrogantly demanded a bowl for himself. Gong Jin grumbled in annoyance about how crowded the house had become. While the two bickered, Zhuo quietly ate his noodles. Gong Jin reminded Jin that eating in human form would still affect his canine body, asking if he hadn't learned from his previous bout of diarrhea. "You take responsibility for that?" Gong Jin asked. Jin nonchalantly mentioned the toilet. Late that night, Jin tried to usher the mountain god out, who immediately complied. However, Gong Jin suddenly tossed him a set of blankets, telling him to stay since it was late. Jin was frustrated by the presence of a new rival, complaining about inviting a guest to stay in such a cramped space. Gong Jin, however, completely ignored Jin's protests. Gong Jin asked whether the animal or human form was his true essence. Zhu answered honestly, stating that both were his true forms, before offering a gentle and caring smile. In that case, I assume you can wash yourself? Gong Jin asked. After he confirmed, Gong Jin's expression turned cold as he told him to go bathe immediately, noting that he smelled entirely like a dog. Bluntly admitted that the scent had nearly made him gag while eating. Zhu felt embarrassed and apologized, while Jin hurriedly checked his own scent. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Gong Jin and Jin each rested in their own corners. He suddenly felt a wave of anxiety, unsure of how to bring the white dragon into his own body now that it had merged with his ancestor. As old memories resurfaced, he wondered if he would truly obtain it. "What do you mean by that?" he asked, unable to believe his ears at the thought of hosting two dragons within his own body. Jin glanced over at Gong Jin, explaining his plan to use the captured dragon to form a new left arm for him and then expel the black dragon. That was the strategy he was considering. He stated firmly that any other dragon would be safer than the black dragon's terrifying and destructive power. Gong Jin remained lost in his own wandering thoughts. Convinced that the white dragon was far safer than the black dragon, he boldly made a request. "Ancestor, please swap the dragons for me." Jin was momentarily caught off guard by the suggestion. Gong Jin sat up and pleaded earnestly, asking the white dragon if it could hear him and requesting it to become his left arm. The dragon bluntly refused, leaving him completely stunned. It arrogantly asserted its status as the power of the dragon god, declaring that it could not coexist with a human whose divine energy and willpower were so inferior. He didn't know how to respond to Chen for a moment. "I think this is actually better," it suddenly remarked with a cruel observation. "Confining the black dragon within a frail human body isn't a bad idea." Yang Jin turned pale. "What?" he panicked, unable to grasp the situation. "I'm asking for your help," the white dragon coldly asserted. "I cannot assist you." Then it offered a few words of advice. "Oh, if the black dragon causes trouble, I can give him a slap. So make sure he doesn't act out." Yang Jin was shaken, his mind momentarily going blank. Jin suddenly spoke, pulling him out of his thoughts. "Did High Overseer Zai tell you to do that?" Seeing Yang Jin still dazed, he continued. "Telling you to trade the black dragon for the white dragon," he honestly confessed to Jin. "High Overseer Zai, it's just that the black dragon always acts on his own, while the white dragon is easier to negotiate with." His expression immediately darkened. "Do you think I'm a fool?" Jin then changed the subject. "Where did you get that handle from earlier?" Yang Jin frowned and replied tensely, "I bought it on a second-hand app." He hummed as he processed the information. "Bought it? If that's the case." Jin used his spiritual power to pull out the shirt. His eyes were full of scrutiny and pressure. "Did you buy this there too?" He broke into a cold sweat from the tension. As for this, he recognized the item. This. His gaze turned somber, indicating the matter was serious. "High Overseer Zai used to wear this." A trembling hand struggled to reach upward. Wu lay on the bed receiving treatment. "My hands are still shaking even now." He frowned in discomfort. "Is it because this isn't a body created by the altar?" Zai, standing nearby, calmly analyzed. "It's just because your cultivation is insufficient. It caused your body's balance to shift, leading to your divine power becoming unstable." Wu, still unable to get out of bed, asked curiously, "How on earth do you maintain balance with that body?" A faint aura still radiated from him. The answer was simple: habit. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Good heavens! How can you live like that?" Wu began to look for excuses to shift the blame. "Well, this might sound like a justification, but it's all High Overseer Wei's fault anyway." He grew more heated as he spoke. "I had to exhaust myself just to stop her from the very beginning." Wu was interrupted mid-sentence by a frightening footstep. "That's why my divine power was so depleted, leaving me at a disadvantage when I faced that guy." "What else?" Shen looked down arrogantly at the group. "Hey, you useless brat, look at you beaten to a pulp." He struggled to sit up. "I told you my level is different from yours, didn't I?" He stepped over Wu. "Stop acting up for a while." "What a reckless youth." Shen struck up a conversation with Zai. "By the way, I heard High Overseer Chen has absorbed a dragon. Does that mean he'll have more freedom in maintaining his true form now?" Zai grimly assessed the situation. "If so, we're truly in trouble." He said nonchalantly, "He's only absorbed one dragon so far, it's still fine." But Zai didn't think so. Yang Jin represents the power of protection and restraint. Since it cannot be reborn, Chen's true form will not be free. He firmly asserted, and even if it returns to Chen, it doesn't mean everything is ruined. Zai calmly closed the thick book. "Because it was always part of my plan to resolve everything peacefully." A cute voice called out. "Big brother," a young boy announced with a smile. "The gate is open." He led the way with his hands behind his back. "Let's go talk to everyone." Wu swung his limbs refreshingly. As expected of the pupil hospital, they're all genuine master physicians. Shen tried to act indifferent. So, in the end, he didn't even bother to turn around. "Did you manage to kill that guy?" He recounted while picking up the shirt. No. Just before I could deliver the finishing blow, reinforcements arrived, so he managed to slip away. How annoying, Shen sneered mockingly. You're only good at making excuses. Wu intentionally brought up the topic. Do you know who came to his rescue? He didn't pay much attention. Who? He mentioned a name that Shen would surely care about. It was Wei Jiu. As expected, he immediately glared at Wu. Zai stepped gently through the gate. The spiritual aura surrounding him gradually spread out. Zai's expression turned slightly serious. Everyone, he spoke, greeting them politely. It's been a long time. They were all familiar faces. The heavenly high overseer of the earthly branches, Chu. Not far away was the heavenly high overseer of the earthly branches, Mao. He sat perched in the corner. That was Great Overseer Wei, while Great Overseer Hai still wore his usual gentle smile. Hai spoke up to invite Zai in, while Great Overseer Mao greeted him warmly, saying it had been a long time. Zai looked at the object before him and asked what it was, to which Hai replied. Hai excitedly suggested that since everyone was gathered, they should play Ayanori after the meeting, an idea Mao loved. Shen looked around and asked where Sarah was, causing Yu to widen her eyes. Sarah? Oh, you mean Great Overseer C? Yu checked her phone and noted that Sarah complained about needing a week's notice for meetings because she was busy, adding another message. She told them to summarize the main points and text them to her. Wu sat down and asked if that woman was still working as a fortune teller. Zai decided it was fine and said he would update her later, but then noticed someone else was missing, asking where Great Overseer Yin was. Mao innocently asked Great Overseer Su, who was nearby. Mao asked if Yin hadn't come with her, but Su snapped back irritably, asking why she was being questioned about that old man, leaving Mao feeling dejected by the sudden outburst. Wei frowned and urged them to get to the point, complaining that he had sacrificed his precious time to come all the way there. Hearing this, Wu mocked him, pointing out that he had used a teleportation portal to get there easily, yet was acting like it had been a great struggle. Shen added another jab, saying Wei was actually the idlest of them all. Zai interrupted the bickering and pulled out a strange drawing to show them. He asked if anyone had seen it before. Wei frowned, asking what it was, while Mao tilted her head in confusion until Hai spoke up, seemingly recognizing it. Hai stepped closer to examine it and confirmed he had seen it, explaining that a demon with that mark had killed a human, or rather, indirectly pushed them into the abyss, leaving Yu astonished. Yu was shocked that such things happened on Jeju Island. Hai expressed deep regret, saying that if only he had discovered it a bit sooner. He remembered it clearly because the tragedy might have been avoided. Zai pressed for more details, asking exactly when it had occurred, prompting Hai to stroke his chin in thought. Hai recalled it was shortly after his current body awakened, about 10 years ago. Zai processed this information. Zai realized it had existed for a decade, and then asked if Hai had ever seen any masks, which caught Hai off guard. Zai specified types like the Zai mask. Hai thought for a moment and confirmed he hadn't seen any, then asked how that was related to the current matter. Zai explained that the marked demons and the masked individuals seemed to be on the same side, concluding that a mastermind behind the scenes was giving them orders. Mao was deeply worried about their goal. Zai continued his speculation, stating that based on previous events, their target was the true form, bringing up a grave matter. He noted that they likely knew the true form currently held a human soul. Wei was skeptical, repeating, "a human," before bursting into laughter. Wait, is that really a human? Wei bet that the brat was actually a demon, preparing to spew more malicious nonsense. As Wei began to talk about the boy's demon allies, Zai cut him off, warning Great Overseer Wei to watch his words because the boy was definitely human. Wei continued his attack, arguing that someone harboring the Black Dragon couldn't be human. Zai then seriously declared his intention to remove the Black Dragon from the human child's body. Zai looked Wei in the eye and said he needed his power to achieve this. Wei gave a murderous smile and told Zai to just do it himself. Wei told Zai to just follow his lead. Zai remained silent, but his gaze spoke volumes. As Wei scowled, Hai intervened, suggesting they stop fighting and play Ayanori instead. Wei's face darkened as he muttered about how annoying it was. He clenched his fists, trying to restrain himself, and argued that the body didn't even belong to that human child. Wei couldn't understand the reasoning, pointing out that the body originally belonged to Great Overseer Chen, and that they should follow the natural order. He was quite extreme about this. He added that since he heard Great Overseer Chen had lost his memory, he was essentially the same Chen they had always known. Wei rambled on, saying the Black Dragon was the only one at fault, not Chen. Shen suddenly chimed in to mock him, asking if he had been secretly in love with Great Overseer Chen all this time. Shen couldn't stand it anymore and told Wei to stop talking nonsense. Wu enthusiastically agreed, saying that Shen's point made perfect sense. Yu burst into laughter and slammed the table with a loud bang, while Mao furrowed his brow in refusal, asking if they were truly suggesting they should forgive Chen. one who mercilessly slaughtered thousands, even tens of thousands of people. He gritted his teeth and retorted that it was actually the Black Dragon who had killed them, prompting Hai to speak up as well. What about the Black Dragon? He calmly analyzed the situation, noting that it was inherently a part of Chen's power, and questioned how one could be certain that the Black Dragon's actions, not entirely driven by Chen's own will. Hai's words were incredibly sharp, as he pointed out that Chen himself had already harbored the desire to eliminate humanity. He didn't care about Wei's feelings at all, which is why the Black Dragon acted as it did. Meanwhile, Shen suddenly came up with a reckless suggestion. Perhaps they should take advantage of the fact that he was still trapped in a dog's body and just kill him to settle the score, as doing so would naturally cause the Black Dragon to perish as well. Someone pointed out the flaw in that plan, asking if he really thought it would be that easy to kill him, warning that he would surely go berserk, while she calmly inquired about the young boy. Mao voiced his suspicions, curious about the boy born within Chen's body, who remained unharmed despite harboring the Black Dragon's immense power. He spoke bitingly, arguing it was illogical for a normal human to survive being consumed by the Black Dragon for so long. Wei remained stubbornly narrow-minded, insisting the boy was a demon and offering to personally exorcise him to settle the matter. He was certain the brat was the mastermind behind everything, causing Zai to darken with rage as he issued a stern warning. Zai told him to leave if he would not cooperate, while Wu mocked his delusions, prompting Wei to slam the table and stand up. Wei gave the group a rude gesture and arrogantly declared they could handle the Black Dragon and the mastermind on their own. He demanded the gate be opened so he could leave, leaving Yin wide-eyed in surprise while Shen mocked him from his phone. Shen remarked that Wei had to leave to save face, while Chu gently set her glass down and calmly assessed the situation. She stated that whether the child was human or demon no longer mattered, as Zai had already vouched for him, leaving no room for doubt. Everyone listened as she explained that their priority was finding who unsealed Chen, since he could not have done it alone. No one disagreed that the culprit must possess power equal to theirs to have successfully shattered the seal from the outside. It was highly probable that the individual was connected to the mastermind and might have even been in contact with Chen. Chu reached a simple conclusion. Since Chen desired his own body more than anyone else, it stood to reason that. She suddenly suggested with a sweet smile that they capture Chen and use the jury punishment until he confessed, using Mao's power if needed. Yin, sitting nearby, remarked that she just wanted an excuse to torture Chen, while Shen laughingly agreed it sounded like a fun idea. Shen then dropped a bombshell, revealing that Tian Gan was the mastermind pulling the strings, just as Zai received a message. The text from Zai told Young Jin to meet him outside at 6 p.m. the next day, and the boy stared intently at the screen. The message invited him to dinner, and Young Jin happily replied, quickly accepting the great overseer's invitation. Shen firmly asserted that Tian Gan was the mastermind, leaving Zai with a grim expression while Mao looked on in total confusion. Su was also stunned, but Shen pointed at Wu and explained that the ones he fought were actually Tian Ding's subordinates. Wu confirmed this, admitting he had been suspicious since it was his first time encountering that particular individual. He explained that a fox had likely forced a fox pearl into the man's mouth, allowing him to survive even after being decapitated. He added that the masked individuals were the same, then realized he had almost forgotten to mention a key figure. He revealed that Mei Jiu had also appeared, a name that left you wide-eyed with surprise after not hearing it for so long. Zai showed his displeasure, asking why Wu hadn't shared such useful information when he was asked earlier. Wu nonchalantly replied that he just felt like saving it for later, prompting Zai to sigh before Hai suggested a game of Yut-Nari. That night at a mansion deep within the forest, Tian Ding relaxed in a warm bath filled with floating rose petals. He suddenly paused as he realized someone was approaching, and the visitor remarked that their subordinates could have handled the matter. He somberly probed Tian Ding, asking if he truly thought that was enough or if he planned to act personally, but Tian Ding remained indifferent. He asked if the visitor really dared to intrude in the middle of the night just to say those trivial things, or if they just wanted to watch him bathe. He clicked his tongue to clear his name, noting he had been facing the wall this whole time, while Tian Ding ordered him to finish what he had to say. Mask carefully chose his words to negotiate, asking if she could stop sending her usual soldiers on missions, pointing out that they failed to capture Heilong or stop Yang Jin. He questioned why the external operations were so inefficient, but she just continued to enjoy the warm water, claiming it was a trivial matter he shouldn't have come to disturb. Mask couldn't believe her indifference and mockingly asked if she was being too complacent, while Tian Ding casually toyed with a rose petal. "Are you mocking me?" she asked as the temperature in the room plummeted, and the heavenly stem nine-tailed fox god, Tian Ding, glared at him threateningly. "You dare take that tone with me?" she challenged, But Mask didn't flinch, boldly stating that there was nothing particularly special about a nine-tailed fox. He feigned innocence, apologizing for his slip of the tongue. But as she blew on a rose petal, Mask suddenly lost all his strength and slumped down while she rose from the bath. She slowly approached him through the thick steam and her overwhelming spiritual energy, reaching out to pull him toward her. Tianding forced him to look her in the eye, and with a crazed smile, asked if he needed her to demonstrate exactly how special she was. She tried to remove his mask, but he suddenly broke free from her control and grabbed her wrist so tightly that she winced in pain. With her arm trembling, he stood tall and boldly told her that if she insisted, he would be happy to rely on her even more. Mask vanished in an instant, leaving a scorch mark on Tianding's hand where he had grabbed her, leaving her to grumble while nursing the injury. She wondered gloomily if that damn man was a eunuch or something while she plotted her next move. And by the next morning, the weather was beautiful. It was a peaceful day at Sambo High School as Jia Yun excitedly gripped his sword, while a disinterested Yang Jin wondered what they were supposed to be doing. He wanted to back out, but Jia Yun didn't give Yang Jin a chance to speak, telling him to stop being so tedious while he adjusted his glasses. "I'll demonstrate the stance for you first," Jia Yun said, focusing his strength as he gripped the hilt and swung the sword in a powerful arc. He flinched, his face turning pale with fear, while Jia Yun coolly sheathed his blade and asked what he thought of the display. Yang Jin admitted it looked impressive, but he felt uneasy as he dwelled on the past, questioning himself over and over again. He wondered if things would have been different if Jia Yun had been the one fighting the masked men. Before Jia Yun excitedly asked to see his combat stance, Yang Jin snapped out of his thoughts in a panic, but Jia Yun explained that he needed to check his basic skills to determine his future training. He was very enthusiastic about teaching and suggested that Yang Jin try to mimic the move he had just shown, causing Yang Jin to instinctively step back. Yang Jin couldn't refuse him and awkwardly took the sword, realizing he had been preparing for a day like this without even knowing it. Since Jia Yun wasn't a true master, he didn't follow standard techniques and mostly practiced moves he saw on TV, swallowing hard as he tried to hide his nerves. He worried that Yang Jin wouldn't fall for his act, but when he saw him take a stance, Jia Yun secretly laughed, thinking he had actually fooled him. He excitedly enjoyed his little prank before putting on a serious, troubled expression and looking around, claiming he had forgotten to ask something important. Yang Jin was speechless at his strange behavior as Jia Yun sat down and asked whether he wanted to use the power of fire, water, earth, or wood. When Yang Jin called it nonsense, Jia Yun loudly insisted it was the most important part of transforming natural energy into personal power. This coincidentally aligned with the system's instructions on transforming the power of all things into divine energy, while Jia Yun continued to press for an answer. "Hurry up and answer before my watch breaks," he urged. So Yang Jin played along and chose fire because of its perceived strength. Jia Yun nodded, claiming he knew Yang Jin would choose the breath of fire, and then stepped closer to help him adjust his stance. "Come on, hold your sword carefully. To master swordsmanship, your starting posture must be perfect. Oh, some friends are approaching. What are you two doing here?" Yang Jin immediately tossed the sword aside, while Jia Yun slumped down in despair. She asked what they were actually up to. He adjusted his glasses mysteriously and said Yang Jin wanted to get stronger, so he was teaching him a few moves. He irritably retorted, asking when he ever said that. Jia Yun confidently replied that he heard the desperate cry for power within his heart, then excitedly made a suggestion. He asked if he wanted to practice more at the stadium after school, but Yang Jin declined, saying he already had an appointment today. Jia suddenly turned to her friend. "Zaisu, do you have a date with him today?" Zaisu shook her head in confusion, denying it. The two then stared intently at him with wide eyes. Yang Jin was puzzled, wondering if him having plans was really that shocking. That afternoon, as school ended, every passing student turned to look, wondering what was happening. "What's going on? Who is that? Is a film crew shooting nearby?" Tianding stood waiting right at the school gate, wondering about the noise. "Is that a celebrity?" The passing hoodlums couldn't take their eyes off her, praising her beauty and calling out to the gorgeous lady. They joked around until they met her gaze. One remarked that calling her sister was appropriate, but they all quickly retreated in silence. "It's over, we're dead meat." Tianding quickly spotted her target. Jia Yun was confused, asking if his appointment was at 6 o'clock. "We still have an hour until then." Yang Jin checked the time nervously, saying they couldn't wait because no one knew when the door would open. He was completely bewildered, asking where the meeting was. He decided they should just wait until tomorrow when a flirtatious voice called out to Yang Jin. Tian Ding approached with a friendly facade and suddenly hugged Yang Jin. Under everyone's horrified gazes, she spoke in a doting tone. I missed you so much. Jai Jun covered his mouth in disbelief, wondering if the appointment Yang Jin mentioned was with her. Zai Su was shocked to the point of her features distorting. She decided to leave quickly, telling Yang Jin they were heading out. He tried to explain it wasn't what it looked like, screaming desperately as they walked away without looking back. Tian Ding had achieved her goal while he kept shouting, asking who she was. Suddenly, Yang Jin felt dizzy and helplessly let her take control of his body, feeling completely drained of strength. She gently caressed him. Are you all right, darling? In the midst of the crisis, their faces were very close. Zai Su felt a gust of wind blow through her long black hair. Zai Su decided to turn back, running and calling out to Yang Jin, only to stand there agape at the sight before her. From her perspective, Yang Jin was being intimate with Tian Ding. The woman's eyes were full of schemes, looking as if she wanted to devour him. Tian Ding clicked her tongue in annoyance as a card flew out to stop her. Someone walked up calmly and spoke in an innocent tone. Sorry for ruining your fun. The card gently flew back to its owner, who was actually the earthly branch deity C. It seems my hand slipped. Jai Jun had just caught up with Zai Su and asked what was happening. Yang Jin sat powerless on the ground as the two powerful women faced off. Tian Ding flashed a cruel, calculating smile, noting the many spectators and asking if she intended to start a fight right there. But doing that would be quite awkward for you, wouldn't it? C immediately grew furious, burning the card in her hand and remarking that she had been bored lately due to the peace. A weapon emerged from the scorching flames as she mentioned that such occurrences used to be common. The surrounding students gasped in amazement. What was that? Tian Ding hummed in admiration, calling her a cool older sister. C was displeased, asking why she was being called her sister. She had no intention of showing respect to anyone, calling the other woman a maniac. Tian Ding remained silent, recalling the instructions she had received. To avoid hindering the plan, she was told to act covertly so humans wouldn't notice. Tian Ding's expression darkened as she made a decision. In that case, let me take care of you, my little sister. Her 9 tails released an enchanting aroma called dream fragrance as it began to spread. People began to collapse as no ordinary person could resist the power, leaving Yun Jin pale as he saw Li Zai Su and Gong Jai Yuan affected. Hearing his voice, Qing Ding's eyes widened in surprise as she wondered why he was still awake, just as Si lunged forward with her spear. The spear struck the floor and left a hole, while Qing Ding looked on with a bored expression, seemingly unimpressed by the serious attack. Si claimed she had no intention of fighting because she wanted to admire beautiful things a bit longer before swinging her arm in an arc. Si gathered her strength to perform her snake-scale fire technique, throwing glowing red diamond shards as she offered a final view. The shards embedded themselves into her body and erupted in flames, but a violet-pink light quickly countered the fire as Si remained unfazed. Qing Ding stood naked in the middle of the road, complaining that her clothes had been incinerated, which left Yun Jin completely mortified. She loudly questioned if Si was insane for using fire against her, but Si simply asked why she had suddenly descended to the mortal realm. Qing Ding shrugged mockingly and replied that a certain bastard told her to keep quiet, a response that caught Si off guard. She claimed they couldn't do anything even if she told them, prompting an impatient Si to threaten to rip her chest open. Qing Ding smirked and called her vulgar, but Si wasn't provoked and retorted that she wasn't nearly as crude as her opponent. Realizing her tricks were useless, she fell silent as it was time to leave, while Si covered her hands in fire to reveal her snake-like skin. Si attempted to trap her with snake-scale fire again, but Qing Ding vanished before she could react, leading Si to retract her weapon. Yun Jin remained on the ground as Si reached out to lift his face, showing interest in the boy the Grand Overseer had mentioned. She found it impressive that he could resist illusions without divine power, just as a weak voice called out to him when Li Zai Su sat up. Si concluded that she must be his girlfriend and teased him for living well, though Yun Jin quickly denied it as the other students woke up. The students were confused about their location, including a dazed Gong Jai Yuan, so Si moved everyone to her apartment for privacy. She introduced herself as Si, the 6th deity of the 12 earthly branches and a grand overseer of the heavenly realm. Sarah was her name in the mortal world, and while Gong Jai Yuan was stunned by her status, she told them to just call her sister. They were left bewildered by the title of Grand Overseer until Li Zai Su connected the facts and asked if the other person was also a god. Si confirmed that the woman was indeed a deity, though she clarified that the woman did not belong to the earthly branches. She introduced the concept of the heavenly stems, explaining to the confused group that they were the high overseers of heaven. As Gong Jai Yuan wondered if high overseers outranked grand overseers, Si sat down with her coffee and listed the 10 heavenly stems. She explained that the woman they saw was one of those 10 deities, specifically the one known as Ding Hu Zhu Shi. Yunjin was shocked to hear the name of the fox ancestor, the leader of the nine-tailed foxes, as Li Zaisu asked why he was being targeted. Si crossed her arms and explained that they were still investigating why the high overseers had decided to descend to the mortal realm. All eyes turned toward Yunjin, as Si revealed that he appeared to be the primary reason for their sudden arrival. Si kindly asked if it was all right to discuss the matter in front of his friends, but Gong Jia Yuan insisted it was fine since they wanted to help. He was determined to understand the situation, noting that they already knew Yunjin was frequently targeted by monsters. Li Zaisu was also familiar with the danger because Yunjin was a divine artifact, allowing Si to speak more freely about the situation. You likely already know that Yang Jin is a soul that shouldn't exist, and that the true owner of that body is the dog constantly following him, causing the two of them to freeze in shock. Yang Jin finally spoke up, claiming they were unaware of that fact, as the scene shifted to Qing Ding's villa. Masked figures stood guard as Ah returned, her body radiating spiritual energy, while Mi Ju rushed out to greet Lord Tian Ding as Ah's face flushed with excitement. She wondered how he could appear so beautiful before Tian. Ding turned his attention toward Yang Jin, questioning the boy's true nature. Recalling the previous scene, she wondered why he remained unharmed, given that the soul inside Chen's body was still merely human. Even a deity would have their soul drained if they let their guard down, she thought with a wild smile, unable to hide her mounting rage that a mere human would dare such a thing. Zaisu hesitantly asked for clarification on what she didn't know, while Yang Jin's eyes widened in total bewilderment at the situation. He bluntly exposed Zaisu, her sharp gaze piercing through her as she pointed out that as the shaman queen, she must have already known the truth. She unhesitatingly pointed out that the boy's soul and body were mismatched, noting that Zaisu must have felt the emptiness of his shell-like form, as Si calmly explained the reason. That was precisely why demons coveted his body, since the original owner was no longer within it, a concept that Zaisu still struggled to grasp. Unable to believe it, she asked if the original owner of that body was his ancestor, which in turn caught the other woman off guard. An ancestor? Is that what he told you? Si burst into laughter, reaching for a coffee while remarking that Zai Dai Jian certainly knew how to tell a joke. She admitted the idea had some merit and was true in a sense, considering the humans who had originally constructed that altar. They were the ancestors of the current clans, and as Jia Yuan processed these new terms about the altar, she analyzed that while Yang Jin was a descendant of Chen's clan, things might be different if he weren't. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept past, leaving them stunned as she gripped Yang Jin's throat with one hand while still holding her coffee, demanding to know what he truly was. Si's sharp eyes scrutinized him, questioning if he was a demon, though she didn't completely cut off his air as she considered his connection and symbiosis with Hai Long. Si had been observing him for a while, noting his many suspicious traits, which caused him to jump up in shock at the mention of Hai Long as she revealed his benefactor's identity. Since Zai Dai Jian insisted he was merely a mortal soul, she decided to let it slide for the moment, though her suspicions regarding the boy had not been entirely erased. A cruel glint appeared in her blue eyes as Si tightened her grip, darkly suggesting that she could uncover his true identity right now by performing a soul release, asking if he wasn't curious himself, wondering if he was truly human or a demon. Zaisu quickly intervened by grabbing Si's arm and loudly declaring with absolute certainty that Yang Jin was human. She looked on in astonishment as Zaisu reaffirmed her stance, while Jia Yuan began pulling out various pieces of equipment. He firmly asserted that if Yang Jin were a demon, his devices would have reacted and sounded an alarm immediately, admitting that, in all honesty, he was telling the truth. Although he didn't understand anything about altars or Hai Long, Jia Yuan spoke with conviction and clear trust, warning that if anyone intended to harm his friend Yang Jin, he decisively drew his sword, declaring they would have to go through him first, even though Jia Yuan's legs were visibly trembling despite his tough front. Si looked down in surprise and floated gently toward him, causing Jia Yuan to tumble backward as Yang Jin frantically called out his name. Still clutching his sword, he tremblingly challenged her to bring it on, prompting Si to burst into laughter and relax just as Zaisu leaped onto the table to assist, revealing it was all a joke. Claiming she was only teasing and had no intention of causing harm, Si smiled and revealed that he was actually the human they were tasked to protect and care for. She glanced over at Yang Jin and teased him, noting that he must feel quite secure having such formidable friends standing right behind him. Questioning his outfit, his phone suddenly vibrated with Zai Dai Jian's name on the screen, prompting Yang Jin to answer the call with a hurried tone. When asked for his location since it was already past 6, he checked his phone and realized he was late, though Yang Jin was shocked that he was being scolded for a mere 1-minute delay. He hurriedly slung his bag over his shoulder, explaining that he was at Great Overseer Si's home when a light flashed behind him, and C gave a seductive, mocking smile. Honestly, people just keep barging into a woman's house, she remarked as Yuan Zhen looked out in surprise, still on the phone, when he suddenly saw Great Overseer Zai appear. Jia Yun adjusted his glasses in shock and asked C if that was quantum teleportation or a black hole, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. "Why did you drag him here?" he asked, but she explained that the boy was nearly taken by the heavenly stars and told him to get the facts straight first. I furrowed his brows and observed the situation, and upon seeing that shirt, he immediately understood that something had happened. Zai decisively approached and grabbed Yuan Zhen's arm before throwing him into the portal, and before anyone could react, he told C to attend the meeting, though she refused due to her own schedule. C said she would message Nabai later as Zai left without another word, while Zai Su hesitantly called out to Great Overseer Zai, who recognized her to C's surprise. Wondering if they knew each other, Zai Su anxiously tried to speak and decided to be direct about Yuan Zhen's situation, stating that she already knew everything. Zai shot an annoyed look at the culprit, who feigned innocence, while Zai Su earnestly asked if there was any way they could help him. Even a little help would be enough, she pleaded, and Jia Yun stood tall, adding that they wanted to contribute as they both tried to prove their worth. They mentioned having advanced equipment they hadn't used yet and experience fighting demons, with Zai Su clenching her fists as she expressed her gratitude for how Yuan Zhen always protected them. Her companion remained silent in agreement as they declared their desire to protect him this time, but Zai merely asked them indifferently how they planned to do that. He bluntly pointed out that they were merely humans made of flesh and blood with inherent limits, and as she looked on with reluctance, he continued his calm analysis. However, Zai kindly advised them both that if they truly cared for Yuan Zhen's well-being, they should abandon those thoughts, as he understood the situation all too well. He firmly asserted that the current Yuan Zhen was neither strong nor free enough to shoulder the weight of their determination on top of his own. He looked up at the two of them, noticing Zai Su's tightly clenched hands and her desire to protect him, but the harsh truth he spoke left her in a state of shock. On the contrary, you might only end up hindering him, so keep that in mind, he warned, prompting C to reproach him slightly for being so heartless. Zai remained indifferent and told C to take the children home safely, and as she looked at the two of them, especially the dejected Zai Su, they headed back as the sun began to set. As they walked, Jia Yun marveled at the day's extraordinary events, remarking that it felt as though he were living inside an anime. He continued to ramble excitedly about witnessing those scenes firsthand, and expressed a desire to try entering that portal himself if he ever got the chance. Zai Su stood in a daze, recalling C's earlier words about how Yuan Zhen fought specifically to keep them safe. She analyzed the situation further, wondering what would happen to his resolve if they were to put themselves in danger once again. Yuan Zhen had indeed mentioned that their presence only made things more perilous, yet Jia Yun remained lost in his own world, thinking of all the things he needed to record. He wanted to write in his hunter diary, since the cameras hadn't captured anything, while Zai Su gloomily noted that Yuan Zhen was far different from what they had imagined. She concluded that the battles he was embroiled in were far more dangerous than they knew, though Jia Yun's eyes sparkled as he asked if she also thought he looked cool. "He is one who defies logic," Zai Su said, reminding her friend that this was reality and not a comic book, causing Jia Yun to freeze in his tracks. "I'm sorry," he whispered as she bowed her head, her voice dropping as she lamented how he had endured everything alone without saying a word to them. He remained silent in agreement, and as Jia Yun nodded, Zai Su's eyes welled up with tears at the thought of something terrible happening to Yuan Zhen. She quickly cursed her own words for being a bad omen and hung her head in guilt, feeling that she had done nothing but cause Yuan Zhen trouble since the Virgin Ghost incident. She desperately wanted to help but felt utterly powerless, realizing that, just as the Great Overseer had said, their presence in danger would only make things harder for Yuan Zhen. "I can't do anything," Jia Yuan loudly denied. "What are you saying?" He adjusted his glasses and asserted firmly that if a god's domain exists, then a human domain must as well, and they could still assist Yang Jin. Jia Yuan maintained a very positive outlook, believing that even if they couldn't fight like deities, they could still provide support for Yang Jin from their perspective as humans. His words seemed to give Zai Ziu fresh motivation. Wasn't that what the High Overseer meant when he said they should leave things to the gods and return to their daily lives? Jia Yuan painted a beautiful, peaceful vision of the future after the war ends so that Yang Jin could return to a normal life, reaching out his hand toward her as he spoke. Jia Yuan declared with absolute confidence, "We must become the strength that supports him. I have always been certain that Yang Jin will emerge victorious." Under a sunset that dyed the sky pink, the peaceful row of houses was settling into a quiet evening. Inside the room, Zhen sat on the bed with his hands raised, lost in deep thought. A moment later, he stared intently at his small hands as he suddenly remembered a day in the cold gray mist where he stood with his cloak fluttering in the wind, unable to stop thinking. His sharp golden eyes revealed an indescribable tension, and then a faint sound echoed, causing his golden eyes to narrow slightly. It was as if Zhen had detected something suspicious approaching. Du Zhang walked to the glass door and bowed, saying, "High Overseer," inside the simple room. He looked at him with concern, asking, "You don't look well. Is something weighing on your mind?" As he waited patiently for Zhen's response. Finally, he whispered, "You," as Zhen sat huddled, asking in a low, helpless voice, "How did you know this isn't my true body?" Facing him, the other replied calmly, "Regarding the bodies of the gods, I was told that they are born in human form." Zhen paused for a moment. "Born?" He looked at the beast and spoke in a soft yet sharp tone. "You speak as if we are truly human. Is that some kind of joke?" The atmosphere grew heavy as Du Zhang bowed his head and whispered, "I apologize," while Zhen's voice deepened, and the scene shifted to an image of him fighting fiercely. He spoke loudly. "Originally, that human vessel was supposed to be my body," Zhen continued, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction. "So even if I reclaim my power, I cannot utilize it fully because this dog of a body cannot withstand such strength." He looked directly at his companion and asked plainly, "In that case, wouldn't it be better if you just returned to your original body?" He replied in a pensive tone, "I have tried several times," and the mood turned somber as they both sat in silence within the quiet room. Zhen continued, his eyes slightly sorrowful, "But since things turned out this way, perhaps it was orchestrated by Providence," at which point Du Zhang bowed respectfully. He said in a steady voice, "If there is anything I can do to assist, I am more than willing to help, so please do not hesitate to give me any order," causing Zhen to look up suspiciously. A faint voice came from the video. "The amount of water is very important. The water level in the pot should be about 1 knuckle high, roughly 3 centimeters. It was a ramen cooking tutorial by an elderly master with 25 years of experience. Zhen, with a serious expression, held the tablet out to the black-haired youth. "Can you follow this?" he asked indifferently as the video continued and the water began to boil. He hesitated but eventually nodded. "I will try," as the scene shifted to the evening sky. Suddenly a piercing scream rang out, "You idiot!" as Dai brandished a terrifying red broom and rushed forward, questioning him. "Who told you to trade the dragon with that guy?" Poor Yang Jin clutched his head in a panic as the dining room fell into chaos. He slumped over the table while the other held his head until a voice called out, "Bo Zun, get some water quickly." Yang Jin sighed and muttered a defense. "Well, you said the white dragon was better," and the other acknowledged in a low voice, "That's true." Dai took the glass of water and growled, "But that doesn't mean I told you to trade it. I clearly told you before." He suddenly remembered the advice given earlier. The best method is to make the white dragon your left arm. As for the black dragon, just extract and eliminate it. After a brief pause, Dai asked with a mix of irritation and worry, "Why did you act on your own like that?" His face remained calm, but his words made the atmosphere awkward. "You didn't say a single word to me before discussing that with the deity." Hearing that, Yang Jin quickly explained that he didn't have the man's number and thus couldn't contact him, which was how the situation ended up like this. Noticing him sitting there holding his head, Zai Lion reminded him that he wasn't being beaten and told him to sit up. The moment Yang Jin straightened his back, the man's deep voice issued a warning. "Weren't you the one trembling with anxiety, fearing your ancestors would commit misdeeds if they gained power?" Zai Lion asked, proceeding to explain in more detail. "The Black Dragon is a highly dangerous power, so what would happen if your ancestors possessed it?" he said, leading Yang Jin to curiously ask if the Black Dragon could defeat the White Dragon. That question provoked his unending fury as the scene shifted to the middle of a flower garden. With a soft, helpless sigh, he wondered why they had to fight, his expression turning somber before deciding to set the matter aside for later. He couldn't fathom Bai Long's actions, staring directly at Yang Jin while pondering a confusing question. Why did he choose to let Hai Long remain within a human body? Having just been beaten, he could only scratch his head and sigh. Regardless, fighting won't change a thing, Zai thought as he glanced at Yang Jin, wondering what Bai Long could possibly be planning. He remained silent, inwardly questioning what his next move should be and whether he needed to find another dragon, until Zai finally spoke up a moment later. "Take it slow. There are other ways," he said, his words bringing a sense of relief as he sat upright and addressed the issue directly. "I heard you encountered a Tian Xing earlier. Did you fight?" Zai asked, causing Yang Jin to startle and reply softly as the memory of being forcibly kissed flashed through his mind. Yang Jin's face flushed with embarrassment, as he stammered that it wasn't exactly a fight and that nothing had happened, prompting Zai to tilt his head in curiosity. "Then why are you wearing the divine robes?" Zai asked, causing him to react with surprise and admit that he didn't even know why he had brought them out. "Oh right," Yang Jin countered. "Why didn't you mention those divine robes belong to you? Your ancestor discovered me because of them." Zai calmly dismissed his concern, his voice turning cold as he bowed his head slightly. Then, with a sharp, calculating smile and narrowed eyes, he looked up. "He can't do anything to me anyway, so just let him know next time and feel free to come here," Zai said, to which he could only softly agree as the tension eased. Yang Jin rested his hand on the table and noted thoughtfully that his ancestor had indeed instructed him to learn a few things from Zai, who responded with a slight frown. With a sharp gaze, Zai listened to him explain that the ancestor considered him the most intelligent of the Daijai, prompting Zai to let out a dry laugh. "How ridiculous," Zai remarked, leaving Yang Jin confused before he continued by asking if the great overseer Si had ever mentioned the Tian Xing. Stunned, he mentioned hearing they were the Tian Shang Jian and likely stronger than the Daijai, but Zai ignored him, slammed his glass down, and coldly suggested a walk to help their digestion. As the sunset painted the sky in shades of orange and gold, Zai carried a water bucket along the sun-drenched stone path ahead of Yang Jin before suddenly breaking the silence. Yang Jin named the 5 elements that form nature, Zai commanded, prompting him to scratch his head and hesitantly list water, fire, wind, earth, and plants. "Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth," Zai corrected firmly, explaining that these were the Wu Xing, his words leaving Yang Jin momentarily stunned. As a water droplet fell from a leaf into the peaceful surroundings, Zai explained that these were the fundamental energies of nature, concluding that the force dividing them into yin and yang was the Tian Gan. Against the radiant golden sky, a mystical symbol appeared as the spirit beasts of the 4 directions emerged, all of which were creations of the first Tian Zhai Shen. "They are the source and the beginning of all power in existence," Zai said, causing him to stop in his tracks on the stone path, his eyes wide with shock. Walking beside him, Zai explained that their mere existence carried an overwhelming presence, leading Yang Jin to ask a thoughtful question. "So you mean they are insanely strong?" he asked, to which Zai tilted his head and gazed forward seriously, noting that their immense strength was exactly where the problem lay. The scene shifted to a violent vortex of energy that seemed to tear through space. Because they were so pure and primal, they inevitably began to clash with one another. With a calm expression but meaningful eyes, he explained that they, the Daijai, were born from that conflict to inherit the power of the Tian Gan and maintain the balance of the Wu Xing. As the 8 Tian Gan appeared in groups, he described how the second Tian Zhai Shen had harmoniously connected the once separate elements, leaving Yang Jin feeling perplexed. "So, was your ranking decided by a race?" he asked, catching Zai off guard before Yang Jin explained he was referring to the legend of the rat riding the ox to finish first. A sudden voice startled him, remarking that it was the very fable his eldest brother despised most, as it portrayed the ox as kind and the rat as utterly despicable. Zai turned away while holding a broom and began to explain that, simply put, the Tian Gan were something else entirely, his next words leaving Yang Jin stunned. "Just think of them as our predecessors," Zai said with a reluctant nod, his voice steady as he advised him not to worry too much. The two continued their journey. As they walked, Zai spoke up, noting that since the masterminds were the heavenly stems, things were straightforward. His gaze turned icy as he mentioned a god seeking to enter the mortal realm. Such a descent requires the mandate of heaven. Pausing briefly, he added that it was likely an attempt to restore the distorted order to its natural state. Yang Jin asked curiously, "Restore it?" Zai explained that it meant eradicating an existence like his, an existence that was never meant to be. Yang Jin's expression darkened upon hearing this. After a moment, he asked in a hushed, worried tone, "Should we really not be concerned?" Zai replied calmly while walking, "Just a little is enough." Yang Jin was stunned. "Just a little?" Anxiety began to well up within him. "But there are 10 of them. Will we be all right?" Zai's voice cut him off. "There are currently only 9 gods among the heavenly stems." Yang Jin's eyes widened instantly. Unable to believe his ears, he began counting on his fingers. Jia Yi Bing Ding. Seeing this, Zai continued his explanation. Among the heavenly stems, an image of a dark silhouette holding a sphere appeared. Before their creation, that sphere was vibrant and radiated a powerful aura. A god once harmonized the clashing energies of the 5 elements and quelled the ancient chaos. That god is the jewel within Jin, the Mu of the heavenly stems. The noodles were ready. He is the current earthly branch god. Jin's face grew solemn as he clenched his fists. He was Chen, the dragon god of the heavenly stems, Tian Mu. Yang Jin was dazed to learn his ancestor Chen was. He stood before Tianyi, his expression darkened. The other man smirked. Fortunately, that was the Kilin god of the heavenly stems, Tianyi. Du Zhuan, with his blue eyes, gazed out the window as if lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice called out, "It has been a long time." Tianyi emerged from a cloud of white smoke, his face cold. He softly called out, "Tian Mu." Jin remained stoic, though he was slightly taken aback. Tianyi, surprise flickered in his eyes. Tianyi laughed joyfully, asking if he still remembered him. Jin's voice then rang out, "You bastard." In contrast to the other's cheerfulness, Jin asked grimly, "Why have you descended to this realm?" Tianyi ignored his attitude and replied that he had a task to perform. Jin looked pensive and curious about this task. Tianyi didn't answer, only offering a slight smile and saying he just came to say hello. Jin's eyes were filled with an unspeakable gravity. Jin spoke calmly, "I have something to ask." Hearing this, the man gave a mysterious smile and replied that he couldn't reveal his task yet, but Jin denied that was his intent. Instead, he questioned the strange clothes Tianyi was wearing. The question caught the god off guard. "My clothes?" Tianyi rubbed his chin. He began to analyze the situation. "Strange. The strange one is you, Tian Mu." He looked at Jin's long black hair and his traditional black attire. He remarked that since Jin had been sealed for thousands of years, it was understandable, but he looked quite provincial. "You used to lead the trends in the heavens, yet now." Hearing Tianyi's mockery, Jin shouted in a fit of rage, "How dare you?" The man closed his eyes with satisfaction and bid him farewell. Suddenly, Jin swiftly drew his blade. He pressed the edge of the sword against Tianyi's neck. Seeing Jin's fury, the man tilted his head with an enigmatic smile, asking if being called rustic upset him that much. Jin was displeased with Tianyi's attitude. He issued a warning, his gaze sharp as he asked if the task involved his own body. Tianyi reminded him that he had promised to ask only one thing. Seeing Jin's foul mood, he brushed it off, noting it was good to see him healthy. Without further delay, Tianyi looked at Jin and smiled gently, saying they would meet again soon. Then he vanished instantly, leaving only white smoke behind. Jin merely frowned, accustomed to such behavior. In the twilight, Yang Jin looked at Zai and spoke with confusion and curiosity about the heavenly stems. "The ones who attacked me. Were my ancestors on their side?" He fell into deep thought. Then his claim of being the strongest wasn't a lie. His voice grew heavy. "The one who woke the sealed Chen must also be from the heavenly stems." But Zai's next words were what truly shocked Yang Jin. "There is a silver lining in this misfortune. The most fearsome power, the Black Dragon, is currently with you." Regarding Chen's memory loss, Zai's eyes showed weariness. "To be imprisoned in the body of a dog. You cannot use your power at will." That statement surprised him. "Not at will?" Yang Jin was skeptical. "But he uses his power quite well." "No, that's not right." At that moment, he seemed to understand. "The 16-year-old rule you mentioned, is he unaffected because my ancestor was a Tian Gan? You said, if one uses power before the body is 16, it will be destroyed, right?" Without letting Zai speak, Yang Jin continued his analysis. "A dog's age could never be 16. That remark made him sigh, though he didn't forget to glare at him. Zai quickly changed the subject. "Has Chen ever used his power in front of you?" Hearing the question, Yang Jin scratched his head and replied, "He never used it before finding the Bai Long. Recently, after using the Bai Long's power to blow away the masked group, he was perfectly fine." Zai added, "The Bai Long represents the power of protection and restraint." Gazing at the flowers before him, his soul felt much lighter. Zai continued to explain, "Perhaps that is why the body's collapse was prevented, and the amount of divine power released was reduced. It truly is a cheat." Hearing this, he suddenly asked anxiously, "If that was reduced power, then what is the truth?" He did not deny it upon hearing that. "Yes," Zai's voice turned solemn, "the power of Chen when it is not subject to any constraints." Suddenly, he spoke of the consequences, leaving Yang Jin frozen. "It is a calamity in itself." Zai stared at the flower bed, explaining everything softly as if he understood it all too well. "If the powers of the remaining dragons also fall into Chen's hands, and he and the Tian Gan decide to rewrite the natural order." Zai turned slightly toward him and asked, "What do you think will happen then?" Those words seemed to make Yang Jin realize something. "Do you understand what I just said?" He turned to face him, speaking sternly. "To you, the dragon's power is no longer an option. It is a power you must risk your life to seize. To achieve that." Zai's eyes were deep, carrying a hidden pensiveness. He did not hesitate to suggest a scheme. "Chen is not the Tian Mu of the Tian Gan. View him as the Dai Zhai god Chen, just like me." After a pause, Zai continued, "Only then can you exploit him." Hearing this, Yang Jin's gaze suddenly shifted. After hesitating for a long time, he spoke tentatively, "I heard that you are a Tian Gan." That statement made Jin freeze for a moment. With a stubborn look, he sighed softly. "Was it Director Zai who told you again?" Yang Jin immediately replied defiantly, "It doesn't matter who said it." At that moment, he couldn't stop reproaching him. "Seriously, how many more things are you hiding from me?" Facing Yang Jin, Jin simply replied nonchalantly. Well, you never asked. That answer made him scream in anger. Yang Jin's voice echoed again. Do I have to go find some Tian Gan and ask them? Is Amy a Tian Gan or something? This made him frown helplessly. The previous image flashed in his mind as Yang Jin began to argue. Besides, what did you tell me at first? Something about the 12 original Earth gods and the Dai Zhai god Chen, right? But Jin only replied calmly. But I really am a Dai Zhai god. That statement left him speechless. Ah, that's true, he said with a grumpy face, questioning him. But is that something worth getting so worked up about? Yang Jin replied decisively, yes, leaving Jin speechless. Suddenly, a shocking secret was revealed by him. The Tian Gan was the culprit. He frowned with curiosity. Not making Jin wait, Yang Jin explained the reason. The one targeting me is the Tian Gan. I was attacked on my way home from school today. Hearing this, he said in surprise, so that's how it is. Seeing Jin's reaction, he asked grumpily, what? Jin replied calmly, those guys. Jin's eyes showed a look of understanding. It seems they are doing this because of me. Seeing Yang Jin's worry, he spoke to reassure him. I will settle things with them next time we meet. Don't worry. Hearing Jin's words, he was surprised and thought, is it that easy? Yang Jin asked expectantly, will you speak up for me? He chuckled softly and announced calmly. Coincidentally, the Tian Yi of the Tian Gan stopped by today. Hearing that someone had visited, he quickly dialed the number for Director Zai. Holding the phone, Yang Jin said in a panic, are you planning to team up with the Tian Gan to steal your nephew's body now? Seeing this scene, Wei replied irritably, are you singing that same old tune again? He maintained his annoyed expression and sighed softly. I already told you before, Chen said as Yang Zhen broke into a sweat, his eyes wide with shock. I am no longer interested in your body. Regardless, do not be too worried, he said with a solemn expression. With just a word from me, they will no longer target you. Yang Zhen asked skeptically, how can you be so sure? Chen, his eyes sharp and teeth bared, confidently declared, because I was once the strongest among the heavenly stems. Yang Zhen simply replied, I see, while looking at him with utter disbelief. I suppose I believe you. Chen responded helplessly, please just believe me. What more must I do to make you trust me? He sighed. Yang Zhen then spoke up and set a condition. The next time we go to find the next dragon, let Lord Director Zai come along, he requested. Chen quickly agreed, understood. Yang Zhen exclaimed in surprise, really? And Chen sternly added, as long as he isn't too wary of me, it's fine. A moment later, he wondered why the boy addressed Director Zai with such reverence as Lord, while treating him as just a common ancestor. Yang Zhen felt increasingly exasperated, wondering if this ancestor was truly as dangerous as the director had claimed. Then, Chen sternly made a demand. You must call me Lord Ancestor, he insisted. Observing him, Yang Zhen thought he didn't seem dangerous at all, and that his lack of interest in his body seemed sincere. He then recalled the previous events. He had protected him after gaining power, and even invited him to seek the dragon's strength. Yet the cold red atmosphere and the faceless crowd weighed heavily on his heart. He worried that if he remained distant and suspicious, the man might defect to the soul stems, realizing he would likely do the same in that position. Chen looked annoyed, his eyes filled with irritation. Yang Zhen pondered that if he truly was the strongest of the heavenly stems, it would be far better to have him as an ally. Noticing his deep thought, he suddenly asked, was that all Director Zai had to say to you? Yang Zhen recalled Zai's advice about exploiting Chen. He then asked, so, what did you discuss with that other heavenly stem? Chen thought back to her insulting his appearance, which soured his mood. It was just a brief exchange of pleasantries, he replied. A silence fell between them until he looked up and asked quietly, may I ask you something? Yang Zhen was taken aback and replied, what is it? Chen asked with an innocent expression, is my attire truly that unfashionable? Without any hesitation, he bluntly replied, you're only realizing that now. Can I ask you something as well? Yang Zhen asked, holding his melon pan. He raised his voice. What on earth did you eat? Was it instant noodles again? He stared at the man's helpless face and pressed further. How exactly did you eat those noodles? Chen admitted that he had shared them with Chan. Yang Zhen sternly told him to wipe the broth off his mouth, thinking helplessly that Director Zai would surely change his mind if he saw this. A mysterious night sky filled with stars then appeared. The following day, the sky was exceptionally clear. Outside the school, a voice announced that a new transfer student had arrived in Class 3. Did you see him? The classroom was buzzing with excitement. Someone whispered that he looked quite strange, prompting the person next to them to wonder why. In what way? Before she could respond, another student cut in. Be quiet, both of you. Rumor has it he was forced to transfer because he assaulted someone. The hallway was just as chaotic. Excited voices filled the air as students asked if he was in the classroom. I want to see him too, someone exclaimed. Meanwhile, Yang Zhen was deep in thought as he walked. He regretted not bringing the ancestor as he approached Class 1-3, thinking that while the man could handle a heavenly STEM attack, bringing him to school would be excessive. As he opened the door, Su's silhouette appeared, causing him to fall to the ground in terror while two female students nearby began whispering and pointing at him. "There he is," they said. Yang Zhen's eyes were filled with panic as sweat poured down his face. Suddenly, a powerful kick landed right beside him. Seeing the look on Yang Zhen's face, she curled her lip in a mocking sneer. Su's expression was menacingly dark as she flashed a wicked smile. Su continued to close in on him, causing Yang Zhen to turn pale with fear. Someone shouted, "That's the new transfer student from Class 3. The entire hallway was in an uproar as they watched Su pin Yang Zhen to the ground. "What is she doing? Who knows?" someone said as she suddenly reached her hand toward his face. Su offered a cheerful greeting and asked if he was okay, while his face remained frozen in confusion as whispers began to spread. Classmates peeked out to see another girl approaching Jun Yangjin, and her expression darkened when she realized she was being ignored. Du Jixing stood at the front of Class 1-3 with Su and introduced her to the students as Jiang Ajiang, their new classmate. Some girls whispered about her being the one who was forced to transfer for fighting, but Du Jixing sternly told them to fix their attitudes. He claimed the negative rumors about the new student were untrue and asked them not to spread gossip, though some still believed the rumors were false because he said so. Others whispered that she was already causing trouble and had tried to hit Jun Yangjin, prompting Du Jixing to ask him if it was true. He gave a cold reply that startled her, and the classmates felt vindicated while Su shouted out in a fit of rage. Everyone was shocked by the noise as she loudly claimed he had tripped on his own, while he denied knowing her to Du Jixing. A boy in the front row muttered that it felt like the start of a school drama, and some girls began to tease her. They asked why she wore an eye patch, and after claiming it sealed her power, she awkwardly made an excuse about having an eye infection. She tried to defend herself by pointing out that others had laughed, and said the eye patch made her look like a boss as her voice echoed from the room. She walked up to the student sitting in front of Jun Yangjin and bluntly demanded that he give up his seat. As the student was about to move, Bai Long told him to stay put, leaving him caught in an awkward position between the two. They kept arguing for him to move or stay, until the student suggested he would simply obey whoever spoke to him more gently. Both immediately began pleading with Jianhao to let them have their way, and after a long argument, Su finally took the seat. After settling in, she glanced back at him and recalled a conversation she had previously had with Zai. Zai had explained that the Tiangan were targeting Jun Yangjin's body and would take more aggressive actions, so they needed to move as well. He had requested that she transfer to Jun Yangjin's school, a decision she had initially protested against. Zai argued that only she was in the same grade as him, but Su still felt the reasoning was insufficient. He mentioned she had already met Jun Yangjin and offered to ask Wu Dai Jian instead if she was truly unwilling. Su quickly insisted she hadn't said she was unwilling, and her intense reaction caused him to stop and question her. She eventually agreed to go, and now she turned to Jun Yangjin to bring up their previous meeting. He interrupted her by asking if she was following him, which immediately made her feel flustered and caught off guard. She denied following him and leaned in close to whisper that she was actually there to keep him under surveillance. She threatened to kill him if he used the Hai Long's power, but he noted that her surveillance was no different from following him. She insisted it was strictly for monitoring and that she was doing it reluctantly, while Jianhao wondered if she was a tsundere. Just then, Li Zixiu arrived and called for Jun Yangjin as classmates joked about his virtuous wife, while she saw Bai Long being grabbed. She stood there stunned as things became interesting, and later she curiously asked who that new student was. He calmly replied that she was Su Dai Jian who had come to monitor him, leaving Li Zixiu shocked to hear about a Dai Giant. Bai Long was surprised by her reaction and reminded Li Zixiu that as a mage, she should be able to see such spirits and entities. Realizing there was a misunderstanding, Li Zixiu clarified her ability, explaining that she could only see the lingering spirits of ancestors. She added that she couldn't see other gods or even the great overseer, but a third voice suddenly chimed in to finish her thought. The voice explained that the dog wasn't Chen's actual body. Looking up, they saw Su perched on a branch, explaining how the soul could manifest that way. With eyes wide in surprise, Li Zixiu watched as Su jumped down from the tree and sternly warned her to stay away from him. She scolded him for leaving her sight and mocked him for being on a date, but when he dismissed it as nonsense, she snapped at him to watch his mouth. Li Zixiu hesitantly asked the great overseer why she had treated Yan Jin that way, only for Su to mockingly repeat the question back at her. Su sharply explained that he carried the black dragon inside him and warned the girl to stay away because of how dangerous he was. She pointed right at him and declared him a ticking time bomb, as no one knew when the black dragon would break free since he couldn't even control it. Li Zissou circled around Bai Long and insisted that Yan Jin wasn't dangerous at all, questioning what the great overseer could possibly be seeing to think otherwise. Su shouted that she wasn't joking as her expression darkened, warning that his power could easily wipe out everyone in the entire school. He finally spoke up to explain that the Black Dragon only emerged for self-defense because she had tried to kill him, a revelation that left Li Zissou stunned. When Li Zissou asked if it was true, Bai Long confirmed that she had indeed struck first, leaving the girl confused as to why. Su screamed in a rage that he was going to make people misunderstand, but he remained completely indifferent, prompting her to try and argue her side of the story. He recounted the entire incident to Li Zissou right in front of Su, mentioning how she refused to apologize and blamed him instead, leading Li Zissou to step protectively in front of Bai Long. With a serious expression, Li Zissou turned the tables and argued that the great overseer was actually the dangerous one, narrowing her eyes as she questioned the woman. She demanded to know why she hadn't apologized for hurting Yan Jin, leaving Su completely speechless as a group of students watched the entire scene unfold. The students whispered in envy, wondering if the two girls were fighting over Yan Jin, and joking that he must have saved the world in a previous life to be so lucky. One student wished he could live a day in Yan Jin's shoes so he could make both girls happy, while Su finally snapped out of her daze and reacted in disbelief. She argued that he wasn't even hurt and had only fallen, but Li Zissou stood her ground and insisted that since she was the one who pushed him, an apology was necessary. Su refused to back down, pointing at him and making excuses by claiming he was perfectly fine, and that a simple fall didn't require an apology. She added that the Black Dragon could heal such minor injuries anyway, but in her agitation, she let it slip that he wasn't even a human being. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su realized she had made a major mistake, and as Li Zissou began to stammer in confusion, he quickly cut her off. He admitted that she was right about him not being human. As he walked away, Li Zissou called out to him but paused for a moment to address the great overseer. With a look of absolute gravity, she demanded that Su apologize to Yan Jin for her words before walking away, leaving the great overseer standing there alone as the scene shifted to a campus statue. While Shen sat nearby reading, Wu was shouting into his phone in frustration, complaining that Su had been transferred to Yan Jin's school even though he was the one closest to him. He lamented that he should have been the one to go, worrying that since A Jiang had tried to kill Yan Jin before, she might cause even more trouble now. When Wu decided that he would transfer schools as well, Shen looked over and dryly remarked that the school wasn't a playground for them to do as they pleased. Shen bluntly told him to forget it until his next life, causing Wu to wail that Yan Jin would be long gone by then, which earned him a comment from Shen about his morbid tongue. Wu continued to cry about wanting to transfer, while Yan Jin walked alone, the words of the great overseer about him not being human echoing painfully in his mind. He crushed an empty can as he recalled being told that the bodies of gods were similar, looking saddened by the thought that he was merely a vessel as Su sat by herself on a bench. She remained silent, reflecting on his previous state and convincing herself she hadn't said anything wrong. However, his sorrowful, troubled face lingered in her mind as she sucked her lollipop, wondering why he looked that way. Her phone displayed a message from Overseer Wu, who quickly followed up after seeing she had read it. "Yang Yang, are you busy? I know you're free, so come hang out. I'll bring the heavenly steed to you," he wrote with a sticker. He sighed in frustration before Bai Long looked up, locking eyes with Su Deng just as she turned around. She blurted out something odd to hide her embarrassment. The teacher caught them, telling them to save their romance for after class as students whispered about Yang Jin. "Jun Yang Jin," the teacher called. When the bell rang, he slung his bag over his shoulder and walked away as she followed. She chased after him, shouting his name, but Yang Jin coldly told her to stop following him and stop acting like they were close. She protested his informal tone, insisting she was there to protect him under Overseer Zai's orders, not just to watch him. Yang Jin decisively pulled out his phone, offering to tell Overseer Zai that she was being forced to stay against her will. He spoke nonchalantly, but Su Deng panicked, warning him that the Tian Ting had already located him. Yang Jin mockingly interrupted, saying it didn't matter because his body wasn't human and would heal from any attack. His unexpected words left her stunned as he ran ahead, leaving her unable to respond. He warned that he would report her for school bullying if she kept following, leaving her standing there in a daze. As groups of students headed home, Yang Jin looked up at the clear blue sky, lost in thought. He tried to convince himself that it was impossible for them to show up here. He wouldn't actually ride that thing here, would he? He wondered just as the roar of an engine echoed through the street. A motorcycle sped toward him and stopped, and Wu took off his helmet while keeping one hand on the throttle. He flipped up his visor and proudly introduced the heavenly steed number 2, noticing Yang Jin's stunned expression. "It's so cool you're speechless, right?" he joked, tossing him a helmet and telling him they were going to meet some friends. Wu smiled and snapped a photo to send a kidnapped message before they set off. On the other end, Yu's hands shook as she screamed that he was arriving, startling Mao. Mao tried to comfort the anxious Yu, saying this was the perfect chance to finally apologize to him. Yu worried he might be hostile, but Mao suggested she simply bow and beg for forgiveness. Chu set down some pastries, wondering if he liked sweets, while Yu frantically offered to buy out the whole shop for him. Chu calculated the total at 368,001, while Mao began eating, thanking Overseer Yu for the treat. As night fell over a house in the forest, 2 men in black robes grumbled about having spent days just watching the walls. One admitted they hadn't truly given it their all, and they fell silent as stealthy footsteps crossed the floor. A white-haired man held a wine glass as a masked subordinate arrived to report that the guest had finally come. He continued, "My subordinates will dismiss those others." "Agreed, go." Before leaving, the masked man apologized carefully. "From now on, I won't let this happen again." Tian Ding didn't take it seriously. "It's fine," she said, acting nonchalant, "because only then will that bastard behind you get furious and keep coming here to play." Just as she finished speaking, another masked figure appeared behind her. He faced Tian Ding. Seeing this, the masked subordinate knew to leave. "Then I shall take my leave." The one wearing the mask gave a strange smile. "You went out and had quite a grand time, didn't you?" Tian Ding raised her hand to her mouth and spoke up. "What? You were the one who told me to act on my own. Just as you said, he truly is an interesting child." Suddenly, he lunged forward and grabbed her by the throat. Her breath was cut off, making it difficult for Tian Ding to swallow. His voice dropped, filled with a threatening tone. "What kind of game are you playing? You could have easily brought him here." He pinned her down against the chair. "From you, the leader, to your low-level henchmen, you're all a disorganized mess. Are you two trying to play spy?" The eyes behind the mask turned a terrifying red. "Because of the commotion you caused, the carefully arranged situation has been ruined." Suddenly, Tian Ding let out a smug, triumphant laugh. "Should I cause even more of a stir?" Her expression was incredibly provocative. "The next 2 times I appear, I'll talk about the second mandate of heaven, but I have no interest in crushing ants." Her slender hand slowly moved toward his chest. "I've already warned you, but should you fight or should you flee?" Immediately after, he grabbed her hand and slammed it against the arm of the chair. The pressure on her neck increased, leaving red marks. "Don't underestimate me," he warned. "After your failure, later generations of gods like us have been upgraded into a superior form." Hearing this, she didn't fear him but burst out laughing. "Even so, the essence remains the same." Tian Ding frowned and looked at him mockingly. "Without our power, you're all just imitators." The pressure around him dropped, turning gloomy. "This arrogance." Tian Ding's face flushed from the alcohol as his threats rang in her ears. "One day it will destroy you, Tian Ding." Immediately after, she unleashed her pure white tails. The furry tails reached out behind him. Some of them swirled in front of her. Tian Ding used her beautiful appearance to provoke him. "Go ahead and try to destroy me right now." Seeing this, he helplessly uttered, "Truly." Then the hand on her neck gradually loosened. He vanished completely. Having achieved her goal, Tian Ding smiled faintly. "What a loathsome person." The scene shifts to a small cafe where a motorcycle stops in front of a door with a closed sign. At this moment, Yu was helplessly pressing her head against the ground. Entering to witness this scene, Ianjin and Wu were extremely surprised. He frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" Mao stood to the side and spoke for her. "She's begging for forgiveness." A fork stabbed hard into the cake on the table. Just as Wu opened his mouth to eat the cake, a hand suddenly pulled him back. "You can't eat that." It turned out to be Yu. With shimmering eyes, she held the piece of cake out to Ianjin. "Ianjin, I bought this for you." He replied hesitantly, "Then let's all eat together." Yu exclaimed, "You're truly a living Buddha." He was also helpless. "Unbelievable." Ianjin looked at her eating the cake and asked tentatively, "By the way, are you also a great inspector of heaven, right?" She smiled brightly and replied, "Sorry, I'm a bit late with the introductions. I am the earthly branch god. Yu, my name in the mortal realm is Yu Zhang. You can call me whatever you're comfortable with." Then, Yu stood up abruptly and thumped her chest in assurance. "If it's a request from Ianjin, I'll fulfill anything. Just say the word." He was startled. "No, that's not necessary." She shouted, "Please give me a chance to make amends, please." He was bewildered. Then, "Sister Yu Zhang." Hearing this, she felt a bit aggrieved. "He called me Sister Yu Zhang." Ianjin's voice rang out steadily. "Please buy me a new school uniform." "I'll buy you 10. She then asked doubtfully, "But why a uniform?" Ianjin replied honestly, "You tore my old one and now I only have this one left." Wu exclaimed, "What were you thinking, tearing the kid's clothes?" Immediately, Yu bowed her head and slammed it against the table. "I'm so sorry. It must have hurt a lot, right?" At that time, hearing about He Long's appearance made me lose my mind. He shouted, Are you trying to crack your head open or something? Mao witnessed this and gave a forced smile while he calmly replied, "It's okay," Jin said with a gloomy face. "Anyway, this isn't a human body. I'll be completely healed after just one sleep." Seeing his unstable state, she placed her hand on Jin's and called his name, while Mao spoke seriously to reassure him that his body had become different from ordinary people because of the black dragon. She warned him never to take his physical injuries lightly, causing him to startle with a bewildered expression just as Wu's voice rang out. He teased that if the black dragon were removed, Jin would be nothing more than an ordinary human, advising him not to become desensitized to pain, as Jin stared at Wu in speechless silence. He spoke slowly, noting that the great guardians were partly responsible for his past injuries, but Mao offered a comforting smile, saying that Jin was perhaps only slightly more special than a normal person now. With an affectionate expression, she firmly stated that he was clearly human and promised they would help Jin return to a normal life, causing him to startle and ask who she was before Mao replied. "I am Mao, the fourth zodiac god, and my name here is Yui," she said, happily taking his hand and expressing her pleasure in meeting him. Suddenly, a finger poked Jin before a hand gently touched his forehead. It was Chu, who exclaimed that this truly was Chen's body as she leaned closer, noting their uncanny resemblance. Although the lineage is somewhat troublesome, their completely opposite personalities make it interesting, leading Jin to ask for confirmation that she wasn't referring to him as the annoying one. She introduced herself with a smile as the zodiac god Chu, known here as Jai Wu, tilting her head and grinning as darkness began to fall outside the cafe. As time passed and night fell, the moonlight illuminated the surroundings, and the cafe finally closed its doors for rest after a long day of work. While she was busy washing dishes in the kitchen, Mao sat lost in thought with her chin in her hand, and Jin, overcome by exhaustion, had already fallen asleep at the table. She appeared within his mind as Jin's lips moved to ask if he could pose a question, mentioning that his parents had passed away when he was very young before the scene shifted back to reality. Mao moved closer to sit beside him, her gaze lowering as her white eyelashes trembled slightly, wondering if his current state of unconsciousness was something she had caused. As she placed her hand on Jin's forehead, she questioned if this was happening because she was a being who shouldn't exist, her body beginning to glow and turn transparent. She insisted that nothing that happened was his fault as her hand on his forehead glowed, declaring that no matter the circumstances of the accident, it was not a sin Jin had to bear. Jin's memories surfaced, showing his parents smiling inside the car just before the horrific moment the vehicle overturned, followed by the appearance of his relatives. His relatives screamed in anger and criticized Jin, and as Mao appeared within the memory, she realized he had been trapped inside this moment all along. He had lived with this guilt until now amidst these shattered fragments of memory. She closed her eyes as her body glowed again, asking for forgiveness as she prepared to intervene. Mao opened her eyes. She was stunned to find herself inside the car, her gaze shifting toward the seat beside her. Seeing the young Jin still innocent and full of life, Mao looked at him with deep affection, realizing that this was also his most cherished memory. Suddenly, her gaze froze in horror as a hideous monster appeared in front of the car, its three glowing eyes staring intently inside, leaving Mao stunned by the sight of that specific mark. The monster growled as its limbs repeatedly struck the car, causing Mao's face to turn pale with terror as her eyes filled with overwhelming fear. Realizing she could not interfere in a mere memory, Mao stood frozen like a statue as she watched the car flip and spin, her heart breaking as tears began to stream down her face. As the two beasts continued to hunt their prey and dragged him from the vehicle, she screamed out his name in utter desperation. Suddenly, a burst of light caused the beasts to vanish, and Hai appeared to pull him into a protective embrace, leaving Mao standing there with her eyes wide in shock. She stared intently at Great Guardian Hai as whispers began to rise from the surroundings, with people exclaiming that a terrible accident had occurred and the car was completely overturned. Mao looked toward them in confusion as voices urged everyone to stay back and call emergency services, while the crowd anxiously wondered if the child had survived. People questioned if anyone else was still inside as the car caught fire, noting that it was a miracle the child was saved, while Jin wailed in inconsolable despair. He cried out for his mother as she watched the scene unfold motionlessly with clenched fists, seeing the funeral portraits of his parents placed side by side. His grieving relatives relentlessly cast blame upon Jin, and as Mao gazed at his small, fragile form, she finally understood the truth and began to walk toward him. Because the pain was too much to bear, Mao embraced Jin to comfort him, gently stroking his head. "I will seal these memories once more, Jin," she said, just as thick black smoke surged and Hai Long appeared with a wicked smile. "I saw everything, Mao. That brat has some very interesting memories, he mocked as a sharp sword appeared and Mao warned him not to try anything. Mao immediately returned to her true form, her body enveloped in a dense aura as she raised her sword high. Hai Long remained unfazed, as Mao resolutely vowed to expel him from the child's body. Mao pointed her sword at Hai Long, who warned that fighting here would only damage Yang Jin's spirit, but she snapped back. No, only you will be hurt, she countered firmly, her sword flashing until a hand suddenly reached out toward her. Startled, she realized it was Yang Jin. His hand rose slowly before falling back down again. Suddenly, colorful threads bound Hai Long, leaving Mao bewildered as the dragon clicked his tongue, and Yang Jin smiled, placing a hand on her forehead. A blinding light erupted, and Mao snapped back to reality, her hand dropping as she stood there in utter confusion. Mao wondered if Yang Jin had pushed her out, reflecting on how impossible the entire situation seemed. She realized that an ordinary human would have been devoured by Hai Long long ago, yet Yang Jin remained fast asleep. Yang Jin eventually opened his eyes while resting his head on Mao's lap, hazily mistaking her for his mother. Yang Jin instinctively called out for his mother, but Mao just smiled and asked if he slept well, causing him to jump up in shock. Looking out the window, Yang Jin learned that Guardian Wu and Guardian Yu had gone ahead and that they were now on Jeju Island. Yang Jin screamed in disbelief at being on Jeju Island until a voice interrupted, confirming he was indeed that child. It was Hai, who smiled and remarked that it had been a long time since they last met, expressing relief that Yang Jin was well. A confused Yang Jin asked who he was, to which Hai playfully replied he was a long-legged uncle, as the stars began to twinkle. Mao told Hai that the enemy's goal wasn't just to cause chaos in the mortal world, but something far more specific. Hai noted that the Tiangan had been targeting Yang Jin for a very long time, as they both watched the boy eat. Hai asked if Mao found it strange that Yang Jin hadn't faced any incidents since the accident until he turned 16. He reasoned that if their goal was merely to restore the natural order, they should have made more moves to eliminate him. Mao agreed, finding it odd that they hadn't targeted him despite him being alone for so long after the accident. Hai observed that if the Tiangan had intervened 10 years ago, Chen's seal could have been broken much earlier. He pointed out that the seal's release coincided perfectly with Yang Jin's 16th year, suggesting it wasn't a coincidence. Tian's expression turned grave as he suggested the true target was Gan Body, which was capable of wielding divine power, leaving Mao stunned. Mao was stunned as Hai explained that the Tiangan had likely discovered the law of 64 seasons, which equals 16 years. Mao stood up abruptly, insisting they share this with the other guardians, but Hai simply shrugged and asked if she understood his point. Mao turned pale as Hai explained that only the Dai Zhai guardians knew that information, leaving her frozen in shock as she stammered in response. Hai's face darkened as he explained that because of this theory, he could no longer share information with the other guardians, leaving Mao trembling. Although it is all just speculation, a cold aura emanates from him. Any suspicion is enough reason for us to remain vigilant. But High Guardian Hai, Mao said, her face pale and dripping with sweat. It was the demons who killed the humans. Hai questioned her meaning as she slowly regained her composure. Since the demons bore marks when they killed, do you think an earthly branch guardian couldn't be responsible? Hai continued. Even if they didn't act directly, at the very least, there could be an insider providing information to the other side. Mao clenched her fists as they fell into a heavy silence until his voice broke the tension. Based on this assumption, I will investigate further and report back to High Guardian Zai. She hesitated. If it is High Guardian Zai, Hai smirked upon hearing Mao's words. He probably won't have any doubts, right? Her expression softened as a smile spread across her face. Then Mao asked a question that gave him pause. I know everything now. Are you still all right? He gave a graceful smile and replied, yes, because High Guardian Mao is a very transparent person, but if rumors spread, it will be on you. Mao stared intently at the teacup on the table. High Guardian Hai, she looked up with a cold expression. I have some information to share with you, though I am not entirely certain. She lifted her teacup. There is something inside Yang Jin's soul. I was stunned. Do you mean the black dragon? No, it is something else I cannot explain, she continued. I do not know if it belongs to his subconscious or something else entirely. I cannot reach a conclusion yet. Mao recalled the scene from that moment. It did not give me a negative feeling, she said, bowing her head slightly, but it pushed me out of Yang Jin's inner world. He was utterly shocked. It pushed you out? Mao looked away hesitantly and confirmed, yes. At night, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Beneath the beautifully crafted roof tiles, Yang Jin bowed deeply and said, then, farewell everyone, before stepping into the dimensional rift. Before fully entering, Yang Jin turned back and asked doubtfully, isn't this High Guardian Zai's house? Hai gave a forced laugh. I have spatial limitations. Mao smiled reassuringly. I have already informed High Guardian Zai. He likely opened a gate directly to your home. As he stepped through, a voice called out, "Yang Jin." He turned in surprise to see Hai smiling. "Don't worry, everything will be all right." Hai continued, "Since only Tian Ding's appearance has been confirmed, it is unlikely that all the heavenly stems are making a move. Besides, I am far superior to Tian Ding in rank," he laughed. Mao added her praise. "That is true. High Guardian Hai is incredibly powerful, so rest easy." "That is not it," he muttered in confusion. The scene shifted to C, who stood pensively before a door, her gaze heavy and downcast. Suddenly, a figure burst through the glass, shattering it completely. "It seems my ancestor has encountered another heavenly stem," Yang Jin realized, freezing in his tracks. Mao froze as her brow furrowed, and Hai's expression turned grim. C was being pinned down by a powerful arm pressed against her throat. A massive figure loomed over her, revealing rows of sharp white teeth. It was the heavenly stem, Tian Zheng, his face twisted with fierce excitement. The unkillable god-slaying heavenly stem, Tian Zheng, pinned C to the floor. As she gritted her teeth and resisted, his voice echoed above her. "It's been a while, Sister C," Tian Zheng said with a grotesque smile, his sharp teeth bared. "I heard you had some fun with Tian Ding recently." He held her neck with one hand, acting insolent and mocking. "Play with me this time." Facing such a madman, she actually broke into a smile. "Business hours are over for today, dear guest," she said. Tian Zheng was baffled. "Am I your guest?" Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. "Not you." Shen stood against the light, exuding an overwhelming aura. "She was talking to me." He then swung the staff in his hand downward. He flashed a mischievous grin at his opponent. "It's been a while." Without even turning around, Tian Zheng precisely caught Shen's weapon in his hand. He then turned his head and uttered the name, "Shen." The two immediately clashed as Tian Tian spun around to launch a sweeping strike. Shen lunged forward with blinding speed as his opponent's vision shifted and pupils constricted, landing a heavy punch squarely on Tian Zheng's face. A half-smoked cigarette tumbled to the ground, while the jagged edge of a broken blade pressed against his neck, and a sudden smirk played on Shen's lips. "Think you can actually pull it off?" Tian Zheng's expression froze as the blade drew closer, while C watched the scene unfold with wide, startled eyes. An explosive wing strike triggered a massive detonation alongside Shen's decisive blade strike, prompting C to shout his name before he turned back in confusion. "This is my shop," she yelled, to which he nonchalantly replied that he would simply renovate it for her as a third voice interrupted their bickering. Surprisingly, Tian Zheng remained unscathed, mocking Shen by suggesting that being trapped in a human body had stripped him of his true power. "That stung more than I expected," he remarked, causing Shen's excitement to flare as he touched his shoulder with a thrill-seeking grin. Shen's attire transformed into the red and gold robes of the martial god before he hurled another blade, which Tian Zheng dismissed as a useless effort. Shen suddenly leaped up to seize the hilt, catching Tian Zheng off guard with a swift kick to the ribs that the man barely managed to block. "So you can still block, can you?" Shen remarked with a provocative look, beginning to taunt his opponent about their shared history. "Remember when you were beaten to a pulp?" Shen asked as he withdrew his leg, and the hilt in his hand began to emit a faint glow. He leaped behind Tian Zheng with his massive blade, initiating a golden strike as the weapon's surface became mottled with streaks of yellow light. The heavy blade descended with immense force upon Tian Zheng, who made Shen freeze by declaring that he was the one he most desired to meet. Tian Tian caught the blade with one hand and smiled with contempt before delivering a heavy punch to Shen's chest, causing the sword to fall. C cried out in panic at the sudden reversal, as Tian Zheng noted with surprise that he hadn't even used his full strength against Shen's guard. Shen's left arm was bruised and his bones were bent, leading Tian Zheng to mock his humanity before Shen coldly asked why he had come. Tian Zheng explained that since Shen's woman had provoked heaven first, he had come to return the favor, though he found Shen too weak to be interesting. Tian Zheng bid them farewell and turned to leave, but he paused with a devious smile as if a sudden thought had occurred to him. "I heard that in the mortal realm, you can only manifest your true capabilities during a very specific window of time," he mused. Shen remained stoic, stating he was always ready for battle, just as C summoned a wave of heat and flames that forced Tian Zheng to recoil. "There is no need for a next time," she declared coldly, manipulating the flames to ensure that he would not be allowed to escape. Tian Zheng was instantly encircled by the serpent's flame as C demanded with absolute sternness that he reveal his true intentions. The ring of fire tightened with every word she spoke, while Shen stepped to her side to provide support and keep watch over the enemy. "What is your objective and who told you about the timing?" she asked, narrowing her eyes dangerously when he refused to answer. The flames constricted further, yet Tian Zheng continued to mock her until he finally clenched his fist and physically seized the ring of fire. He unleashed an absolute void break into the air, forcing Shen to pull C close to shield her from the devastating shockwave. When the dust settled, only a massive crater remained where Tian Zheng had vanished, leaving Shen to mutter about how irritating the man was. Later that night at the villa, Wu poured a glass of wine and suggested they finish drinking and destroy the evidence before the monkey returned. Despite the mood, Yu looked up from her phone and voiced a sudden thought regarding the nature of Ianjin's existence. What if the cycle of the child who doesn't cry has finally reached its end? She asked, causing Wu to freeze and question her logic. But you interrupted him. Wait, let me finish first. She sat up straight. The reason we see it as the natural order, isn't it because it's a flow that cannot be halted even with divine power? Yu's expression was grave. Try thinking more simply. That flow has already shifted, hasn't it? Wu listened intently. Within a body born of humans resides a human soul. He continued, to be precise, it isn't a human body. She seemed to agree. True, but a human soul was born in it, so could it be? You continued sharing her thoughts. Will human souls also inhabit our next bodies? And then, humans will continue to be born. As she spoke, she grew more excited. That means our mission in the mortal realm is over, and we will return to the heavens. Once again, Wu crushed that dream. That sounds nice, but someone else couldn't return. He mentioned that person. Grand Overseer Chen? Yu scratched her head awkwardly. It probably won't be the same. Putting us in a dog's body is a bit. Wu placed his empty glass on the table. His hair masked his expression as he said, I feel bad for Yang Jin, but Wu spoke bluntly. To say Yang Jin is entirely human is still a bit uncertain. She hugged a pillow and lay back on the sofa. True, that body was originally a divine body. He interrupted, that isn't the point. Wu's gaze was pensive. Even if he was wearing Grand Overseer Zai's divine robes at that time, he raised a sensitive point, but the way he used divine power was far too effortless. His words startled you. Honestly, Grand Overseer Wei's previous words echoed in her mind. If he were just an ordinary human, the Black Dragon would have devoured him long ago. This isn't something we can just ignore. She immediately sat up and warned him, if you dare call Yang Jin a demon, I will kill you. Of course, Wu had no such intention. Yang Jin is absolutely not a demon. He looked up at her. But you, Wu's words carried a heavy truth. Do you think a mere demon could suppress the Black Dragon? Back at the private villa that evening, Si and Shen were entering the living room together. Suddenly, he looked up and noticed something strange. Out of nowhere, two weapons appeared, poised to strike. Before Shen stood Wu and Yu ready to fight. What are you two doing? She immediately accused him. This jerk told me to test death to check the natural order. Why don't you do it yourself? He retorted. No way, I'm busy with a game coming out next year. I've waited so long I'm practically dead. Shen shouted with a headache. Both of you stop it right now. Seeing Si appear beside him, Yu jumped down from the railing. Grand Overseer Si is here too, she greeted politely. Are you here as well? Only then did she notice Shen's injury. Wait, what happened to your arm? Wu also withdrew from his combat stance and bowed respectfully. Grand Overseer Shen. Then he tapped his scabbard on the ground to focus their attention. Everyone, Wu said seriously despite Yu's annoyed look, please focus on what I am about to say. He began presenting his view. Though this is a divine body, it differs from our original forms. It is no longer a body created by the altar. Wu clarified his concerns. Furthermore, it has been a long time since we used our power properly. She couldn't help but ask, why so sudden? He continued. And we do not need specific conditions to trigger our power like Grand Overseer Zai. Wu clenched his fist. We have lived peacefully as normal humans for a while now, but from now on, we must train to harmonize this body with divine power. His expression was determined. Since no one knows the heavenly stem's purpose for descending, is it really just for Yang Jin? I don't think it will be that simple. The solemn atmosphere was instantly broken by Shen's question. Hey, you brat, are you drunk? Why are you being so serious? Hearing this, Yu also chimed in. I knew it, he's completely wasted. No wonder he's acting up. A moment later, as Wu lay slumped on the sofa asleep, he picked up the half-empty bottle and sighed. That damn horse drank the whole thing. Shen poured himself another glass. Regarding the issues mentioned earlier, it wasn't that he didn't care. If this physical form disappears now, will we return to the heavens? At this point, Si had an idea. If you want to verify it, try contacting Grand Overseer Yin. He is the one with the fewest attachments left in the mortal world. You lamented, though honestly, it is not as if anyone else here has any lingering regrets. We've suffered so much because of these heavy shackles, Shen said as he looked up, recounting that the last time he saw Yin, he was already 70, and they had not spoken for 50 years. She wondered if Great Overseer Hai or Great Overseer Su knew of his whereabouts, but suggested they should inform them of the current situation first. Suddenly, he interrupted. and said it was not allowed as Shen placed his empty glass on the table with a stern expression. We must minimize sharing information with the other earthly branch gods, he warned, and as someone expressed confusion, Si spoke up to explain why. Tianzheng knows everything about us. From the duration, we can manifest our true power in the mortal realm to matters concerning the altar bodies. She sat there in a daze listening to those words, thinking it was suspicious when he mentioned her being trapped in a human body and constantly brought up her true power. Those were not the words of someone certain of his facts, but rather someone trying to confirm what he had heard. You interrupted. Even so, if we suspect others based only on that, it remains a mere hypothesis rather than a certainty. She tried to de-escalate. She recounted that when she asked Tianzheng about his purpose in the mortal realm, he replied that he had not been told yet, likely referring to the informant. That person certainly knows our earthly branch gods well, Shen said as he picked up a full cup of wine and smiled meaningfully, finding it quite interesting. There is a traitor among the earthly branch gods, he mused, to which she sternly asked if he was mad, before Si brought up another possibility mentioned by Great Overseer Wu. Their goal might not just be Gong Jin alone, Si explained as you listened in confusion, but they certainly need him to achieve it, so all we can do now is to keep a close eye on those around him. And the scene shifts to the next sunny day, where Gong Jin sits dazed with an orange in his hand. Gong Jigun was practicing a wooden sword technique called Horizon Slash before handing the stick to Gong Jin and asking him to try, though the latter looked reluctant. Hey, can't we skip this training while at school? Gong Jin complained, but Gong Jigun insisted that cultivation knows no boundaries as he tried to persuade him. Just let me handle it myself from now on since I've grasped the basic stances, he said, but the hand gripping the sword tightened as the other refused. With a serious expression, he promised to make him as strong as possible in a short time, and when Gong Jin asked why, Gong Jigun replied, because no matter how skilled I am with a sword, I cannot surpass human limits, but you are capable of doing exactly that. Therefore, I intend to pass everything I know to you so you can protect yourself. If fate cannot be avoided, then fight bravely, and most importantly, win, he said, holding the wooden sword out. Unexpectedly, Gong Jin caught him, asking if he had written all that in his phone notes, leading the other to complain that he had no sense of romance. Gong Jin didn't hold back, suggesting he only did it because he found the situation amusing, just as a laugh echoed from behind them. Hey, you losers, someone called out as a spinning basketball flew toward Gong Jigun, prompting Gong Jin to quickly snatch the wooden sword. He stepped forward to block and struck the ball with great force, causing it to tear apart and deflate on the ground as the others stood frozen in shock. Did that basketball just explode? Zhang Zihu wondered with a twitching lip, trying to force a smile while asking what had just happened. Maybe the ball was just old and dirty. He tried to explain, but his two companions disagreed, noting that it was actually brand new and had been fully inflated. Gong Jigun clapped in admiration, noting that Gong Jin had already mastered the Horizon Slash after seeing it only once. Zhang Zihu approached to mock him, remarking on how much Gong Jin had grown, but Jin flicked the wooden sword with a dangerous look, telling him to get lost and stop causing trouble. You seem quite happy since you started hanging out with those Chun Dujio kids, acting tough with a wooden sword. He laughed, asking if he even had the teacher's permission. I bet you don't, he said before the group ran off, while Gong Jigun noted that there were too many eyes on them at school. We should find another place to train. Your face is stiff. Are you only just realizing that now? Gong Jigun replied calmly. I didn't expect those thugs to jump in and steal the spotlight like that, he said, rubbing his chin with a frown. But it's quite strange, isn't it? Gong Zijun pieced the events together, wondering how someone with such a faint presence as Gong Zijun could attract that thug's attention. In moments like these, if one followed a typical trope, the two of them would have been childhood best friends. Then, due to some misunderstanding, the two sides turned against each other, but Yang Jin denied it, claiming they weren't friends and there was no misunderstanding. Suddenly, a voice called out, Yang Jin. Su suddenly appeared and snatched the wooden sword from his hand, her expression turning serious as she interrogated him about what he had just done with his left hand. A drop of sweat rolled down Yang Jin's cheek as he insisted he hadn't used the Black Dragon's power, but Su remained skeptical, asking how he could have burst the basketball otherwise. Even a passing dog would laugh at that excuse, she mocked, but he replied that it was only because the High Overseer didn't understand the truth. Inside Yang Jin resided something even more potent than the Black Dragon's power, prompting her to ask in disbelief what could possibly be stronger. It was the sword of the heart known as will, yet he reminded her not to approach him at school, a request she ignored while mocking his attempts at cultivation. She doubted he could grow strong overnight with such simple tasks, and when he accused her of eavesdropping, She claimed she was merely conducting surveillance. He saw no difference between the two, but she told him to just stay still and accept their protection, though he insisted on training to avoid using the black dragon power they feared. She dismissed his efforts as futile, suggesting it was better for him to remain weak, since someone like him could never hope to control the black dragon. No matter how hard he tried, he would only ever be a vessel for the black dragon, and the fact that his soul would eventually be consumed remained unchanged. Even for a high overseer, she was incredibly frustrating, acting like those stubborn old legends who always believed their own judgment was absolute. He told the high overseer not to follow him as he reclaimed his property, but after leaving, Yang Jin looked at his hand and unconsciously recalled what had happened. Simply catching it wouldn't have been a big deal, but Sue's words about him bursting the basketball continued to echo in his mind. Even he hadn't expected it, but as Yang Jin clenched his fist, he was certain of one thing: that power did not belong to the black dragon. Whenever that power emerged, his arm would go numb. Yet lately, his left hand had stopped moving on its own, leaving Yang Jin with a growing sense of unease. He wondered if it was due to his divine body, especially since the black dragon had remained quiet following their previous encounter. After a long sigh, Yang Jin immersed himself back into the classroom atmosphere as the day quickly faded into late afternoon. A strange noise echoed through the house as two boys turned pale at the sight of a white sheet of paper, stained black by an overturned inkwell. Bo Zun stood frozen like a statue while Shan nervously looked away, claiming he had nothing to do with it, before stammering an apology to the ink-covered girl. Finally looking up, she demanded to know why they were running around and playing with a ball inside the house instead of going out to the yard. Her terrifying gaze made Shan and his friend shrink back as Bo Zun stood up and grimly demanded compensation, leaving Shan on the verge of tears. He protested that he had no money to pay her back, but Bo Zun remained silent, simply holding up 3 fingers and counting down each passing second. A loud scream echoed through the house, and Zai, the rat high overseer, arrived with a grim expression to ask the children what was going on. Bo Zun threw a tantrum and blamed everything on Shan, who sheepishly admitted to spilling the ink while she wailed about the injustice. She cried that it was her favorite dress, and when Shan suggested just washing it, she sobbed even harder, knowing the ink stains would never come out. Shan cheerfully told her that modern technology was very advanced these days, leaving Bo Zun to shout in disbelief. After hearing the whole story, Zai let out a long sigh and promised to buy her an identical new dress, which sent Bo Zun running toward him in joy. She asked if he was serious, and seeing her excitement, Zai added that they would go tomorrow since it was late, prompting Bo Zun to try and push her luck further. Since it was summer, she asked him to buy her a new sundress as well, making Shan and his friend realize that this had been her true goal all along. Zai gently patted her head and promised to send Manager Lee to take her tomorrow, but Bo Zun immediately protested, insisting that she wanted to go with him instead. He had to go on a date with Bo Zun. Seeing her burst into tears, Zai finally agreed. Fine, I understand. He quickly urged, now let's go have dinner. Bo Zai, go change your clothes, he said. The girl excitedly agreed, while Shan and his friend looked at each other and smiled, relieved that everything had gone smoothly. The 3 children followed Zai, chirping, is brother Yang not coming today? Shan had heard that he couldn't come often because of his uncle. In a small street corner, Yang Jin froze and dropped his bag as soon as he reached the door. Seeing the messy tangerine peels on the floor, his face paled. Don't tell me. He rushed to pick up the fruit box in shock. The tangerines. This was the box Hai had given him. Yang Jin, here is a small gift for you. These are golden fragrance tangerines and some tangerine jam. Take them home and try some. Authentic Jeju tangerines. Before he could even taste them, they were gone, leaving Yang Jin stunned for a moment. My delicious tangerines? Are they really gone? Jin lay there with a full belly, recalling the flavor. The texture was similar to other seeded fruits, but it wasn't bitter. Instead, it was very sweet. Yang Jin glared angrily at his ancestor. Did you eat all of this by yourself? Jin scrambled up and pushed a large pot toward the mountain god. He wondered how starved that kid Zhao Chun must have been. Zhao Chun ate more than half of it. Yang Jin knew his ancestor too well. He was just blaming Zhao Chun again. Meanwhile, at Zhao Chun's place, he was blissfully unaware and excitedly catching fish. Helpless, Yang Jin could only issue a punishment. You are temporarily banned from eating instant noodles. Jin was extremely confused about being banned just for eating a little. You even packed a bunch of tangerines to take to school. Stingy. You're so stingy. Yang Jin held the empty box and questioned him. I took them to share with my friends. You're just a glutton who ate everything alone. Jin knew he was wrong but still followed him, asking, that temporary ban you mentioned, how long is it? Still angry, Yang Jin simply replied, it depends on my mood. You've eaten so much, are you still hungry? Jin grumbled irritably. You're such a bossy brat, even if you are my descendant. You'll become an unpleasant person later. Yang Jin didn't respond. Looking at the empty fridge, he told himself, "It looks like I'll have to go to the market tomorrow." He checked his phone. His living expenses were running low. Yang Jin muttered calculations. It might be difficult to find a part-time job at this time. These words reached Jin's ears. "A part-time job?" Jin asked, his mouth still stained with tangerine juice. "Are you going to catch those bugs again?" Yang Jin replied flatly. "If there's work after I go to the market tomorrow, I'll do it. If not, then forget it." Jin seriously told Yang Jin, "I'll go with you," but he immediately refused. No. Jin was actually worried. Although the Su Great Overseer was at school, he was alone now. What if a demon targeted him, or if he encountered the heavenly stems? Then Yang Jin subconsciously remembered Jin's previous words. "With just one word from me, they won't target you anymore. Just use the Chen like the other earthly branch gods." After a moment, he decided, "Fine, you can come along." Time passed quickly to the next day. Bo Zun's short legs stepped off the bus. All three children cheered happily. Manager Lee stood behind, smiling. It seems they were looking forward to this trip. Zai nodded. "That's right." He pulled back his sleeve to check the time. "These kids usually like to sleep in, but they woke up so early. We're almost the first guests today." As the group entered, Shan suddenly turned to look at Zai and Manager Lee. Shan and Bo Zun protested vehemently. "Manager, don't follow us. Yeah, we just want to go eat and play by ourselves." "Exactly, you always say you don't have time and then rush us." "Totally." Manager Lee looked at the children hesitantly. "But young masters." "The overseer," Zai finally spoke up. "It's fine." He told Manager Lee, "You go ahead." Manager Lee had no choice but to nod. "Then please call me after you finish shopping." Inside the mall, the staff members watched with curious eyes. They couldn't help but gossip. "Only those children are walking together. They aren't lost, are they?" After a while, Bo Zun placed several dresses on the counter. "I'll buy all of these." The staff looked at the kids hesitantly. To pay. As soon as they saw what Zai handed over, they fell silent. A private card. The person next to them took it, feeling very anxious. "This card wasn't picked up by the children, was it?" She confusedly asked Zai and the group. Young guests, may I ask where your parents are?" The children immediately widened their eyes in confusion. "Parents?" the staff member asked awkwardly. "Aren't you here with your parents?" Zai could only let out a long sigh, knowing it wouldn't be easy. The two employees exchanged worried glances, wondering if they should contact the Lost Child Center. T turned his back and tossed out a single sentence, claiming his parents were in the restroom and he would fetch them. Once he reached a secluded corner, a pair of long legs appeared from behind a faint mist. A mature voice resonated, startling both the employees and the children as he apologized for being late. Shan was about to call out "brother," but the boy next to her quickly silenced her by covering her mouth. "You have to call him Dad," he corrected. Shan immediately switched her tone, calling out Daddy in a high-pitched voice, while T's gaze remained steady as he requested the staff to handle the bill. Even after they departed, the employees remained in disbelief, filled with doubt as they marveled at how someone so young could already be a father of three. The other staff member recalled something with a look of shock, noting that if they included the boy with the bowl cut from before, there were actually 4 of them. This revelation startled her colleague, who remarked that the child looked old enough to be in elementary school, leading them both to speculate if the man simply possessed an ageless appearance. Wealthy magnate and a father to many, he truly was doing his part for the nation. While back at Yang Jin's residence, a new object had arrived. It was a transport cage obtained for free from the Dangon market, which he patted while urging the old man to get inside, explaining that dogs were prohibited in the supermarket if he wished to tag along. "Then you have no choice but to stay in here." Jin stared at the cramped space and cursed under his breath, yet he still settled inside, causing Yang Jin to complain about the immense weight the moment he lifted it. While opening the door, he whispered a request for the old man to use his divine powers to lighten his weight, but Jin naturally refused and gave a cheerful response instead. He told the boy to use the opportunity to build his physical strength, leaving Yang Jin to grumble about how he was supposed to lug such a heavy load around. Taking a different path, he failed to notice someone lurking behind a wall, watching him intently until a sudden voice startled the stalker by demanding to know his identity. Su had been standing there unnoticed for some time, and when the intruder realized he had been spotted and tried to flee, Su instantly seized him by the collar. The stalker's hat tumbled off as Su looked at the individual with a mocking expression, suggesting that using divine power to escape would have been a much faster option. She had already sensed that the person standing before her carried the distinct aura of a great overseer.